Welcome to my channel, the home of Christian romance to entertain and encourage. If you like Christian romance audiobooks, check out the rest of my channel for free, full stories. Be sure to subscribe so you never miss an upload. The Way Home. Prologue. Pine Creek, Texas. Summer 1896. 15-year-old Emily Carmichael turned worried eyes on her beau, James Blackburn. "Why are you so quiet today?" They'd been walking along the creek as they always did, the clearing behind her parents' house filled with wildflowers that time of year. Normally, James would be regaling her with tales of what he and his brother Justin had gotten into with her cousin Robert, or venting to her about his father's drinking, but all that was absent that humid May morning. "I'm sorry," James said quietly. He took her hand, but his was clammy. The skin on the back of his neck had turned red, and the sadness in his eyes scared her. "I've been a little distracted." Birds flew by overhead while the sun beat down from above. Rabbits and other small creatures hopped around on occasion as they strolled by, mostly undaunted by the humans in their midst. Emily spotted Mama in the distance hanging clothes on the line behind their house. Her parents had always been kind, allowing some measure of freedom for the young couple, but the rule was they always stayed in plain sight of the townsfolk. Walking by the creek behind the long row of homes and businesses in the town center accomplished both of their goals, though now Emily wondered if Mama could sense the tension radiating off James from her spot 100 yards away. "James, please just talk to me." With a heavy sigh, James stopped and turned Emily to face him. His brown eyes, the dark windows into his soul that she'd been able to read since they were children, filled with tears. "You know how much I love you, right? Please don't ever doubt it." His voice broke, and his gaze bore into hers. "You're scaring me," Emily pleaded. "What's wrong?" "Whatever it is, we can get through it together." "Is it your pa?" Ralph Blackburn was a drunk, and he'd all but given up the role of father to James and his brother Justin when their mama passed giving birth to Justin. Shaking his head, James raised a hand to run his fingers down her cheek. "I can't stay here anymore, Emily. I'm leaving next week. I've enlisted." The ground beneath Emily's feet threatened to open wide and swallow her whole. Somehow, time both seemed to stop and swirl around her at the same moment. The plans she'd had for her life in the years she and James had been sweet on each other crashed down around her, the family they'd raised together disappearing in a puff of hopes and dreams. "Why you enlisted?" "But why? You've never said you wanted to join the army." James shifted back and forth from one foot to the other, biting his lip under the light brown mustache he'd recently grown along with his short beard. He'd been so proud of it, and Emily knew he felt the look made him feel more like a grown man than the almost 18-year-old boy he was. "I leave for training in 3 weeks." Tears flowed down his cheeks in earnest, disappearing into his beard. "I'm sorry I'll miss your birthday." Their birthdays, merely a week apart, would come at the end of the summer. Emily and her friend Lila had giggled over the possibility James would propose to Emily on her 16th birthday, somewhat young but not unheard of as long as she planned to finish school. James always made such a production out of her birthday, as he had since they were just friends as school children. His thoughtfulness was one of the things she loved most about him. Memories of birthdays past pounded her heart with the fury of a spring storm. "When will you be back?" "I'll wait for you. We can celebrate when you're home on leave." She could make it a few months. Surely, that'd be all it would be before he would get some time to come home, right? They could still be together and get married. They'd just have to stay in touch with letters for a while. Plenty of couples did it, didn't they? "Emily," he said as he took her hands and squeezed. His eyes misted and the war raging within them was clear. "I'm not coming back. I can't be the kind of man I want to be if I stay here." "He's right." Emily's eyes narrowed, her mind struggling to comprehend what James told her. Who's right?" "You're a great man, James Blackburn, and don't you believe any differently." The tears she'd been holding back spilled over at the idea of him walking away. "Please, if you're going to go, at least take me with you. I am sure I can finish my schooling through correspondence if I need to." Convincing her parents would be another story, but she wouldn't be the first young woman to do so. His head shook wildly, his dark hair flopping a little as it was in need of a cut. I could never let you do that. Stay here, this is where you belong. Your family loves you. You have a future here. It just can't include me. His eyes told her there was so much more to the story, but once he closed off, there would be no getting him to change his mind. I can't be stuck here my whole life, not like my pa. You're not your pa. You never will be. Why couldn't she make him understand? Then, as though night had suddenly fallen around them, she saw his face take on the practiced look of indifference only she'd ever been able to penetrate. Move on, Emily. Don't waste time pining for me. You've got your whole life ahead of you. Finish school, and find some nice young man to live out your dreams with. His tone was flat, but his jaw clenched as he finished speaking. Go home, he said as birds chirped in the distance. And take care of yourself. With that, he turned and broke into a jog despite the heavy boots he wore. She watched him go for a moment, feeling her whole life shatter around her. Mama had stopped hanging clothes, her distant figure glancing between Emily and James as she worked to put the puzzle pieces together. Suddenly, Mama's arms seemed like the only things that might hold Emily together as the rest of her fell apart. She broke into a run of her own and closed the distance between the clearing and her parents' house faster than she'd have ever thought herself capable. As sobs racked her body, she flung herself into Mama's open arms and cried every tear she held and then some. Stroking her hair, Mama whispered vague reassurances that everything would be all right, but it wouldn't be. Without James, nothing in Emily's world could ever be all right again. Chapter 1. Pine Creek, Texas. Late summer 1903. Sergeant Blackburn, James's commander Lieutenant Hawthorne barked. Which way's the jailhouse? We're supposed to meet Sheriff Carmichael there. The stalwart soldier sat tall astride his dark black horse, his very presence commanding respect. Swallowing down the bile that threatened to rise up in his throat at the thought of seeing Matthew Carmichael after all those years, James pointed forward and to the right. That building there, sir. Just past the smithy. The smithy had expanded even further since he left, but then, so had the town as a whole. It hardly looked like the Pine Creek he'd left as a young man, just a hair's breadth from 18. The town itself had already begun to grow from Brown Lumber's sawmill, but it appeared even more had been added since. They passed the parsonage to their left, the old oak tree out in front of it still standing just as tall as it always had. Pastor Alex, still as broad and tall as ever, pushed a little boy on a swing tied to one of its branches while a blonde woman sat on the porch and waved. Was that Lily Carson? Had she finally realized the pastor's feelings for her after their years of being friends? He started to chuckle, distracted by the memories of how often he'd told Emily the man was head over heels for her cousin. The thought sobered him right up. Emily Carmichael, both the reason he left and the reason he broke his vow never to return to Pine Creek, Texas. Thatcher Wilson, a master sergeant along with James and his best friend since soon after they enlisted, shot him a pointed look. He raised an eyebrow. You all right over there? He kept his voice quiet, their commanding officer too preoccupied with finding their way to notice. Nodding curtly, James tried to put his past out of his mind. It was merely a coincidence Lieutenant Hawthorne and the rest of their unit had been asked to come investigate in Pine Creek. They had been stationed in Fort Worth for the last few months when one of their intelligence officers caught wind of a slippery rich criminal in Dallas trying to reignite the success of the opium dens in California of the last century and expand distribution, using the railroad. He didn't know much more, but he imagined Sheriff Carmichael would tell them as soon as they arrived. The thought jarred him back to the present, sweat dripping down his face at both the late summer heat and the thought of seeing the man he thought one day would be his father-in-law. For that matter, he'd always imagined Matthew would be his boss too. They passed Pine Creek's bakery where smells that would make a man's mouth water wafted out the open door. Two young women, ones James didn't recognize, stepped through it and out onto the street. They, along with most everyone else bustling about in the town center, stopped to study the company of 10 soldiers riding through town. One of the women wore her hair in a long dark braid and what looked like men's breeches, an odd sight even for a town like Pine Creek. The other also had dark hair, though hers was up in a bun and she wore a more traditional gingham dress. Their eyes widened as the soldiers passed, but James and the rest of the men simply tipped their hats and rode onward. "It's just up here, Lieutenant, the one with the porch and posters out front." At least the military had changed their uniforms in the past few years. They no longer wore the stiff, dark fabric that only served to inhibit movement and make them hotter. Hawthorne nodded his thanks and raised his hand to point towards the sheriff's office. The one that had been in the same place for as long as James could remember. The one he'd imagined he might work in as a deputy had he been born to a different family in town. "Here we are, men. Sheriff Carmichael will brief us, and I'll give out each of your assignments once we determine the scope of the problem." He pulled his horse to a stop just ahead of the jailhouse porch and dismounted. "I don't have to tell you fellas that discretion is important here. I don't care how many pretty women you meet in this town," he said as he tied the lead rope to the porch rail. "Loose lips will get you sent back to Fort Worth and held in the stockade until I get back to deal with you." A chorus of "Sir, yes, sir," rang out from the various men in uniform around him as they all brought their own mounts to a spot to tie off. James swung a leg over his gray stallion, named Pepper. The beast's name may not have been his first choice for a war horse, but he'd already known his name by the time James bought him, and he was as calm as they came during tense situations. For the first time in 6 years, James's boots hit the dirt he swore he'd never return to, and he climbed the steps to the jailhouse. Was it too much to hope Emily had left town since he'd last seen her? Could she have married? The thought settled in his gut like a brick, while threatening to rise up again. Or maybe she'd gone off to school like Edie. She'd always wanted to be a writer, so maybe she'd moved to a larger city to work for a newspaper. He stepped up onto the porch and looked out over the town center just as the jailhouse door opened behind him. Sheriff Carmichael's voice sounded, and he could hear the man greeting Lieutenant Hawthorne as the rest of their men finished tying off their horses. Just as James turned to face the music, and possibly get punched in the face by the sheriff, a group about 20 yards away stopped cold with their eyes trained on him. There were 5 of them, but he barely registered the rest of the group. There, in front, with her hand supporting the elbow of what looked to be an adolescent boy, stood Emily Carmichael. She was as beautiful as ever, her brown hair braided and pulled over one shoulder of her light green dress. He couldn't see her eyes from where he stood, but knew their brilliant blue would take his breath away like they always had. As if no time had passed at all, James felt everything he'd ever felt for Emily come rushing back with a thud against his heart. He had a job to do, but for the life of him he couldn't remember what it was. Memories washed over him as Emily's expression changed from shock to fury. She clamped her mouth shut, dropped the boy's elbow next to her, and took off into a run past the jailhouse and to the familiar porch they'd sat on so many times. With a slam of the door, he clenched his jaw and glanced back at the rest of the group. Edie wasn't hard to recognize, and neither was Emily's cousin Robert. He and James had been good friends in school, but both looked on him with wariness now. Wilson stepped beside him and spoke then. "Guessin' that's her?" James nodded, turning around to face her father where he stood shaking hands with the rest of the soldiers. He studied James, his face one of shock as well. "Well, I'll be." James Blackburn returned at last. He sent a worried glance over James's shoulder in the direction Emily had run toward their house, but extended his hand anyway. "Welcome home, son." Emily slammed her parents' front door behind her as she fought to control her breathing. He couldn't be back after all those years, could he? Her heart raced, and tears pricked her eyes just as Mama's footsteps sounded on the wood floor. "Emily, honey, what's wrong?" Just as she had that day many years ago, Emily ran headlong into her mother's arms and sobbed. "He's back. It wasn't fair. He wasn't ever supposed to come back." Her emotions whirled within her, more than one struggling for the top spot. "Who?" Mama said with alarm. "Who's back?" The front door opened again, and Edie's voice filled the entryway over Emily's sobs that sent her right back to the day he left. "James Blackburn is back. He's part of the team investigating Marshall Davenport." Emily felt her mother's sharp intake of breath as she held her for a few moments more, rubbing her back much as she had 6 years before. Then, she pulled back and held a hand tightly on each of Emily's arms. I know this is a shock to you, but you can't let it tear you apart again. You have a choice to make here, Em. Mama had always been the best at calming Emily's emotions. She'd always had a wider swing than Edie ever did, but their mother took it in stride. Even as a child, she'd done everything she could to help Emily learn to control her moods rather than let them control her. You can either go about your life with the grace and purpose you have for years, or you can let him send you back down into the pit again. Mama smoothed the flyaways in Emily's hair as she held her gaze with her bright blue eyes, the ones Emily had inherited. I just never expected to see him again, Emily said quietly. Tears still streamed down her face, but at least her breathing and pulse had slowed back to a normal level. Mama pulled her in for another quick hug. I know you didn't, baby, but no one deserves this kind of power over you. You can't control that he's here, but you can control whether you fall apart. Then, in a way that had evaded her at 15, Emily's path became clear. She took a deep breath and pulled her handkerchief from her pocket. Wiping the tears from her eyes, she fought the swirl of panic and sadness that had resurfaced upon seeing him again. He might have upended what she thought her future would hold, but she'd followed God's lead into a life of fulfillment. She helped her family, served her community, and could be proud of the woman she'd become. After a long exhale, she cinched her eyes shut. I can do it. Wiping a last tear away, Carissa Carmichael smiled softly at her youngest daughter. That's my girl. Why don't you go get cleaned up, and then you can come down and help me get dinner started. Emily nodded and glanced back to where Edie helped Jeremiah to the sofa in the parlor. Through the window, she could see that Robert and Catherine had settled on the front porch rocking chairs, hands entwined. If nothing else, at least those two had found their way together through the mess. Perhaps, in some way, she could find a happy ending for her own. Climbing the stairs to her room, Emily knew she had to get her thoughts out on paper or she'd bust with the weight of them. Writing had always been her outlet, and she'd filled journal after journal over the years. As far as she knew, no one in her family had ever read them, but her mother always supplied her with everything she needed to pen her words. Settling at the sturdy oak desk her cousin Simon had made for her, Emily dipped her pen in the inkwell and began to pour out her heart. She didn't know how long she'd written when there was a knock at her door and Papa stepped through. He said softly, may I come in? She nodded, a bit embarrassed by the look of concern on his face. Of course. I'm sorry I haven't come down to help Mama start dinner yet. I got to writing and lost track of time. Papa sat down on the blue and red gingham quilt Aunt Beth made for her many years before, her bed creaking slightly under his weight. We figured that's what you were doing. I just wanted to check on you and give you an idea of what to expect. Laying her pen down on the desk, Emily turned to face him fully. What do you mean? Where James is concerned, Papa replied. We don't know how long his unit will be here investigating, but he's been assigned to help guard Jeremiah and keep him safe until he's no longer in danger. His unit specializes in intelligence, so it won't surprise me if he also asks some questions around town. Her eyebrow raised as she processed all Papa told her. She'd hoped she could ignore him, as she had nothing to do with Catherine and Jeremiah's case. So he'll be around. I'm sorry. If it helps, he didn't have a choice. Papa studied her closely, as though afraid she'd break down again. Doing her best to feign a look of indifference, she shrugged. It's all right, Papa. I'll be fine. James is part of my past, and that's where he's going to stay. Papa stood from her bed and strode towards her, hand outstretched. She took it and stood to her feet, allowing herself to be engulfed in a hug. Papa squeezed her tight. It won't be too long, just until the investigation is over. She didn't respond, only squeezed him tighter and drew the comfort she always had from Papa's presence. After a moment, he released her and left her alone once more. Once the clap of his boots on the stairs faded, Emily allowed the tears she'd been holding to spill over. Why, Lord, she whispered. Out of all the soldiers who could have come here, why did it have to be him? And why, after all that time, did the love she thought she'd locked tightly away pound on the doors of her heart to be set free. Chapter 2. An entire week had passed since James arrived in town, and he'd still not spoken a word to Emily. He'd seen her at a distance a few times, but she'd done little more than hightail it in the other direction. As he stood outside the church with Wilson on that Sunday morning while Jeremiah attended services, memories assailed him of the cat and mouse games they'd all played as children in the churchyard before school. "You look like you're a million miles away," Wilson said, as he returned from his patrol around the property. They both wore the khaki fatigues President Roosevelt had commissioned once he took office, a stark contrast from the ones that had been worn even a decade prior. From what they'd been told, this one was a mite more comfortable. James shook his head. "I'm here. This place just brings back memories for me, and I'm wondering how I even got this assignment." A formation of birds flew by above their heads as Wilson settled into a more relaxed posture. "I'm sure it does, but Hawthorne obviously wanted you here or he wouldn't have included you in the outfit. Besides, it's probably all that spying you did in Cuba that tipped them off to your skill in the area." He smirked, both of them remembering the interesting situations James got himself into while in Cuba with then-Colonel Roosevelt's Rough Riders. Wilson had been the more traditional recruit, having just graduated from Yale when the Rough Riders formed. As an enlisted man, James more or less lucked into the assignment. "I've had plenty of practice hiding in my life," James said dryly. As he spoke, his eyes drew toward the south of town where his father's homestead lay. He hadn't been back since he'd been in town, and he didn't have any plans to. Ralph Blackburn might not have been the cause of Ma passing, but he'd certainly made his and his brother's lives miserable ever since. Staying unnoticed felt easier than anything else. I reckon it had to be good for something. It wasn't just his father he'd become skilled at avoiding, as he more or less spent his early childhood going unnoticed by most of the folks in town. That is, until Emily Carmichael decreed they would be friends. Between her bubbly personality and bright blue eyes, he'd had no chance. "I'd say it was more than good for something. It earned you a medal or two," Wilson replied with a chuckle. "Anyone here know about that?" "No," James said quickly. "And they aren't going to. Once the investigation into Marshall Davenport is concluded, we'll head out again. There's no need to turn over old stones here." He couldn't deny the swirling in his gut when he'd seen Emily that first time, nor the ache in his chest every time she changed directions each time she spotted him. He'd spent years wondering what it would be like to see her again, even let himself dream of a scenario in which she ran to him and threw herself in his arms. But he'd known even then, that would never happen. He'd burned all the bridges between the two of them the day he told her he was leaving town. He couldn't tell her about the events with his pa and Tobias Baker that led up to it, because he knew she'd just talk him out of it. Even as children, she'd always seen past the words he said to the meaning beneath them. She was the only person who did, she'd always seen him for who he was. Standing there looking out over the creek, the small stone he'd carried in his pocket since he was 10 years old suddenly felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. "All right, children," their teacher, Miss Parker, said with a stern voice, "that's enough for now. Go on outside for lunch, but no one better end up in the creek today, or I'll have you go out and pick your own switch." She impatiently smoothed her hair down and rolled her eyes, no doubt a response to the rowdiness of the children that morning. James didn't move as quickly as the other boys, less interested in their games as he might have been had he had breakfast. Pa had stumbled in well after midnight from the saloon, and they had no food in the house to speak of. His stomach grumbling, James exited the schoolhouse and sat with his back to a tree facing the creek. He didn't have a lunch either, of course, but he never did. After school, he'd do his best to get his little brother, Justin, and him something for dinner from the trash behind the cafe or the saloon. Even day-old bread would be better than nothing. That, plus some of the berries from the woods behind his house would probably be plenty. A soft and cheerful voice startled him from his plans. "You not hungry today?" Emily Carmichael sat beside him with her lunch pail as though she belonged there. "Whatcha lookin' at?" Unsure which question to answer first, James merely shrugged. Emily was 2 years younger than him, but she and her passel of siblings and cousins had always been kind to him and Justin. She studied him for a moment, cocking her head to the side. Her honey brown hair seemed to shine a little under the sunlight, something he'd never noticed before. Quirking her lips to the side, she tore her sandwich in half and handed one side to him. Here, I never finish my lunch anyway. You'll be doing me a favor. She dug around in her pail and produced some berries as well. This way, Mama won't scold me for it. She winked at him, and he felt his insides do a funny sort of flip. I can't take your food. You can, and you will, she insisted as she pressed the sandwich into his hand. Like I said, it'll go to waste otherwise. Do you want it to be your fault that I get in trouble? Her eyes twinkled with mischief, and James's stomach growled again. His hunger won out over his pride. Thank you, he said quietly. But now I owe you something. The sandwich was better than anything he'd ever tasted. Simple ham, cheese, tomato, and bread felt like heaven on his tongue. He greedily gobbled it up, disappointed when it was gone. Emily pursed her lips before popping her eyes to the ground. I saw you skipping rocks in the creek yesterday. Callum and the twins do that all the time, but they won't teach me. She picked up a small round stone and handed it to him. You can teach me, so next time they try and tell me I can't join them, I'll show them all. Emily, her cousin, Helen, called from over near the steps. Do you want to come play double dutch? Her face lit up, and she nodded at Helen. Coming. She turned back to James and handed him some berries before shoving a whole palm full in her mouth. Speaking through a mouthful of them, she looked a bit like a squirrel hoarding nuts in their cheeks. Our lessons start tomorrow. James watched her scramble to her feet and run off towards her cousins and sister, where they jumped rope with some of the other girls. As he finished his own berries, albeit much slower than she had, he studied the small stone in his hand. Without dwelling too much on why, James pocketed the stone and settled back against the tree like he did every other day. This time though, a soft smile spread across his face. He was jarred from his memories by the church doors opening and folks pouring out of them. Soon, men would carry tables and women would retrieve covered dishes from their wagons to set out for the church picnic. Wilson elbowed him and pointed at Jeremiah as he appeared in the doorway. I'll keep an eye on Jeremiah while you eat, then we'll switch. He narrowed his eyes at James, and his gaze followed James's to the top of the church stairs. Wilson sighed, his lips set into a thin line. You still love her, don't you? Of course, Wilson knew about Emily. He and James had become fast friends during their days in Cuba, with the story pouring out in bits and pieces over the years. As James opened his mouth to answer, Emily followed Jeremiah and Catherine out of the church and stood on the top of the steps for a moment. Her eyes locked on his, and he wondered if she was thinking of that day down by the creek too. Never mind, Wilson said as he followed James's line of sight. I've got my answer. With a sympathetic clap on the shoulder, his friend turned and followed Jeremiah just as James forced his eyes back across the creek to study the treeline for any incoming threat. He had a job to do, and he'd do it. I have to say, Helen complained as she finished the food on her plate. This whole pregnancy thing isn't as fun as I thought it would be. She took another bite of her bread, having dipped it in buttery mashed potatoes. I'm nauseous all day and beat the sun to bed most nights. She turned to Edie, her eyes pleading. Please tell me this gets easier. I don't know how you saw patience through yours. Emily watched her sister grin sympathetically. It'll pass, but we never know exactly when. I was tired pretty much the whole time with the twins, but it wasn't quite as draining with just one. Jesse, Helen's husband, approached then and offered Helen a cup of lemonade. Thank you, she said with a grin. She took the drink, then plucked the piece of bread from his plate as well, flashing him a smile that only Helen could accomplish. It'll just be so much easier to work once the nausea calms down. Emily washed down some of her own potatoes with water. I've told you I'll help any time you need me to. I can't bake to your level, but I can follow your recipes. She didn't work in the bakery every day, mostly just when they needed some extra help. Over the years, Emily had become a familiar face at virtually all her family's businesses. She might go with Edie on rounds or work in the clinic with her when she needed extra hands. She'd been known to file paperwork for Lucas out at the sawmill, work the desk at the smithy, and frequently man the counter at the bakery since Violet had begun teaching at the Freedmen's School. For that matter, she'd even helped Miss Edna at the bank when Jessie got in a bind. The only family business she hadn't worked for at one point or another were the ranches, though she'd be happy to try her hand. Her family always paid her well, though she'd have done it for free. The different experiences gave her so much to write about later. Her journals were filled with tales of both the mundane and the extraordinary days. I know, Helen replied, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. But enough about me. She raised her eyebrows at Emily as she nibbled on Jessie's piece of bread. Have you talked to James? She'd known it was coming. As soon as her sister and female cousins all sat down on quilts together after church, it was only a matter of time until they asked. Still, her heart still ached every time she thought of him. No, and I don't plan on it. Catherine placed a hand on hers, her eyes sympathetic. I wasn't here to see the relationship between the two of you, but for what it's worth, any man who would leave you just doesn't seem like a man worth having. Rose nodded from where she and Sarah sat with their babies between them. I was here for it, and I agree with Catherine. James is a good man, but you have so much to offer the world. It's truly his loss. Thank y'all for the encouragement, but can we talk about something else? Rose, I want to hear how the Bible study group with the ladies from the saloon is going. I didn't realize you were doing that until Callum told me about it this morning. She genuinely wanted to know about the group Rose had begun for some of the ladies she'd befriended who worked in the saloon, but she also wanted the focus off her and James. She hadn't really even processed what her own feelings were on his return to town, so there was no way she could communicate them. Rose's eyes lit up at the topic. Oh, it's going so well. We've only met twice, but we had 3 ladies there at the first meeting and 4 at the second. Most of them have been really hurt by church folks over the years, so it'll be a slow-going process. I'm thankful to Lily and Sarah for going with me. I'm not sure I could answer all their questions otherwise. It's been my pleasure, Lily said softly. I don't know all the answers either, but their curiosity has inspired me to dig deeper to answer their questions. Some of them have even had Alex stumped, but thankfully Grandpa Thomas has been here to help us find some of them. I'm surprised Mr. Warden is letting you do it right there at the saloon, Helen said. I'd have thought for sure he'd shut it down when he realized it might cause the ladies to seek employment elsewhere. I know they're mostly just waitresses, but surely all the flirting and coarse talk from men gets tiresome. Rose shrugged, her smile wide. He hasn't had an issue with it whatsoever. We meet in the mornings before they open, and I don't focus on their employment in our devotions. I figure the Lord will do the leading in that department. It's my job to help them see God loves them dearly and wants them to follow Him. Plus, Sarah added, Mr. Warden is adamant he'll never try to keep a woman there against her will. He pays them well and gives them options. It's up to them whether they want to stay. Emily couldn't imagine what life would be like for a saloon girl. She knew a few of the ladies through Rose, Annie, Daisy, and Jenny specifically, but they were really just acquaintances. I'd like to go with you sometime, if that's all right. I don't mean to stick my nose where it doesn't belong, it just seems like such a necessary and interesting ministry. You're welcome to come, Rose said. Just know some of the things that come out of their mouths aren't the general topic of conversation at our sewing circles. They might shock you a bit. A commotion down by the creek caught their attention as Edie's son, Titus, pushed his sister, Penelope, into the water. She screamed, and Edie let out a long sigh. If you ladies will excuse me, I've got to go do a little parenting. She set her lips into a thin line and marched off towards the creek, yelling Titus's full name as she went. Lily chuckled, catching sight of both her children as she did so. If nothing else, motherhood has made me incredibly grateful to live close to my own mother and aunts. Without their help and assurances that we're doing just fine, I think I might be driven a bit loony. Their discussion continued, but Emily let her mind wander. She didn't have anything to add to it, and her imagination had begun down its own trail anyway. What would life have been like had Emily followed James when he'd enlisted? Would she even have been allowed to do so? She knew plenty of soldiers were married, and knew some forts around the country had family housing, but whether he'd been in one place long enough for that was a mystery. She caught a glimpse of James as he and the man she'd been told was called Wilson did rounds about the churchyard, Jeremiah always in their sights. His and Catherine's faith had grown steadily since they arrived in town, but particularly since Catherine had begun doing Bible study with Mama and Jeremiah with Robert. Emily didn't know Jeremiah had made a confession of faith yet, but Catherine had. Still, her relationship with Robert moved slowly and sweetly, as he wanted her to focus on growing with the Lord before he made any sort of formal proposal. Their future was sure, and they'd have the kind of marriage Emily always believed she'd have with James, one centered on Christ and bound by love for him and one another. Why the Lord was testing her this way was a mystery, but she'd not let the discouragement win out. No, James would leave again, and she'd stay here. He could either leave behind a once again broken-hearted girl, or one who was made stronger by the experience. If she had anything to say about it, it'd be the latter. As though summoned by her thoughts, James's gaze turned to lock onto hers once more that day before he quickly turned away. Her heart sank, sad at all she thought would one day be and frustrated at all she wished she could forget. Chapter 3. James hopped up onto his toes a couple of times to get his blood moving, the overnight shift of guard duty nearing its end. He and Wilson traded off with a couple of the other men in their unit to ensure Jeremiah and the Carmichaels stayed safe through the night, but he hadn't seen any threats during his shift. He shoved his hands in the pockets of his trousers, not the fatigues he'd been issued. Lieutenant Hawthorne allowed them to wear civilian clothing while on guard duty if they wanted, mostly to blend in a little more and hopefully overhear something that might be useful to the investigation. The morning was warm, but thankfully not as muggy as it would be later in the day. With a glance at his watch, he stepped off the Carmichaels' front porch to do one more perimeter of their property before Wilson was due to arrive. As he studied the fields in the distance, he tried not to let his mind wander to his and Emily's walks in the field behind her house. His stomach growled, distracting him from his memories and helping him focus on the task at hand. There didn't appear to be many folks out and about just yet, only a few of the business owners getting ready for the day. His stomach growled again, and his thoughts turned to where he could scrounge up breakfast. A few of the other men had gone to the bakery in town, one that hadn't even existed when he was a child. Instead, the empty lot had been their spot to play baseball as it was far enough away from homes and businesses that they weren't likely to put a ball through a window. When Mrs. Ida had opened the bakery a few years before he left, they just found a new spot near the church and shifted their games over there. If the smells wafting from the building were any indication, their breakfast menu would be a good one. Movement to his right pulled his focus, and James spotted Wilson approaching. "Morning, Blackburn." Wilson tipped his hat in James's direction and flashed a grin. "Any action overnight?" "Not a thing, save for the occasional raccoon trying to scrounge up food from Mrs. Carissa's garden." He'd done his best to shoo the creatures away, but they'd likely evaded him a time or two. Wilson nodded before taking his own spot in the porch rocker. "Then off you go, soldier. Get some shut-eye, and don't forget we have a meeting with Hawthorne and Sheriff Carmichael at 3 this afternoon." "I'll be there," James replied before glancing back and forth between the bakery and the direction of the boarding house. They served breakfast there, but the boarding house matron's sausage had been burned every day that week and her grits tasted like sawdust. No, he'd head over to the bakery before falling into bed to get some rest. If he were lucky, he wouldn't see anyone he knew before he could get back. No one had been outright hateful to him since he'd gotten back to town, but he'd been on the receiving end of more than a few pointed stares. The Carmichaels were one of the finest families in Pine Creek, and Emily was their beloved youngest child. For good reason, she was somewhat of a darling to her family and throughout town. If anyone had come right out and said something harsh to him, or even planted a fist in his jaw, it'd be no worse than what he told himself on a daily basis. He'd been a cad to leave her, but it would have been even worse if he'd stayed. Turning into his father and subjecting Emily to that would have been unthinkable, but how far could a man run from his blood? He nodded and waved at Emma Thompson, now Archer, as she swept the front porch to the mercantile. She smiled genuinely at him, but she'd been Emily's sister's best friend as long as he could remember. He wouldn't doubt it if she cursed him in her mind. A little further down the street sat the bakery, the delicious smells growing stronger with each step he drew closer. Did Mrs. Ida still work there, or had she turned it over to someone younger? He didn't know how old she was, but he thought her ancient even as a child. The bell above the door jingled as he opened it, and he entered to find no one at the counter. There were 3 patrons there, an old couple he recognized as Mr. and Mrs. Randolph, and a grizzled old cowboy with a thick mustache and a weathered Stetson sitting on the chair beside him. The cowboy nodded his direction, but didn't pay him much mind. A familiar voice sounded from the back. "I'll be with you in just a moment, feel free to dash." Emily, who'd been hurrying up from the kitchen, stopped short. She looked as beautiful as she always had, her brown hair pulled back in a braid and a soft pink dress a stark contrast to her current stiff posture. The Randolphs looked back and forth from Emily to James, their eyes wide, while the cowboy narrowed his eyes in James's direction. Emily, on the other hand, simply raised her chin an inch or so and nearly marched up to the counter. "What can I get for you?" Her movements were jerky, but her words were unthreatening. She might spit in his food, but he'd probably deserve that anyway. "The blueberry muffins look good, could I get 2? At his mention of blueberries, the same berries she'd given him in those early days of their friendship, her stance softened a bit. "Yes. Will you be eating here, or would you like me to wrap them up for you?" Her brow raised, but she no longer held the expression that told him she'd rather kick him out of the bakery than serve him. "I think I'll take it to go," he said with a soft smile. Hopefully, she'd see he didn't mean to cause her pain. "I didn't realize you worked here." Emily's shoulders lowered a bit further from their previous tension. "I don't always. Helen and Rose own it, and I just help out when they need me. Helen's expecting, and Rose has a little one at home, so I open up for them on occasion." She shrugged, her discomfort still clear. "I help out with a lot of the family businesses around town." "Are you still writing?" As far as he knew, she'd never gotten any of her work published, but she should have. He'd never been much of a reader, but her stories had always held his attention with ease. She wrapped up the muffins and took his coins, the first hint of a smile on her face. "Only for myself, it's how I make sense of things." Her face darkened at that, and he felt another familiar pang of guilt at the pain he'd caused her. James couldn't say what possessed him in that moment, but the next words out of his mouth had him longing to pull them back immediately. "Do you have a beau?" He could have kicked himself for asking, but it had been in the forefront of his mind for the last 6 years. The bell on the door behind him jingled, but James couldn't see a thing save for the fire in Emily's eyes. "It wouldn't be any of your business if I did, would it?" Her tone had the bite of a rabid dog. Holding his hands up before him, James regretted even coming into the bakery that morning. "Sorry for asking. I just care about the life of an old friend." That was apparently the wrong thing to say, but James didn't even realize she'd picked up a 3rd muffin and chucked it until it bounced off his forehead and onto the counter. An old friend? Her normally bubbly persona had transformed into a rage he'd only seen a few times out of her. "Is that what I am to you? It's none of your business if I have 10 beaux, and I dash." Her words were cut off by Helen rushing around the counter from behind James and taking Emily by the shoulders. "It's not worth it, Em, go on to the back and calm down." "Emily," he pleaded, unsure how this conversation had gone so wrong so fast. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that." Her face popped back towards him, but a heavy hand landed on his shoulder and spun him around. The old cowboy placed his body between James and the counter. "I reckon you done said your piece, it's time to go now." Without waiting for James to comply, the man pushed him toward the door and followed him out, James's bag of muffins in his hand. Once the door shut behind them, the man turned James back to face him. "I don't know what you done to that sweet young lady, but her family's welcomed my daughter like she was their own. I see you upset her like that again, and we'll find out whether this old fist has got any bite left in it." The Randolphs from the inside of the bakery stared through the window with wide eyes, though it seemed Helen had taken Emily in back. "I didn't mean to upset her. I never meant to hurt her." The cowboy's eyes narrowed, and he looked James up and down. You know, I'm normally a whole lot more comfortable with horses than I am with people, but I reckon you're tellin' the truth. Still, a lady goes off like that, it's best you just take your leave. James nodded, his body tight with tension. What's your name, by the way? I grew up here, and I haven't met you. Bran Paulson, the cowboy said gruffly. I'd extend a hand, but I'm still undecided if I should have thrown you out the door onto your backside, so I'll wait on that. My daughter Samantha married Simon Carson. That made sense. He'd seen Simon with a beautiful, dark-haired woman at church but hadn't met her yet. James Blackburn, and I hope to earn that handshake. Emily took a deep, shaky breath. I can't believe I threw a muffin at him. She hadn't even consciously made the decision to do so, but the second she heard him call her an old friend, it was like her hand had a mind of its own. Biting her lip to hold back a grin, Helen took Emily's chin gently and guided her gaze to face her. You were amazing, she said. I'd rather my staff not make a habit of wasting our product by throwing them at customers, but in this case I'll make an exception. She winked, and Emily hoped she'd soon see the same humor in the situation Helen did. Callum is going to bust a gut when he hears about it, Emily said dryly. For that matter, Simon and Nicholas probably will too. Helen shrugged. They might, but they also love you very much and have wanted to toss James in the creek since the day he left. In fact, it was Edie who kept them from doing it the day after he broke things off with you. That was a tidbit of information Emily had never heard before. Truly? How did I never hear about that? Your mama told us to just let you be. She said you needed encouragement and prayer, not thoughts of revenge that might make you bitter. My position was that an unplanned swim for James might make you feel better, but she and Edie didn't agree. Rolling her eyes, Helen took on the mischievous grin she'd had so often as a child. Simon and I might have put some itching powder in his hat before he left town anyway, but that's just a nasty rumor. Maturity can be hard, sometimes. Emily laughed, the first mirth she'd felt since James walked in the bakery that morning. She leaned back against the kitchen counter at the bakery and crossed her arms over her chest. Mama was probably right, but I can't say throwing the muffin didn't feel good. That's my girl, Helen replied. Now, dry those tears. Let's go back out there and show yourself that he may have upset you once, but he won't ruin your whole day. After a quick glance in the mirror to make sure she hadn't grown too puffy, Emily straightened her shoulders and moved back toward the front counter. Mr. and Mrs. Randolph sent sympathetic glances her way, but it was the sight of Bran Paulson and James just outside the front door that caught her eye. Bran didn't seem angry, but James's posture looked more defeated than Emily had ever seen him. The old cowboy said something to him, and he nodded before glancing quickly in her direction. Handing James the bag of muffins Emily had packed up, Bran placed a hand on his shoulder and pointed him down the street. As James walked away, his shoulders slumped forward and his face pointed towards the ground. He disappeared from her sight quickly due to the angle of the windows, but Emily carried that image of him in her mind for the rest of the day. As much as she didn't want to care, she did. Lord, she prayed quietly, I don't know if you're testing me or trying to teach me something. Please, just let him leave without breaking my heart again. Chapter 4. James jolted awake to the sound of bells ringing outside. What was that? He couldn't even say what time it was, as long as it took him to fall asleep after the disaster at the bakery. Bells continued to ring, and shouts rose up from the streets outside. He jumped up from his bed and lit the lamp quickly, wiping sleep from his eyes as he went. Wilson, he said loudly as he pulled his boots on, get up. Something's wrong. If Wilson was in the room, that meant his shift had finished, and one of the other soldiers had taken over. James must have been asleep when he came in, his dreams of his and Emily's courtship holding him under. Wilson stirred, then popped awake as James had. Are those fire bells? I don't know. They didn't have them when I lived here before. James pulled on his other boot and headed for the door. More shouts rose from the streets below, and two other men in his unit hustled down the stairs just before him. Lieutenant Hawthorne came down behind him, his own state of impeccable dress indicating he'd still been up working. The boarding house matron hurried out of her first-floor bedroom, pulling her robe closed as she went. What's happening? Her eyes were wide in fear, as were those of the other patrons who'd filtered into the hallway. Lieutenant Hawthorne tipped his hat as they moved toward the door. Not sure yet, ma'am, but you ought to stay inside until we find out. Without waiting for a response, the soldiers poured into the street, Wilson and a few others now among them. To the north, nothing was amiss, but a raging blaze to the south caught James's eye immediately. The church is on fire. Breaking into a run, James and the rest of the men arrived at the churchyard within minutes. A bucket line had already formed, and he spotted Mayor Hinson running into his office and shouting as he passed. I'm calling for the sawmill workers to help, he shouted to Sheriff Carmichael. I'll be right there. The sheriff nodded and joined the group of soldiers running toward the churchyard. Mr. Warden from the saloon had apparently arrived first, and he barked orders at the crew of men who'd been in his establishment. That's it, men. Faster, or it'll all go down. At least 20 men formed two lines from the pump in the churchyard to the building itself, but James didn't recognize most of them. The fire lit up the night enough to make out some of their features, but most appeared to be railroad employees. Some were short and stocky, others tall and lanky, but all worked with fervor to douse the flames that threatened to take down the building. One face he did recognize was one he'd never forget. Remnants of it stared back at him every time he looked in the mirror. As he followed Lieutenant Hawthorne closer to the church, James spotted his father halfway down the bucket line, passing one after the other to the man in front of him. Blackburn, Wilson, Donahue, and Tucker, Hawthorne barked. Form another line, and do your best to go for the base. The rest of you, come with me, and we'll try to keep people from getting too close. Other townsfolk came running, many with buckets in hand, Pastor Alex among them. The man James had always known as Emily's grandpa Thomas hurried behind him, but he couldn't run due to his old age. As the night wore on, more and more people from town, sawmill, and surrounding ranches showed up. Men, women, and children did their best to fight the blaze, but around midnight, Pastor Alex shouted at them to stop. It was a total loss. Thank you, everyone, he said with an exhausted sigh after he'd called them all to a halt. Your efforts tonight do not go unnoticed or unappreciated. He gestured to Mr. Warden first. Gentlemen, thank you for arriving so quickly to begin helping. He then turned to some of the saloon girls who'd been hauling jugs of drinking water around to those helping for the last hour. Ladies, thank you as well. We don't know what started this fire, but we can take comfort in the fact that no one was inside. He glanced at the sheriff who nodded. That much, we can be confident of. Glancing at the dancing flames behind him, Alex held a hand toward the sky. Lord, he prayed as he held his hand open, we stand before you, broken and hurting at the loss of our church building. At the same time, we are comforted that your church was never beholden to four walls and a pulpit. When I took this position, I asked you to lead me no matter what may come, and I echo that prayer now. A chorus of amen rose up from the crowd, and Alex lowered his hand. Give us grace to face the days ahead, and the wisdom to know how to proceed, he prayed aloud. It's in your name we pray, amen. As he opened his eyes, James could see the tears rolling down his cheeks as Lily went to take his hand. The fire had come close to dying out as it ate through all the wood of the frame. Folks, go on back home and get some rest. We'll meet back here tomorrow after lunch to start cleaning up. For now, I'll ask a few men to stay with me and ensure it burns itself out safely. A few men stepped forward, James included. He hadn't realized Emily had arrived until he spotted her then. She stood with her mother, tears streaming down her cheeks as she studied the scene before them. An almost innate urge to pull her into his arms and comfort her tugged at James, but he knew beyond any doubt what a poor idea that would be. After their interaction at the bakery that morning, he wouldn't be surprised if she decked him. People started to disperse with their shoulders slumped in defeat. As James moved to tell Alex he'd stay and help out, his father noticed him for the first time. He narrowed his eyes initially, then widened them as realization dawned. James nodded quickly, then continued toward Alex. He'd stayed away from Pa's homestead for a reason, more than one really. The night James decided to leave was one he never wanted to relive, but it was one that still haunted his dreams from time to time. An empty whiskey bottle sailed past James's head and crashed against the wall behind him. "You think you know everything," Ralph Blackburn roared. "You think you could do better? I'd like to see you try to raise 2 brats all by yourself. We'd see just how smug you'd be then." James shut his eyes and tried to calm his anger. He'd told Pa he was considering going into law enforcement, and he planned on asking Matthew Carmichael if he'd take him on as a deputy. Pa lost his mind at that and started shouting about how he'd never been grateful for all he'd done for James and his brother, Justin. "Pa, this has nothing to do with you. I'm graduating soon and I need to do something for work. I been plannin' for ya to come farm with me," Pa growled. "Am I supposed to keep this place up alone until I drop dead in the field?" Another bottle sailed into the wall, but James didn't think Pa was even trying to hit him. His aim was so poor, even the whiskey couldn't be to blame for it. "I'm not a farmer, Pa." Doing his best to keep his tone even, James tried to explain. "That's never been my plan." Pa strode forward and grabbed James by the scruff of his shirt, doing his best to be intimidating despite the fact James had at least 2 inches on him. "You think you're better than me," he said in a low voice. "You ain't better than me." At that moment, the front door opened and Tobias Baker strode in. He had a sickening grin on his face and a gleam in his eye. "I thought I heard some commotion over here." Tobias and his boys lived on the plot of land next door to the Blackburns, but the way their homes were situated on the properties had them a stone's throw apart. Tobias's sons, Eddie and Mark, were still just children, but the life they'd lived so far hadn't been kind to them. "Thought I'd come watch the show." "Get out of here, Tobias," James said as Pa finally let go. "This is none of your concern." Tobias chuckled and sank down into their old, weathered chair by the door. It creaked, but it held his weight. "Nah, I been waitin' on this one since you started courting that Carmichael girl. Knew you'd get too big for your britches with all them goodies in your ear." Pa growled, his face growing redder with each breath. The whiskey on his breath all but knocked James down with its intensity. "They ain't no better than us, boy. You're just like your ma, always forgettin' where you belong." His own temper rising at the mention of his ma, James took his father's wrists in his hands and pulled them from his shirt. "It's not about thinking I'm better than anyone, Pa. I want to make a go of it as a lawman." He wouldn't admit it to Pa, but making something of himself was part of it. It'd be a few years until he could marry Emily anyway, and he might even get Justin out of the house if he could save a little money. "This has nothing to do with Ma." Tobias leaned forward in his chair, his smirk still firmly in place. "You sure it don't? Her pa was a lawman too, weren't he? I reckon the boy thinks it runs in his blood. Not to mention that girl of his filling his head with nonsense. Bet y'all are planning to get married and have a passel o' kids." He paused and spit into the floor, the evidence of the chaw in his mouth clear. "You ain't good enough for her anyway, boy. You never will be. Your raisin will always win out." Pa swayed a little, and James took hold of his shoulders. He tried not to let Tobias get to him, but he'd had those very thoughts too often to count. "You don't know me, Tobias. Don't act like you do." Steadying himself, Pa shook his head. "He's right, you know." His words still slurred a little, but the anger in his eyes was clear. "Your life with that gal will end up just like mine with your ma. Can't make em happy, can't satisfy em. Don't matter what you do. She'll run around on you just like your ma ran around on me. She's pretty enough. Give her another year, and she'll see what she's missing. If she hadn't died pushin' your brother out, she'd have left. You can be sure o' that." The anger James had kept a lid on roared to the surface. "You don't talk about her that way," he said in a low voice. "This isn't about Emily, and it's not about Ma. It's about me. And I'm not asking, I'm telling." Pa's eyes narrowed at James's words. "You know, Tobias, maybe I ought to take a crack at that girl myself. I don't usually like him so young, but the pickings around here are getting slimmer and slimmer. Maybe she can get me a job with her old man, too." Tobias roared with laughter, but stopped when James planted his fist firmly into Pa's nose. The crack was audible, but it barely registered in James's mind as the rage swirled inside him. "You come anywhere near her, and I'll kill you." His words were little more than a whisper, but they were as true as could be. Standing to his feet, Tobias walked over to Pa and handed him a handkerchief to stem the flow of blood. It had already pooled at their feet and on both their shirts, a bruise already beginning to form. "You think you're different from us, boy, but you're cut from the same cloth. You just proved it, and you stick with that girl, she'll see it too." Tobias strode over to an upturned crate and grabbed one of the half-empty bottles from it. Shoving it into James's chest, he tipped his head upward. "Go ahead and take a swig, kid. It'll take the edge off some of that meanness you got in you." He knew Tobias was just trying to provoke him further, but the words spun around his head anyway. The sight of his father's watering eyes, the swelling that had already begun to spread across his face, and the pool of blood on the floor, it was all too much. Grabbing the bottle for no reason he could pinpoint, James ran out the door and across their property to the woods. His hand still throbbed from where he'd punched his father, and the thought of what Emily would say if she knew what happened assaulted him. Her face, would it hold the same fear he'd always seen in Tobias's wife before she died? Or would it just be the look of contempt and disgust Ma always had when she looked at Pa? His life hadn't been easy, but he didn't think he could take either from Emily. Emily wiped the sweat from her brow as she gazed at the sight before her. The church, the one her parents had been married in, lay in ashes on the ground. What in the world had happened? There'd been no lightning that night to set a fire. Had Alex left a lamp burning that night when he left? A hand on her shoulder brought her from her thoughts. Mama squeezed her shoulders tight and leaned her head against Emily's. "Are you all right?" As Emily studied the smoldering ruins before her, the smell of smoke and sweat in the air, she shook her head. "I just can't imagine how this happened." "Only the Lord knows," Mama said. "But we will rebuild. I'm going to check on Lily and head back home. Walk with me?" Her cousin, Pastor Alex's wife, had tears streaming down her cheeks as she still held his hand. Emily nodded. "Of course, take all the time she needs." Aunt Beth, Lily's mother, likely wouldn't hear about the fire until morning. As Mama walked toward Lily and pulled her into her arms with a hug only a mother can give, Lily's gentle tears turned to full sobs. She was aware of the presence beside her before he even spoke. "I'm sorry this happened." James stood shoulder to shoulder with her, his hands in his pockets and his gaze at his feet. "And I'm sorry for what I said at the bakery." Emily refused to turn in his direction, but she cut her eyes that way. "Is that really all we are? Old friends?" The thought he'd cheapen what she'd always believed they had, it felt like a fire inside her, the same as the one that slowly burned out before them. "No," he said quietly. "No, what we had was much more than that." She paused, unsure how to respond. They'd never had to speak much to know what the other was thinking. It was as if they were harmonizing parts in a song, working together in ways others didn't quite understand. He didn't have to say anything else for her to feel the remorse rolling off him, the grief he held. "When will your unit leave again?" He shrugged. "Once the investigation is complete, we'll know more. It'll come down to whether they can pin Marshall Davenport with anything to make him stand trial. Papa said I might have to give testimony if that happens." James's head popped up to face her. "Why would you have to do that?" She turned towards him then. His look of concern summoning the tiniest bit of warmth. "I was standing next to Catherine and Jeremiah when Mark Baker fired on them. I had as good a view on the situation as anyone." His brows furrowed, the worry still there. "Why did no one tell me that? Why didn't your pa?" It was her turn to shrug. "Does it matter? You're here to help keep Jeremiah safe. I'm just a potential witness to what we assume was an attempt to take him down." "You were nearly the victim of a bullet meant for someone else," he said. His voice was strained, as though he longed to say more. "Of course, it matters." Still unsure exactly how to respond, Emily fought the urge to shrug again. "I'm sure your commanding officers know." They're the ones gathering information. To me, Emily, he all but groaned. I meant it matters to me. Their eyes met, and Emily wondered if he felt the same shocks running through him as she did. She had to believe he did, or maybe just wanted to believe it. Taking a step back before she did something incredibly stupid like try and kiss him, Emily shook her head. I have to go, she said quickly as she moved towards where Mama had just released Lily. Be safe. As she hurried away, she couldn't be sure, but she thought she heard him return the sentiment. She was so flustered she almost didn't notice the bottle at her feet until she felt her toe hit the hard glass. What in the world? As she realized what it was, her eyes grew wide as saucers. Papa. Papa ran her way, as did Alex and some of the other men. Without saying a word, she simply pointed to the bottle and canister at her feet in the tall grass. An empty alcohol bottle lay there on the ground, merely drops left inside. Beside it, a can of kerosene stood upright next to it. It wasn't an accident, Papa said as he picked up the can of accelerant, his face drawn into a frown. It was arson. Chapter 5. Lieutenant Hawthorne took the chair across from Mark Baker as he continued his line of questioning. So you really don't know who gave you the money to fire at Jeremiah? His brow raised, and James knew he didn't believe the kid any further than he could throw him. They'd all gathered in the sheriff's office for questioning, and James knew few in his unit would be willing to give Mark the benefit of the doubt. Still, James had known Mark and Eddie Baker for a long time. Where Hawthorne saw a kid who'd had dollar signs in his eyes, James knew there was more to it. You're sure your pa wasn't involved? He couldn't imagine what problem Tobias would have had with Jeremiah and Catherine, but he'd learned to never put anything past him. Mark shook his head quickly. No, it definitely wasn't him. But the men wore bandanas, and they handed me a roll of bills. He paused before continuing. Go on, Mark, James said gently. What made you do it? He could have decked the boy for firing a shot so close to Emily, but both the Baker boys had always been good shots. James had a hunch that if Mark really wanted to kill Jeremiah, he'd have done it. I figured I could take the money and leave town, Mark said as his gaze fell to the floor. Pause, he's drinkin' more than ever, and he ain't been quite right in the head the last few years. He shrugged lightly. I reckon he ain't never been all that normal, but especially not lately. Lieutenant Hawthorne turned to face James, the question in his expression clear. James nodded, and Sheriff Carmichael stood from the seat behind his desk and put a hand on Mark's shoulder. Mark's pa is one of our more frequent guests at the jailhouse, he said. Mark, you know you'll have to go before a judge for what you've done, but any information you might give us about the men who hired you will weigh in your favor. Nodding, Mark's shoulders sank. Then, as if a light bulb had flicked on in his brain, he gasped. Wait, I do have one thing about them. They wore cowboy hats and bandanas, plus it was dark out, so I couldn't make out much about their features. But I do remember the smell. Sheriff Carmichael exchanged a glance with Lieutenant Hawthorne. What smell was that? It smelled like soot and scorched fabric. I'm not sure exactly how to explain it, but I remember thinking it wasn't like any fire smell I'd ever known. Lieutenant Hawthorne sat back in the chair, his frustration clear. You can't be any more specific than that? Mark, James said as he approached him, did it smell sour in any way? He didn't want to lead him into the answer by placing thoughts in his head, but if his hunch was correct, maybe he could get close enough. No, it was almost more sweet than sour. I guess it wasn't really sweet, but that's the closest thing I can compare it to. At that, the sheriff, Lieutenant Hawthorne, Wilson, and 3 of the other soldiers in the room clearly understood where James had been leading. Nitroglycerin, the same chemical often used to clear land to lay tracks for the railroad, had a smell the men in charge of the explosives often compared to burnt caramel. Lieutenant Hawthorne quirked his lip up at James in appreciation. Well, Mr. Baker, I think that's all we need for now. Mark's eyes darted back and forth between James, Sheriff Carmichael, and the lieutenant. Did I say something wrong? No, the sheriff replied. Honesty is all we want here, and that's what you gave us. Stand up and I'll walk you back to your cell. As Mark complied, Matthew held out his hand and followed the boy back through the door where the cells were held. After a clink of iron, he resurfaced with a satisfied expression. "Well, fellas, I reckon we'll be riding out to the railroad camp tomorrow. I plan to leave around 8. Lieutenant, any men you'd like to send are welcome to meet me here." James's commanding officer nodded. "Will do. For now, a hot dinner at the boarding house is calling my name. Anyone not on guard duty tonight is off until morning." The rest of the soldiers filed out, Wilson included. James went to follow, but Sheriff Carmichael placed a hand on his shoulder. "James," he said, "will you hang back a moment?" He didn't go on guard duty until dark, so he still had a little time. Still, the thought of whatever the lawman had to tell him unsettled him a little. "Yes, sir." Sheriff Carmichael strode over to the coffee pot and poured himself a cup. "You want some?" "Sure, it'll help me stay awake on guard duty tonight." After so long in the army, he was used to running on little sleep. Still, coffee was always welcome. "Here you go," Sheriff Carmichael said as he handed it to him. He poured a second cup before gesturing to the chair Lieutenant Hawthorne had vacated. "Have a seat, son." Nerves growing ever more difficult to ignore with each moment, James took a swig from the bitter brew. He complied, then shifted his focus back to the sheriff. "What's this about, sir?" "A man who cuts to the chase," Sheriff Carmichael replied with a smirk. "I've always liked that about you. I'll repay in kind." He leaned back against the windowsill and took a sip of his own mug. "I saw you talking to Emily last night after the fire, and I know that look in a man's eyes when I see it." Shame overtook James at that. Emily's father had never been anything but good to him, a father figure where his hadn't been. He wouldn't disrespect him by denying what he saw. "Yes, sir. I've always thought highly of you, James. You took a tough hand and played it the best you could. Still, that's my baby girl. It nearly broke her when you left 6 years ago, and I'd rather not have to pick up the pieces again. So if you're planning on coming back for good, we can have a different conversation. Until then, I'd prefer you keep your distance from her." James nodded. Emily's father was right, of course. The two of them had always had some kind of invisible string pulling them together, and being in proximity to her would only hurt them both in the long run. "I understand, sir." He didn't add that it had nearly broken him too, but he didn't get the feeling he had to. He and Emily's father had always understood each other. "Well, with that out of the way," Sheriff Carmichael said as he stood. "I wanted to discuss the church fire with you. Lieutenant Hawthorne doesn't seem to think it's related to Davenport, but I have my suspicions." "What suspicions are those?" James wasn't sure where the sheriff was going with that, but he'd hear him out. Sheriff Carmichael's boots clapped across the wood floor of the jailhouse, each step echoing a bit as he went. "The accelerant used isn't unique enough to pin down. John sells it at the mercantile for oil lamps. The scotch, on the other hand," he said as he pointed to where the scorched bottle and can sat on a shelf behind his desk. "That's a little more of a tell. You reckon it was planned?" Sheriff Carmichael sat back in his chair. "What do you think?" He grinned the way he always had when he discussed what cases he could with James over the years. He was the reason James had wanted to go into law enforcement, and he'd always been a bit of a mentor to him. "I think if it was planned, it was done very poorly. Feels a little more like someone got drunk and then made their choices. If there was one thing he knew, it was the poor choices of a man lost in the bottle. That's what I think too. I have a proposition for you, James." He placed his coffee cup on the table and pinned his gaze on James. "I've discussed this with Lieutenant Hawthorne. He said it was your decision, but it couldn't interfere with your guard duty of Jeremiah. I got the idea when he said they placed undercover men in Davenport's saloons in Dallas." James's eyebrow quirked upward. "You want me to go undercover at the saloon?" "Not undercover, necessarily. Folks around here know you too well for that. But if you happen to find yourself in the saloon after a long day on the job, you might notice who happens to drink that particular brand of scotch. What's more, you might overhear something regarding either the fire or who paid off Mark Baker. The saloon wasn't a place James had ever wanted to go, but the possibility of bringing in the one behind the shooting was too attractive to pass up. Mark could well have killed Emily by accident, and he wouldn't let her get caught in the crossfire again. I'll do it. Any ideas on how I can stay inconspicuous without actually drinking? After that night he punched Pa, he'd vowed to never let alcohol pass his lips again. I'll take care of it, Sheriff Carmichael said. Paul's been good to replace a lawman's drink with tea in the past, I'll just let him know to expect you. The idea that he thought of him as a lawman swelled James's chest with pride. You can count on me, sir. You can call me Matthew, and I know I can. Always have. Do they have any idea who might have started it? Helen placed the last of the muffins she'd brought to tea on the table and took her seat next to Rose. All the women in their generation of the family had gathered at Lily's house that afternoon, with the fire the main topic of conversation thus far. Lily shook her head. Not that I know of. I know they have to keep things quiet until they have more leads. I just wish I knew something. Malachi's wife, Sarah, placed a sympathetic hand on Lily's. Malachi has been working nearly around the clock with Matthew to try and get this figured out. He's as worried about Alex's safety as I'm sure you are. Malachi, Papa's deputy and Emily's cousin, had been Alex's best friend for years. Even when he'd gone off to join the Texas Rangers, they'd stayed in touch. Emily knew she'd barely seen Papa since it happened, and she couldn't imagine how Sarah was managing with 2 little ones at home. They really are. Hopefully, they'll figure something out before long. It had been 4 days since the fire, and 4 days since Emily had spoken to James. He'd not come in the bakery again that she knew of, but she'd only worked 2 days that week. She spent another in the clinic with Edie, and she helped Mama watch the twins another day. Lily smiled sadly. I know, and I have to give up the control here. It's just difficult when there's so much unknown. But can we change the subject to something happier? I'd love to get my mind off the fire. I've got a great topic, Helen said as she nudged Catherine with her elbow. How about Mr. James Blackburn's return and the looks he's been giving our little Emily here? Rolling her eyes, Emily pinned Helen with a reproving glare. How about we talk about anything else? Catherine and Robert's courtship, perhaps? Edie swallowed a bite of the tea sandwich she'd just taken. I think I prefer Helen's idea. I know I'm being nosy, but I didn't get a chance to ask you yesterday since we were so busy at the clinic. How are you feeling about his being back? I don't know, she said honestly. When she saw him, so many feelings came flooding back, but it didn't matter. He's going to be leaving when the investigation is over anyway. Plucking a muffin from the tray, Helen's lips spread into a mischievous grin. I think you ought to step out with another nice young man or 2. Honestly, it's not even to make James jealous, though it would serve him right. You've not been interested in anyone since he left when you were 15. It's time, Em. There are other men in town that would be happy to take you to dinner. She's right, Edie agreed. In fact, one of the men who works for Lucas at the sawmill asked him about you the other day. He's a good Christian man, and as far as we know, he seems like he'd be nice to spend time with. Lily smiled sympathetically. We don't want to pressure you, but we hate to see you pining away for him all these years. Could she ever move on with another man? Was she destined to be a spinster, living at her parents' home until they passed? It had always been her desire to get married, but she hadn't really pictured it with anyone else. Any time she'd imagined raising children, they'd all had James's dark hair and her family's bright blue eyes. But what use was there imagining what could never be? Had she truly missed what could have been because she'd been so busy grieving over what would never be? I'll think about it, but that's the best I can give you. Satisfied, Edie nodded. Take all the time you need, just let me know. As their afternoon wrapped up and the mothers left to pick up their children from their various grandparents' homes, Emily decided to take the long way home. She crossed the creek and walked through the fields, the hot sun on her face somewhat comforting as she pondered the last 6 years of her life and the possibilities of the future. If only she'd had a journal and pen with her, she knew her heart would have felt lighter by the time she returned home. Somehow, the process of writing relieved her of so much of what she carried. She'd always felt deeply, something Mama had always been good to help her learn to control, but writing gave her an outlet. When she finally arrived home that evening, she knew she'd be up writing for hours. Her thoughts swirled until they flowed onto the paper, but there they felt settled. Whatever the Lord had planned for her, she was grateful He'd led her to her journals. Somehow, between prayer and writing, He'd show her what steps to take. Chapter 6. James handed Jeremiah another load of hay from the wagon parked outside the livery. I think this is the last load. You might oughta go get some water before you get into another job. Wouldn't want you dropping on my watch. He winked at the 15-year-old kid who seemed so much younger than he'd always seen himself at the same age. Rolling his eyes, Jeremiah did as James said. You know, you're not my nanny. I didn't think guards were supposed to boss their charges around. He moved toward the other side of the livery where Pete's wife, Mary, had pumped fresh water from the well that morning. Picking up the dipper, Jeremiah took a few long swallows. James chuckled. We're supposed to look after your safety, and drinking water is part of that safety. Not to mention, he said as he ruffled Jeremiah's scruffy hair, we try and keep you out of trouble the best we can. I think I prefer Wilson. With a shrug, James continued to grin. You and most everyone else, but it's me you're stuck with. I bet he doesn't help you do your job when you're here, though. Speaking of Wilson, how long have you two known each other? Jeremiah's attitude had waned into curiosity. Were you in Cuba too? I was. We met on the way over and ended up working in intelligence together. He didn't expound on exactly what all the two had done, but it was clear Jeremiah wanted more information. We weren't there long, but we were both in Santiago and made the journey to New York together afterwards. Jeremiah peppered him with questions over the next hour. Everything from their specific duties to what it was like to sail into Montauk after the war was covered. I heard there were parades when y'all returned. Stars shone in his eyes. What were those like? Honestly, James replied, mostly unwelcome. We didn't do it for the glory, and a good portion of our men were quarantined on ships with malaria and other illnesses. We'd rather have just gone on to our next mission, but the public seemed fascinated to learn about how the campaign had played out. As the morning went on, they continued working through Jeremiah's jobs at the livery. They shoveled stalls, spread hay, and brought feed down from the loft. Conversation turned from James's time in Cuba to the present, Jeremiah's unease about the situation clear. Do you really think Marshall Davenport is still after me? It seems like it would be obvious if he took me out now. I think there's a good chance. Unfortunately, men like Marshall Davenport are used to getting what they want. Whoever paid off Mark Baker didn't get the job done, and that's not likely to sit well with Davenport. Not to mention, you're the one person willing to testify to what you heard him say, and he undoubtedly knows by now that he's under investigation. If you hadn't overheard him talking about his plan for transporting the opium, we'd still be none the wiser. Jeremiah shoved his pitchfork into the hay in one of the stalls and tossed the soiled parts into the wheelbarrow. I guess. He sighed. I wish I'd never gone to the saloon that night. We all make mistakes. The only thing we can do is learn from them. After all, if you hadn't gone there that night, would you and your sister have ended up in Pine Creek? I reckon not, Jeremiah replied. Mrs. Carissa would say God had his hand on the situation, and Catherine would say he led us here despite our best efforts. That did sound like something the Carmichaels would say. As long as he'd known them, their faith had been the hallmark of their family. He'd thought he'd shared that faith at one point, but it had been so long since he'd listened during a sermon or prayed that he was sure God forgot his name. Well, I know quite a few folks who are glad you're here. Jeremiah grinned. Yeah, it's been good for us, after all. Catherine's got Robert now, and I haven't seen her smile this much in a long time. Robert's a good man, James replied. He'd known Robert since they were children, and they'd been in the same grade at school. He'd always been quiet and protective of the girls in his family. In fact, Robert was the first one that showed James just how close the whole family was. Come on, James, 10-year-old Emily pleaded. We want you to come with us. Emily had been sharing her lunch with him for a while by that point, and she'd begun pulling him into more and more activities with the other children. Now, she was doing her best to drag him to a church picnic they were having that evening. I don't think so, but thanks for asking. Her eyes took on the look that he knew her papa probably couldn't say no to. Please? You don't even have to talk to the others. Just come with me. Forget her papa, he didn't know if he'd ever be able to say no to that look either. With a sigh, he nodded. All right, but if your family gets upset that I'm there, I'll go home. I don't want you to get in trouble. Her brows furrowed. Why would I get in trouble? Because you invited the drunk's kid to church, he answered matter-of-factly. How could she not know what others thought of him? Emily shoved him lightly. Don't say that. You're not making your dad drink. Plus, Grandpa Thomas says the best place in the world for a sinner is in church. We're all sinners, so we all should be there. It couldn't be that simple. His pa had always drilled into his head how judgmental and hateful the church folks were. To hear him tell it, they were the least welcoming bunch in town. But then, he didn't know that pa had ever actually attended the church to find out for sure. I guess we'll see, won't we? Her sister, Edie, beckoned her from where they'd started to walk home. Hurry up. Mama needs our help baking for tonight. Beaming, Emily jumped up and down there in the schoolyard. Perfect. I have to go home, but I'll see you here at 6. She skipped away, her light brown braids flying behind her. He didn't realize her cousin, Robert, had come to stand beside him until he spoke. She's got a way of convincing folks, don't she? Though Robert was 12 like James, he already had 3 inches and a good load of girth on him. It seemed he'd be taking after his pa when it came to size. She sure does, he replied. He didn't know Robert well, didn't know any of the kids all that well, but he'd always been nice to him and Justin. Robert took in a deep breath and held it for a second before releasing it. James, I like you, and you've been a good friend to Emily. His heart started racing. Was Robert sent by the other boys to tell him to stay away from Emily? Had they decided she was too good to be around him, after all? He didn't know what he'd do without her. She'd been the first real sunshine in his life since Ma passed. When she was around, the rest of his life didn't seem quite as bad. When he didn't speak, Robert continued. We just wanted to make sure you knew we were watching out for her, is all. He stuck his hands in his pockets, clearly a little uncomfortable with the conversation. Turning toward Robert, James looked up to meet his eyes. So am I, and I always will. Apparently satisfied, Robert nodded. Good, then I guess we'll see you tonight at the picnic. With a wave, he jogged off to join his sister and cousins as they ambled down the street as a pack. James had never had anything like that, but for just a moment, he let himself dream it might be possible. That afternoon, Emily picked up another piece of charred wood and threw it on the growing pile. Anything that might be salvageable would go on one side for Simon to look through and sort for the rebuild. Everything that couldn't went to the other. She'd borrowed a pair of Papa's work gloves and joined most of the men and a few of the women in the cleanup. Here, her brother Callum said as he approached. Let me get that. He tried to take another board she just picked up from her hands. She held tight. I've got it, Cal. Why don't you go help Nicholas with that one over there? She pointed to where their cousin had lifted a much larger board across the way. He looks like he could use it. Point taken, Callum stepped back. Fine, but if Mama asks, I tried to help you. Mama looked up from where she ladled lemonade into cups from a bucket on the table. I raised my girls to know their strength. She'll ask for help if she needs it. She winked at her only son and flashed a smile. But I appreciate you looking out for her. Despite being a grown man with a wife and child of his own, Callum puffed up under his mother's praise. I did try. As the evening wore on, both piles of boards had grown, as well as the trash pile for other materials. Emily had been so focused on avoiding any protruding nails she didn't even notice James had arrived with Jeremiah, until they nearly knocked heads going for the same piece. Startled, she stepped back. "I'm sorry," she said quickly. "No, it was my fault." He stepped back as well, amused eyes going to her gloves and boots. "Thinking of taking up farming?" She chuckled, not the least bit embarrassed. "Who knows? I do a little bit of everything else in this town." The familiar bitterness she always associated with James started to creep in again, and she gave a tight smile as she noticed Edie treating John Thompson's hand under the old oak tree. "Speaking of which, I better go see if Edie needs any help. Have a good evening, James." As she hurried away, she thought she heard him respond, but couldn't make out what he said. It didn't matter anyway. She'd vowed to herself she wouldn't let herself get attached again. She'd been down that road before, and it hadn't ended well. If he was still one half of the James she once knew, talking to him at all would make it nearly impossible to keep that vow. She'd almost reached Edie when John Thompson stood up, bandaged hand in sight. "Thanks, document. I didn't see that nail until it was too late." "Happy to help, John," Edie replied as she handed him a small bottle. "Clean it with that twice a day and keep it wrapped in clean cloth strips. Do you need me to send some bandages?" "We've got some in the store, but thanks." John and his wife, Rachel, owned the mercantile that their daughter, Emma Archer, more or less ran these days. "Thanks again." As he walked away, Emily went to stand by Edie as Alex motioned everyone toward him. "Everyone," he called, "I'd like to thank you all for coming out this evening and all the other times before and still to come. This is the town's church, and I can't tell you how much it moves me that each of you have stepped in to help. One more night of cleanup, and I think we should be ready to start rebuilding. Brown Lumber has generously offered to supply all the lumber we need, and the smithy and mercantile have offered any tools and resources they have at no cost as well." Emily spotted James standing next to Jeremiah, the soldier's eyes moving between Alex and scanning around them. She often forgot about his being there for guard duty when she spotted him throughout town, but it was clear he hadn't. As the rest of the workers gathered, Alex continued. "I want to be honest and forthright with everyone here, as I know rumors have begun to circulate regarding the cause of the fire." Low murmurs ran through the crowd, but Alex continued. "Sheriff Carmichael believes it was, in fact, an act of arson. We don't yet know who or what their motive was. We'll be keeping the details of the case private, but I've been told I'm allowed to share that much." As whispers grew to full volume, Alex held out both hands. "Quiet please, everyone. I know this might be a shock to some of you. The fact is, we know there is an enemy of the Lord in this world, and Scripture tells us he is like a prowling lion. Still, he will not win. Your presence here today reminds me of that, and it encourages me. So now, I want to encourage you as well. Fear and anger are the easy emotions here, but do not fall into that temptation. As followers of Christ, let what was meant to destroy us help us lead the way in love. Let what might provoke us to vengeance spur us to love. Let forgiveness be our response, and let grace be our guide." Tears filled Emily's eyes before she realized it. Edie noticed, though, and reached over to take her hand. The whole time Edie had been in Chicago, it had been James who filled the role of confidant for her. She'd done her best to appear strong as her only sister went to medical school 1,000 miles away, but James had seen how much it hurt her. Now that Edie was home for good, she'd filled that role once more, especially since James had left town. "The kind of grace we show here isn't human nature, but it is a reflection of the nature of our God," Alex continued. "Rather than let our tongues wag with idle gossip over the who and the how and the why, let them lift those around us up and grow closer to the Lord and one another through this trial. As we do every week, this Sunday we will meet right here. Go ahead and set out the quilts we always use for our picnics, as we'll have service here on the grass." Lily walked to stand beside Alex and took his hand. "I've been working with Sarah, Violet, and Rose to come up with something specifically for the children that we'll be doing right over there across the creek. Hopefully, this will give parents the opportunity to take a short break and receive the message God gives to Alex." Alex said a few more words about the Sunday service, but Emily wasn't listening. She couldn't take her eyes off James, memories of their time together assailing her memory. How could Alex so readily forgive the person who burned their church down, But she didn't know that she'd ever think of James without the sting of anger. She knew the same God they did, but somehow Alex and Lily had harnessed something she didn't think she'd ever find. As if he heard her thoughts, James turned his attention in her direction, the sadness in his eyes clear. She knew what the Lord wanted from her, but she just didn't know that she had it in her to give. Chapter 7. As August burned into September, James spent his time split between guard duty with Jeremiah, meetings with his unit, and time spent rebuilding the church. Simon Carson had done a good job of moving the project along, and the frame of the new building was already set. That Saturday, as James worked along with some of the men in Emily's family to get the roof on the frame, the conversation turned to where his brother, Justin, had gotten off to. "He's living in Montana on a homestead with his family," James replied as he drove a nail into one of the boards. "They've got themselves a nice little setup there." Nicholas slid another board upward that James and Malachi worked to secure. "You had a chance to go up there and see them?" "About a year ago," James replied. "I had some leave and he needed help raising his new barn. His herd had expanded, and the lean-to just wasn't cutting it for the hay anymore." Simon and Alex slid across the portion of roof they had done to hold boards in place while James and Malachi nailed them down. Nicholas thought he might like to go live in Montana, once. He laughed as Nicholas scowled at him. But then he started taking an interest in Violet and dropping baskets of produce off at her house. That inkling died pretty quickly. "I didn't say I wanted to go live there. I just said I heard it was nice." Nicholas turned his attention back on James. "What's the most interesting place you've been stationed?" That was an easy one. "Cuba, absolutely. We weren't there for long, but it is a beautiful country. The water's so blue there, and the sand is so white. Of course, we didn't get to spend any real time on the beaches, but they were nice to see." Malachi wiped the sweat from his forehead with the arm of his sleeve. "Where else has the army sent you?" "I started in Tennessee and stayed there for a while. Went down to Georgia for a time, then back to Tennessee. They sent us up to New York for a while, too, but that was about it. I was in New York when I was chosen for this assignment." Callum looked up from where he worked on the other side of the roof. "What made them send you back here, anyway?" His words weren't said with malice, but James could feel the tension beneath them. He couldn't blame him. Callum was Emily's brother, after all. It was really more of a coincidence than anything. "I had been speaking with Lieutenant Hawthorne a few weeks before about what it was like to grow up in Texas since he's from up north. When he got the assignment to come investigate the case here, he remembered where I was from and asked if I wanted to come home for a bit." He didn't go into how he'd debated for days before Hawthorne told him he had to make a decision, or how Emily's face had been the first thing to pop into his mind as he considered it. Never one to beat around the bush, Simon asked the question he'd been dreading. "What made you leave here like a thief spooked in the night anyway?" Rolling his eyes, Malachi chided his brother. "I don't reckon that's any of our business, see?" Without looking up from his work, Callum spoke. "Emily's our business." The silence that fell was deafening, punctuated only by the sound of hammers and saws down below. "You're right," James said quietly. "I shouldn't have left the way I did." "So what made you do it?" Callum had finally looked up from his project and eyed James with equal parts suspicion and curiosity. What did he have to lose by telling them the truth? At least, as much of it as he could stomach. "I got in an argument with Pa the night before I sent off my enlistment papers. Tobias Baker was there too, and it got ugly." He thought back to the comments Pa had made about Emily and the pure rage he'd felt as he sunk his fist into Pa's nose. "I ran off. I don't know what made me do it, but I swiped a bottle of Pa's whiskey on the way out." He drunk himself into a stupor that night, the one and only time he'd ever looked for comfort in the bottom of a bottle. "When I woke up the next morning, I realized what would happen if I stayed." Alex, who'd been silent until that point, nodded in understanding. "You were afraid you'd become your Pa." "Yep, and Emily deserved better than that. I couldn't do that to her, so I left." "You mean you ran," Callum said. He sat back on his heels and pierced James with a look that would make most men cower. When you left, she near fell apart. I'd hear her up all night long crying into her pillow, only to deny it for all she was worth the next morning when she came to breakfast with swollen, blotchy eyes. Her grades slipped. She barely talked to anyone, and she moved like a shell of herself for months. You're right. She did deserve better, but I'm not talking about how you made a mistake and drank yourself sick. She deserved better from you and how you left and how you ended things. She deserved an explanation. The thought of Emily up all night crying over him nearly did him in, but he deserved it. You're right. I was young and did everything the wrong way. I'll regret it as long as I live. Pacified, Callum went back to his work, and no one spoke for a while. True to form, Simon was the first to break the silence. You know, she hasn't had another beau since you left. Malachi reached over and smacked his brother on the back of the head. Can't you leave well enough alone? What? Simon's eyes wide with feigned innocence. She's obviously still hung up on him or she'd have gone out with that employee of Lucas's already. 6 pairs of eyes looked at him in confusion. What? Y'all's wives don't tell y'all what they talk about when the ladies get together? He shrugged. My wife tells me everything. Nicholas shook his head. You mean you pester it out of her? The men went on for the next few minutes discussing which topics their wives talked about when together, but all James could focus on was that Emily hadn't had a beau since he left. Was that really possible? Could a woman so beautiful and interesting as Emily Carmichael really have remained single all this time? What was wrong with the men in this town? And who was the employee at the sawmill who wanted to pursue her? James was torn between the desire to deck the man for trying and celebrating that Emily had apparently rebuffed his advances. Or had she? He tried to tell himself that it didn't matter, that he had no business caring, but everything in him knew better. He'd care about Emily Carmichael until the day he died, and he'd at least make sure any man that came near her was worthy of her. Emily stood with Catherine as they poured water into cups for the men when they came down off the church roof. Edie arrived after she closed the clinic to help out and provide medical care for anyone who might need it as they worked on roofing the new church. As she walked up, she glanced up at their family's men on the roof and cocked her head to the side. What do you think they're talking about up there? Chuckling, Catherine raised a brow at Emily. I'll give you one guess. She glanced over at Robert where he passed boards from the ground up to Callum and grinned when he turned her way. I'll be happy to ask Robert later if you like. Thanks, but I think I'd rather assume they're discussing the weather. Emily filled the ladle with fresh water they'd pumped a few minutes before taking a sip. She wasn't building, but sweat still dotted her face and neck, so she could only imagine how the men felt. This place held memories for her, and the last scorching days of summer held more than she'd like to admit. 13-year-old Emily splashed Callum from her side of the creek, the spring festival well underway. They'd paired up for the egg toss, the objective being to toss their egg back and forth without dropping. Her brother couldn't keep his eyes off Rose Gilbert, and he was about to make them lose. Callum. Pay attention. He rolled his eyes at her and tossed the egg back. I am. Hold your horses. Rose tossed her egg back and forth, with her sister, Bonnie, her strawberry blonde hair almost glittering in the sun. It wasn't hard to imagine why Callum was so hung up on Rose. She was beautiful in the same way as Helen, though less outgoing than Emily's cousin. Tossing the egg back to Callum, she knew it was only a matter of time before his distraction cost them the competition. He could stare at whoever he wanted, for all she cared, but it would be nice to have a young man stare at her that way one day. She was the baby of the family, the one with the fun personality, but nothing particularly interesting about her. Sure, she was well liked as far as she knew, but nothing set her apart. Edie was confident, brilliant, and strong. Lily was kind, gentle, and beautiful in a way that made the boys around her want to take care of her. Nearly every boy close to their age was sweet on Helen, and who could blame them? As she tossed the egg back to Callum once more, her prediction came true. He held his hands in front of him, but his attention was squarely on Wesley Pennington where he stood behind Rose and cheered her on. The scowl on Callum's face kept Emily from making any sisterly comments about his losing them the egg toss, so she took mercy. James's familiar voice sounded beside her. Not bad, though next time maybe you'll take my advice and compete with me. He winked at her, and Emily laughed. They made their way back to the board someone had placed over the creek to cross, and James offered his hand to help Emily balance. Here, I'll go last. I can do it myself, she said with equal parts affection and impatience. James was her very best friend, and he'd become a welcome part of the family for a year or more. Lately, she'd started noticing how handsome he was becoming, and how good a genuine smile looked on his face. He was taller and broader than she was, but not so much so that she hurt her neck looking him in the eye. He shrugged. Up to you. He still followed behind her, and when she almost lost her footing on the thin board, he steadied her. See? Everyone needs a little help sometimes. She'd been bested, and she knew it. Thank you. As their feet reached dry land, Emily pointed to where Callum leaned against the church building and continued his scowling at Rose and Wesley Pennington. Rose barely even noticed the boy, but Callum didn't appear to notice that part. If I ever get like that about a boy, will you remind me how silly it looks? His eyes widened. Like what? Holding the church wall up while you burn a hole through them with your eyes? Giggling, Emily nodded. Something like that. She threaded her arm through his, the way she often did, and they went off to watch the three-legged race. After a bit, she felt a tension in James's body before he spoke. You mentioned getting jealous over a boy earlier. Partly distracted, Emily cheered for Edie and Lily as they crossed the finish line. Yep. If I get like that, be sure to snap me out of it. He paused for a moment and shifted his weight, pulling his arm from hers. Are there any boys at school you think of that way? His face was red, the way it always was when he was embarrassed. At school? No way. It seemed the safer answer than admitting that her feelings for him had gotten increasingly confusing in recent months. One day she had looked at him as nothing more than her best friend, then one day all of a sudden she started getting butterflies when she saw him. The only one who knew about that was her journal, and she wasn't about to admit it to him. James nodded, clearly more on his mind, but he didn't speak. A few months later, he'd admitted he had feelings for her, and they'd begun a slow and steady relationship that built until the day he broke things off. Emily tried not to look in the direction of James and her brothers on the church roof. The memories sometimes felt like a warm blanket, while other times they threatened to choke her. She never knew when one would jump to the forefront of her mind, but once they came she was powerless to stop them. What's more, she wasn't sure she wanted to. Sure, Edie said lightly. I'm certain they're discussing the weather. She set her medical bag down beside the table and stretched her back. Say, Emily, do you remember the employee of Lucas's that I mentioned was interested in getting to know you better? Harvey Tapscott? Still doing her best to avoid looking at the quickly forming church, Emily nodded. I do. I'll follow your lead, of course, but I did want you to know he's delivering the next load of lumber from the sawmill. They just pulled up. She gestured toward the long, large wagons pulled by draft horses that approached. I'd be happy to introduce you, but it's up to you. With a sigh, Emily nodded. All right, I'll meet him. But that's all I can promise. Edie's eyes widened, and her head bobbed up and down. Of course. As soon as they get unloaded, I'll go get him. The butterflies she'd always felt in her stomach when she first fell for James were not present as the men unloaded the lumber and placed them in a pile. Instead, it felt like elephants danced inside her middle. Was this what it was like to meet someone new as an adult? She'd always found the fluttering a bit whimsical, exciting even. This felt like something else entirely. All the men from the roof had gotten down to help unload, James included. At one point, she unintentionally locked eyes with him and sent him a tight-lipped smile. He tipped his hat at her before bringing his attention back to the board he carried. Emily, she heard her sister say as she approached with the nice-looking young man who'd arrived with Lucas, I'd like to introduce you to Harvey Tapscott. Harvey, this is my sister, Emily. Nice to meet you, he said in a low voice. I've seen you around church and such, but never could quite work up the nerve to introduce myself. He chuckled and lifted his shoulders. Reckon I'm a little intimidated around a pretty girl. Extending her own hand, Emily smiled at the flattery. I can promise you I'm the least intimidating person you'll ever meet. It's nice to meet you, Harvey. Beaming, Edie stepped back. I'll just see myself off. Come find me when you're done, Em. We're going over to Mama and Papa's for dinner. She scurried away, and Emily shook her head. Subtle, isn't she? She spoke with Harvey for a few more minutes, pleasantly surprised she didn't spontaneously combust into flames speaking to him, but also not all that excited about the prospect either. As Harvey answered her question regarding what he did for Lucas, she felt the familiar butterflies in her stomach again. But this time, her instinct told her they weren't about Harvey. In the corner of her eye, she spotted James staring in her direction as Robert appeared at his side. Forcing her attention back to the man in front of her, she could have kicked herself for how jumbled up the thought of him staring made her. She could only focus on about half the words Harvey was saying, and he didn't deserve that. What was worse, he seemed to notice. Is everything all right, Emily? He glanced around for a moment, but James had looked away by that point. Is someone bothering you? No, I'm sorry. How ridiculous she was. Here was a perfectly nice young man in front of her, and all she could think about was James. I just get a little distracted in large crowds sometimes. That much was true. Despite loving the solitude of writing, she'd always been fascinated by people so much so that watching folks interact was a favorite pastime. Pacified, he smiled. Well, if you're amenable, I'd love to take you to dinner sometime and get to know you better. Perhaps the cafe would be a little less distracting than a busy worksite. He winked, and she couldn't help but feel some fondness for the man. I'd like that. Why not? She was well on her way to becoming a spinster soon, and James certainly wasn't staying in town. She might as well give Harvey a chance. They made a quick plan to meet for dinner the following week, and Harvey bid her goodbye. As she watched him leave, she couldn't help but wonder if she'd just given him false hope. Would she ever be able to get over the feelings she'd had for James? She'd asked the Lord time and again to take them away, only to be met with silence. Chapter 8. Who was that man who'd been talking to Emily? Was that the sawmill employee Simon had mentioned, or was there more than one man vying for her affection? James did his best to relax his body as he climbed the porch steps to the Carmichaels' house to let them know he was here, for his nightly guard duty. Emily had gone home hours ago, presumably to have dinner with her family, but he'd been too worked up to eat much of the meat and potatoes their boarding house matron served. Wilson had apparently been doing a perimeter around the house as James approached to relieve him and noticed before he said a word. You planning on telling me what's got you so keyed up? Is it something the rest of the unit needs to know about? No, James said quickly. No need to worry the unit over something that had nothing to do with the case. It's nothing like that. Wilson's expression softened, and he glanced toward the Carmichaels' house. Ah, that makes more sense. Have you talked to Emily since Sheriff Carmichael asked you to stay away from her? His words were matter-of-fact, not intended to smart, but the reminder of what Emily's father had said and the role he'd once played in James's life hurt nonetheless. Not really. But today at the church raising, she was talking to some man and seemed to be pretty comfortable. He wouldn't even try to deny his jealousy. That much was clear as day and would be even if a body didn't know him as well as Wilson did. So now you've convinced yourself they're getting married this fall? Wilson raised an eyebrow, his sarcasm clear. I hear it's an excellent time for a wedding, not nearly as hot as it is here right now. You think we'll be invited? Point taken, James let out a deep breath. Look, I may be jumping to conclusions, but I just don't want her rushing into something with someone she doesn't know. Wilson let out a guffaw as they approached the Carmichaels' porch. That's not your problem, and you know it as well as I do. The front door to the house opened. Robert and Catherine stepped out onto the porch. Evening, Robert, Catherine. He turned on his Ivy League manners as he greeted them. I deliver my relief to you fine folks. He elbowed James in the ribs just before he turned to go. Don't lose your head stewing over things that aren't your business anymore. You're here to do a job, to protect Jeremiah. His point made, Wilson bid goodbye to the couple on the porch and headed back to the boarding house to eat. As he did so, Robert placed a chaste kiss on Catherine's forehead just before she moved back inside for the evening. As he descended the steps to the dirt below, James couldn't help but grin at the expression his old friend wore. I'm happy for you, Robert. You and Catherine seem to fit well together. Robert glanced back at the house, his smile still firmly in place. I reckon we do. He started to walk toward the smithy where Matthew had told James he kept an apartment in back, but James stopped him. Robert he said before he stopped himself. He had no business asking Robert about the man from the sawmill, and he probably didn't know anyway. If he did, he wasn't likely to tell James anything. They had gotten closer through the years as Emily and James's relationship grew, but it had been years. Never mind, have a good night. True to form, Robert didn't pry. He simply raised a hand to wave. Goodbye. You too, James. As he left, James climbed the steps to the porch and took a seat in one of the rocking chairs. He noticed a pillow had been placed in one of them, and he wondered if Carissa did that to help the guards feel more comfortable as they kept watch. As he thought back to the doubled amount of food Emily started bringing in her lunchbox soon after they started eating together. Yes, it was definitely something Carissa would have done. That evening passed slowly, but that was how James preferred it. A slow night on guard duty was exactly what a soldier wanted, and through his years in the service, slow nights had become comforting to him. The sound of cicadas and crickets in the distance, the creek trickling along behind the house, it had always reminded him of better times. A shadowy figure in the distance caught his eye, but he didn't move. It wouldn't be the first time he'd seen someone out for a late-night stroll while on guard duty, and it didn't necessarily mean anything nefarious. As long as the figure passed the Carmichaels' house, he didn't see any need to worry. His concern mounted as the figure moved closer, but he still didn't move. The cover of darkness gave him the element of surprise, and it didn't appear the person knew who he was. Did someone need Sheriff Carmichael? Surely, they wouldn't be sneaking around if so. As the figure crossed the street moving straight towards the house, James narrowed his eyes as his pulse picked up. He held something in his hand, but in the darkness James couldn't make out what it was. He stood slowly, hoping his movement wouldn't signal to the figure that he had noticed him. Moving with the same stealth he had with Wilson in Cuba, James creeped down the steps to crouch next to Carissa's azalea bush. It was hardy enough to keep him hidden as the figure drew closer, but he still didn't know how he hadn't seen him. The man half walked, half shuffled forward, the object still in hand. When he was only a few feet away from where James crouched, he lifted the object and aimed it toward the front window. James launched himself toward the man and tackled him to the ground. The strong smell of whiskey hung on the air, and he heard the man grunt as he swung at James. He dropped the object on the ground, and his fist connected with the side of James's face. Undaunted, James returned the blow, then delivered another. He tried to flip the man onto his back, but he'd pulled a knife from his boot. Just as James went to shift his weight, the man stabbed at the air, only grazing James's arm in his attempts. James managed to wrestle the knife from his hand, but not before the man got in another swipe. A burning sensation over his left eye told him he'd been cut, but it didn't feel too deep either. Blood trickled down over his left eye, and just as he moved to wipe it away, the man wrenched his arm free with a heavy grunt. He took off running, listing to the side slightly. Probably due to the whiskey, as James was fairly certain he hadn't been able to get a good enough lick in to knock the man crooked. He stood to give chase, but the pain from his brow made his head swim. He paused for a moment, hoping he could still catch the attacker. The front door to the Carmichaels' house opened, and Matthew appeared in the doorway with a lantern. James? What's happened? His voice was low and calm, but once James stepped into the light, his eyes widened. Come in, I'll get Carissa. Shaking his head, James pointed in the direction the attacker had run. No, I'm all right. I need to track him down. You're not tracking anyone down tonight, Matthew said as he moved down the steps and took James's unwounded arm in his hand. You'd barely be able to see tracks anyway with the blood pouring in your eye like that. Come in, and I'll go across the street and send John Thompson to fetch Edie. That's going to need more help than Carissa can give. James opened his mouth to argue, but the feeling of the blood pooling on his face was enough to convince him he'd be no use to anyone if he went unconscious from blood loss. Thank you, sir. They moved inside where Carissa had already surfaced from their bedroom. She tied a thick robe around her middle and gasped when she saw James's face. Oh goodness. Matthew, bring him into the kitchen. I'll clean the wound and apply pressure while you send someone for Edie. She looked him over quickly. Are you cut on your arm too, or is that from your face? He glanced down at the graze on his arm, his button-down shirt stained red from the wound. I don't think it's deep. We'll let Edie be the judge of that, dear, Carissa said as she moved into the kitchen to put a pot on the stove. She tossed Matthew a few kitchen towels and pointed to the chair furthest from the window. These are clean. Hold one to your forehead, and I'll be in to help in a moment. I'll go ask John to ride for Edie, Matthew said from behind James. I'll be right back. Carissa glanced up, and James got the idea they were communicating without words over his head. He'd never seen it from his parents, but the Carmichaels had somehow been able to do it in all the years he'd known them. Carissa nodded, and James heard Matthew's boots sound on the wood floor just before the door shut behind him. Carissa bustled around the kitchen, checking the pot on the stove to see if it had begun to boil, and pulled a jar of amber liquid from one of her cabinets. You were going to go after them, weren't you? Her matter-of-fact question took James off guard. She'd never been one to beat around the bush. It's my job, ma'am. Bringing another clean cloth to replace the one he'd already stained red with blood, she sat down across from him. Pinning with a look of both affection and frustration, she raised an eyebrow. We appreciate that, but you're more than a job to us. Touched, James wasn't quite sure what to say. He'd never been good with putting words to how he felt, something that made his connection to Emily so valuable. Before he could attempt to, a gasp sounded in the doorway to the kitchen. James, Emily breathed softly. What happened? The stricken look on her face made him want to stand and pull her into his arms, comfort her and show her that he was all right. But the likelihood of him growing dizzy and falling if he stood from the chair was high, and he didn't imagine that would help anything. I'm all right, he said with as much strength as he could muster. He didn't want to scare her by telling her about whoever had tried to throw something through their window, but she needed to know to be careful. He's gone for now. She blinked quickly, and he imagined she blinked back the tears she wouldn't want him to see. Who did this? The door opened again, and Matthew strode back through with a brick in hand. John is on his way to get Edie, and I found this outside. He held it up, a note clearly tied to it. That's what he had in his hand when I tackled him, James said. He had lifted his arm to throw it. I guess through your window. Matthew pressed his lips into a firm line while Carissa and Emily stayed quiet. He placed the note on the table, and the contents of it churned James's gut. There, scribbled onto a scrap of paper, someone had written a threat. The church isn't the only thing that'll burn. Wave after wave of different emotions crashed into Emily the way she'd seen them when the family took a detour on the home from New Orleans, a few years before. Worry over James's wounds and whether or not he'd be all right. Confusion over what had happened in the first place. Fear over the contents of the note. She'd been awakened earlier by the irresistible urge to write, and she did so by candlelight when the sound of the door opening and shutting downstairs pulled her from it. The sight of the blood on James's face and white shirtwaist, the rest of it staining one of Mama's kitchen towels, she'd had to blink back her tears to keep them at bay. No one needed to have to take care of her at the moment. Emily, she heard her mother say. All three looked at her, as though Mama had tried to get her attention before. Sorry, Mama, how can I help? At least she thought to throw on her robe before she came downstairs. Her nightgowns were thick, but it would have been wholly improper for James to see her in one of them. Mama gestured towards the kitchen where a pot bubbled on the stove. I need you to go put the instruments of Edie's she keeps here in the boiling water. Whatever you think she'll need. Then, bring me the disinfectant on the counter. Nodding, Emily hurried to do what she asked. Edie decided recently that having a few different collections of supplies in town was helpful in the event someone needed her quickly. She always brought her largest bag with her, but she had general items for stitching up wounds and such in both her town and sawmill clinic. At the Circle H for ranchers who needed help, and one set at Mama and Papa's. The last one seemed a little redundant, as they lived a stone's throw from her clinic, but Emily figured it was more due to the fact Mama watched Edie's children while she worked. She loved folks by taking care of them, so she left a set there as well. Once in the mindset of preparing for Edie's arrival, Emily was able to push her emotions to the side. This was something she did frequently at the clinic, otherwise the sight of some of the wounds they treated would turn her stomach. "Emily," Mama said as she watched Papa pace back and forth on the front porch. "Will you come change this bandage for me? I'm going to check on your Papa before he wears a hole in the wood." Emily hurried over to Mama's seat and removed the towel that had now become saturated, albeit more slowly than the last. She sat across from James and couldn't help but catch his gaze. It unnerved her, the way she felt when he looked at her that way. Unsure what to say, she said the only thing that came to mind. "I'm glad you're all right." "I think I'll make it," James said huskily, his brown eyes locked on hers. "Emily, you need to be careful." His voice hitched a little, and she saw the emotion there. Shaking her head, Emily did her best to reassure him. "It's not me they're after, James. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Nothing about this makes sense. Please, promise me you'll be careful." He didn't say any more, but his eyes begged her to comply. "I'll be careful." The way she held the towel to his head pulled her back to a time many years before when they sat much the same way. He'd punched Titus Halstead for pushing Emily into the creek in her new dress, something Helen swore Titus only did because he liked her. Why would a boy do that to a girl he's sweet on? 13-year-old Emily huffed out her frustration as she dabbed James's forehead where Titus had gotten in his one and only lick. Boys are so immature. They sat on the church steps after school, her dress still soaked, but she'd managed to find a napkin in her lunch pail to hold on to his wound. He'd wanted to do it himself, but she wanted to feel useful, especially since it was her he'd been fighting over. James, only just 15, rolled his eyes. "They don't, and don't let Helen tell you otherwise. Never let a boy treat you poorly," he said seriously. "Promise me you won't." "Of course I won't," Emily said as she chuckled. "Can you imagine what my brother and cousins would do if anyone tried? Not to mention," she used her free hand to gesture at his bruised knuckles, "you'd probably knock him silly." His eyes darkened, and she remembered the stories he'd told her about his mother. She didn't know everything, but his father wasn't a kind man. He took a deep breath, and gave her a smile she could tell was fake. "You bet. But I don't think Titus will be bothering you anytime soon." There in her kitchen all those years later, Emily realized the depth of his statements. She was 14 when he kissed her for the first time, 15 when she realized she'd fallen in love with him, and just a hair shy of 16 when he broke her heart. She heard the familiar sound of Edie's mare outside, but all she could see was the man in front of her staring as though she was the only thing in the entire world. Their faces were only a foot apart, close enough that she could continue to hold the cloth to his head, but she found herself inching closer. Logic should have told her that Edie would be inside in only a moment, and she could remove herself from her post. Still, it was as though her feet stuck to the floor, the rest of her to the chair. James began to close the distance between them as well, his breath coming quickly. The door flew open, and Edie strode through with her bag in hand. Emily jumped back, but not without Edie noticing. Her sister raised her eyebrow but didn't comment as she approached the kitchen. "I hear you might need a seamstress, James," she said with a suspicious smirk. "I'll have you know, I'm excellent with a needle and thread." He cleared his throat, his voice still a bit husky. "I appreciate that, document." Emily realized quickly her services were no longer necessary, and she climbed the stairs to her room for some much-needed solitude. Once there, a glance out the window told her the sun had just started to rise over the tree line. Rather than try and get some more rest, she pulled out her journals and began to pour her heart out to it. Only this time, she wrote a prayer. At times, the contents of her journals were stories, other times her thoughts on things that had happened, but often they were prayers. She'd ask the Lord to guide her, give her wisdom. She'd confess all the things she'd done wrong and ghastly mistakes she'd made. She'd share her joy as though he wasn't already perfectly aware of every thought she had. Somehow, the written prayers made her feel closer to God than she felt in any church service, but she supposed that was normal. Like Mama always said, the Lord works in ways we don't always understand, and she felt the closest to him while she worked in her garden. For Uncle Jake and Callum, it was out on their ranches. For Lucas, it was in the middle of a wooded forest. Lily always said she felt the Lord most deeply when she held her children, while Edie felt it in her work. Emily had never been able to find a profession that did that for her, but her writing did. As tears threatened and spilled over, as she thought about the almost kiss with James downstairs, she allowed the Lord to comfort her with her pen and paper. The road didn't seem fair, it never had, but he went before her along the path. If she could trust that, she knew he'd guide her home as well. Chapter 9. James stepped into the saloon the next week with the cut above his eye mostly healed. The graze along his arm hadn't even required stitches, and it had completely scabbed over already. "You think we'll be able to find out anything?" With a shrug, Wilson pulled out a chair at one of the tables toward the back. The front of the saloon held a stage where a pretty woman with red hair played the piano. Smoke filled the air, but it wasn't as oppressive as James would have thought since Mr. Warden kept the windows open. Wilson glanced around as he settled in the seat. "I suppose there's only one way to know for sure." They hadn't worn their uniforms, as Lieutenant Hawthorne agreed with Matthew that they'd put the men on their guard. Instead, they wore similar clothes to the ones they generally wore on guard duty, comfortable clothes that could help them blend into their surroundings. Hawthorne said the Dunlap brothers have been quiet out at the railroad site, James said in a hushed whisper. "Though, it doesn't surprise me. If they're behind Mark firing at Jeremiah, it makes sense they'd lay low." Glancing around, Wilson pursed his lips. "You still don't think it's them behind the church fire or the attack at Sheriff Carmichael's?" He'd given it hours of thought over the past week, and his gut told him it wasn't. Alcohol was involved both times, he said as he remembered the stench of whiskey on the clothes of the man he'd wrestled to the ground that night. "I can't imagine anyone hired to do a job would do it drunk." He couldn't put the pieces together on who'd be responsible and why, but he'd do his best to figure it out. Mr. Warden ambled over to their table from behind the bar and placed a hand on James's shoulder. "Anything you boys need is on the house," he said. Matthew had already spoken to him a few days before about their coming in to try and get some of their questions answered. He knew not to serve them any actual alcohol, but not to make it obvious that he did so. "Thank you, sir," James replied. "We appreciate that." He'd always had a soft spot for the big-bellied saloon owner, as Mr. Warden had always taken pity on James and Justin when they were children. He knew how often Pa spent evenings in the saloon, and he knew how many times he ran out of money for his tabs. At one point, he started sending home a crate of produce, bread, and dried meat with James every week during the summer. All James had to do was come by and pick it up. That had been the summer before he left, but before he enlisted, he'd asked Mr. Warden if he'd continue the kindness for his brother. Different groups of men came in and out as the night wore on, but they didn't see the Dunlap brothers until well after dark. Petey and Jeb Dunlap weren't their real names, but they were the ones they'd assumed while working for the railroad. Petey pulled up a chair to the poker table while Jeb tried to flirt with one of the saloon girls. She was welcoming, but she didn't appear as interested as Dunlap would have liked. After a few minutes, he scowled and took a seat next to his brother as the game heated up. They'd been there an hour or so when James decided to call it a night. They'd be back, and there was only so long he could sip on a whiskey glass full of tea. Just as he was about to say as much to Wilson, the saloon doors swung open and his father walked in with Tobias Baker at his side. They already looked a little tipsy, though they so often were that perhaps they just adopted the look. "Evenin', boys," Tobias said to no one in particular as he sauntered towards the bar. Pa was silent, but he raised his hand in mock salute to a few of the men at the poker table. Well, he said as he spotted James and Wilson. "Who do we have here?" Ralph, did you know your boy's in town? Pa nodded gruffly. I did, though he ain't come to see me. His skin was even more weathered than James had realized that night at the fire, his eyes tinted with yellow. Reckon I don't exist to him no more. A flash of pain crossed his expression before it settled back into cold indifference. Can't imagine what you're doing here, though. Didn't you tell me you'd never turn into me? Releasing a gravelly chuckle, Tobias elbowed him in the side. I thought that was why he ran off with his tail between his legs, didn't you? He turned back to James and grinned, his front tooth crookedly draped over another. That's all he's good for, ain't it? Pa didn't respond, but he pierced James with an unreadable expression. James stood, motioning to Wilson that it was time to go. Then I guess I won't have to tell you where I'm headed. He tipped his head forward quickly at the both of them, doing his best not to growl as he spoke. Tobias, Pa, it was a pleasure. I see some things never change. He pushed past Tobias and moved toward the door, Wilson's boots clapping behind him. Just as he reached his hand out to open it, Tobias's voice echoed through the building. You seen that little girl o' yours since you been back? She's turned into quite the pretty thing, ain't she? James froze, clenching his teeth so tight he thought they might shatter. Unbridled rage rose up in him, the same way it had that night he'd punched Pennsylvania square in the face. Wilson's hand on his back pushing him forward was the only thing that could have made him move. Don't let him provoke you. You're just giving him what he wants if you do. With a deep breath, James stepped out onto the porch and into the humid night air. He'd been all tangled up in the head since that night at the Carmichaels when he could have sworn Emily wanted to kiss him, and he knew he wanted to kiss her. Had Edie not arrived when she did, he'd surely have done it, too. Doing his best to put Tobias Baker and Emily from his mind, James walked back to the boarding house with Wilson. They hadn't learned anything from the Dunlap brothers, but they hadn't expected to in only one night. No, they'd have to go back if they wanted to gain any real information, and that would mean seeing Pa again. He could do it. He'd have to, but something in him always reverted back to a scared, hungry child when Pa was around. His anger had threatened to eat him alive in his youth, at least until Emily came along. She'd spoken of love and forgiveness, told him the story of her mother's father and all the horrible things he'd done to them. Still, James could never bring himself to forgive his father for everything he'd done and all the things he hadn't. Emily had never pushed, but he knew how deeply she hoped for it. There was a time he thought he'd have done anything to put a smile on her face, but that was the one thing he just couldn't bring himself to do. Despite his church attendance and attempts to read the Bible Emily had given him, that was the one thing that had always eluded him. If the anger he felt that night was any indication, it still did. That's it, Philip, Emily said gently as she handed Edie another bandage. You're almost there. The weathered sawmill worker had cut his hand shaving down a piece of lumber, and Edie had been called in to stitch it up. Thankfully, she and Emily had already been at work in the sawmill clinic that day, so it hadn't taken long to get to him. Philip breathed in and out in a long, slow breath. I reckon if I get to have a pretty thing like you as my nurse, it ain't all that bad. Rolling her eyes, Emily smiled at the man. Philip was at least 10 years older than Papa, and probably more than that. He'd worked for Lucas for as long as she could remember, and he always kept penny candies in his pocket to hand out to children or folks he thought could use a lift in their spirits. Well, then I'm happy to be of service. Fighting through a wince while Edie worked, Philip continued to address Emily. These boys in this town don't know a good thing right in front of a M. He huffed in frustration. You oughta have suitors lining up off your daddy's porch to ask to take you to dinner. A blush rose to Emily's cheeks, but she'd known Philip long enough that she didn't take offense. Maybe they have, and I simply refuse them all. Philip studied her for a moment. You know what, that's all right. Don't settle for any man less than one who makes you feel alive. My Gertie passed nigh on 10 years ago, but I still think about how that woman made me feel with just a smile. A sense of contentment passed over his face, followed by one of longing. If it ain't that, it ain't worth having. As he spoke, a familiar face came to Emily's mind. She had only seen James in passing since the night they nearly kissed in her kitchen, Something that continued to play in her mind over and over again. I know that look, Philip said with a smirk. You already got yourself fella I don't know about? Edie snorted but continued stitching up his hand. Emily just knew her face was the color of a summer tomato. What look is that? I'm old, girl. I ain't dead. Philip raised his brow. All right, I'll leave it alone. Just make sure he comes and sees me before you get too serious. I've gotta make sure he's good enough for you. In perfect timing, Edie finished wrapping up his last bandage. I think that's everything. Philip, you keep that clean and come back to see me the day after tomorrow so I can check how it's healing. You're off duty for the rest of the week, and if that boss of yours gives you any trouble about it, you send him to me. She winked, and Emily couldn't help but think how comfortable her sister was in her role. I reckon I will, Philip said with a grunt as he stood from the table. Though I don't know what I'm gonna do with all this free time. Emily walked him to the door. I hear the fishing's good this time of year, just be sure to keep that wound clean. Philip's face brightened as he stepped out into the hallway. That it is, ma'am. That it is. As he moved down the hallway, you couldn't even tell he'd just had a large gash stitched up from the pep in his step. That man is cut from a different cloth, Edie said as she came to stand beside Emily. He'll be down at the creek before noon. As they cleaned up from that morning's appointments, Edie never mentioned Philip's comments about a beau. She did, however, continue a conversation they'd had a couple of times over the past year. You did well today, but you always do. Have you given any more thought to training as a nurse? With a sigh, Emily nodded. I have, and I just don't think it's for me. I don't mind working in the clinic when you need me, but I see how much joy and purpose medicine gives you. I want to feel that too. And you should, Edie said in understanding. The Lord has created you to glorify Him in whatever He's preparing you for. He'll lead you to it. Truth be told, Emily felt the same purpose in writing that her sister seemed to in healing. She could craft a story, create a character, and weave a tale that excited her in a way all the other work she'd done never could. Whether she was journaling about her own experiences or telling stories to no one but her desk drawers, she felt at home there. But she didn't say any of this. The only one who'd ever known how much writing meant to her was James, and he used to beg to read her musings and stories any time she'd let him. He'd always respected her wishes when she told him no, but every piece of work he'd ever read had bolstered her confidence. Emily, James breathed as he finished the last page of her short story. This is amazing. They sat together on a large rock just down the creek from her parents' house, the early spring sunshine warming the morning chill. You should send these to a publisher. She blushed, the thought of it making her heart race. No, and don't you tell anyone about my stories. She was only 15, after all. She had plenty of time to work up the courage to send them off later. I won't, he said as he put his arm around her. But you're so talented. Please, promise me you won't ever stop writing. Pride swelled in her chest at the knowledge James liked her work. When they married, would he still support her writing professionally? The thought of marriage to James made her stomach leap up into her throat, giddy anticipation in her heart. He'd be graduating in a few months, and she'd be 16 at the end of the summer. Plenty of people got engaged that young, married even. She turned to see James studying her, his eyes full of love. What's on your mind? She bit her lip, not sure if she should keep her mouth shut, but this was James. She could tell him anything, and he'd probably figure it out if she didn't anyway. If I did get my work published, would you still want me to do it when we get married? Though they'd talked about it a handful of times, saying it as a certainty still felt a little awkward for her. He pressed a chaste kiss to her temple, and his grip around her shoulders tightened for just a moment. I want you to do whatever makes you happy. Whatever that is, I'll support it. At that moment, as they stared out onto the field, they talked and dreamed of the future they'd have together. Him working for her father as a lawman, and her writing while their children napped. It all felt too perfect to hope for. He wanted to build a house just north of town where they could have a small homestead. She didn't have any big dreams for the house specifically, only that it had a porch. As a child, she'd always loved the way her parents sat on their front porch at the end of the day and sipped tea together. They held hands and talked, reconnecting after their long days. That was what love meant to her, someone you wanted to sit on the porch with for the rest of your life. As they sat there and talked, the sun rising higher and higher in the sky, she realized she couldn't imagine doing that with anyone but James. Anytime she pictured her future, he was the one in it. Jared from her memory by another patient, Emily got back to work. The rest of the day in the sawmill clinic moved quickly, a bevy of employees and their families coming in for various ailments. Philip had been the only set of stitches they'd had to do that day, but they'd had their fair share of other issues. By the time she stepped back outside at the end of the day, her stomach growled, and she realized they'd worked through lunch. She approached the corral where her horse, Penny, had been grazing for most of the day. The copper-colored beauty was a special one, and she was thankful Papa had bought her when Emily started helping out so much in the sawmill clinic. A deep voice sounded behind her as she opened the gate, nearly causing her to drop the latch rope. "Emily?" She turned and saw Harvey Tapscott standing a few feet behind her, a kind smile on his face. "Good afternoon, Harvey." His sandy-colored hair was damp with sweat, and dirt smeared on one of his cheeks. From the look of him, he'd been hard at work that day. "Were you cutting trees or planting them today?" One of the things she appreciated most about her brother-in-law's lumber mill was they planted trees in addition to cutting them. They also didn't cut every tree in a given area, but rather marked ones that would both provide the best lumber and leave the forest intact. Harvey blushed under the smeared dirt. "Planting. It's a little hotter than cutting since there's no shade in the new field yet, but I enjoy it." He grinned, and Emily realized what a handsome smile he had. "I hate to ask you while I look the way I do, but would you like to go to dinner with me tomorrow? I can pick you up at your house, and we can go to the cafe. I meant to ask at church Sunday, but we had to get back quickly after service to fill a large order." "That's all right," Emily replied. "I'd like that. Does 6 o'clock work for you?" He beamed, his wide smile charming. "That sounds perfect. I'll see you then." He waved awkwardly again before turning and heading back to the bunkhouse. As Emily watched him go, she sighed. As kind as Harvey seemed, she didn't know that she could ever have real feelings for him or any other man. She didn't want to be a spinster, but she also wanted to marry for love. Plenty of folks married for reasons other than love, but she'd seen too much of it in her own family's life to want anything else. Not to mention, she'd experienced it herself with James. There was a time Mama asked her if she could look back and truly say she loved James, or whether she thought it was simple youthful infatuation. Emily thought about it, stewed on it, and came back to her mother with her clear answer. Yes, she loved James. Mama had always said marrying a man was about more than the feelings, it was about a choice. Sure, she could live without James, she had to this point. But she didn't want to. As angry as she was at him, as much as she'd probably slap him if he kissed her today, she loved him. Accepting Harvey's invitation might be unfair of her, but she didn't want to write off the chance to try. She'd do everything she could to build something with another man, if only to appease her family that she tried, but she wouldn't settle for less than what she had with James. If that meant that she lived life alone, then so be it. The Lord never promised her happiness, He only promised her peace. If He never allowed her the kind of love the rest of her family got to enjoy, then she'd simply have to live in the fullness of what He'd already given her. She could do that, she knew she could. Chapter 10. The next day, James gathered with Matthew, the men from his unit, Malachi, Catherine, Robert, Mr. Tate from the railroad, and a representative from the U.S. Marshals. Matthew sat behind his desk in the jailhouse as he listened to the U.S. Marshal give his report. We've already infiltrated Davenport's saloons in Dallas, and we have managed to get one of his men to flip and become our informant in exchange for a reduced sentence. We haven't determined how deep the Dunlap brothers are in the operation yet, but we have asked Mr. Tate to keep them on, laying tracks until we can determine that fact. He has also graciously agreed to hire a few of our men as undercover employees to see what they can flush out. Thank you, Charles, Matthew said. We've also had James and Wilson doing their best to listen in the saloon, to see if they can overhear anything from any of the railroad men. So far, we haven't had any luck, but they plan on going back tonight after dinner. James hadn't seen his father anymore since that first night at the saloon, a fact for which he was grateful. Lieutenant Hawthorne nodded in his direction before adding his own comments. Marshall, we appreciate your cooperation in this case, as well as the undercover agents you've been able to place. As you know, but some of the others might not, this case is uniquely sensitive because of the depth of Davenport's influence in Dallas. It is for that reason we have decided to set up the base of U.S. Marshals here and in Hunter's Gap. Even with the Dunlap brothers here, we think that will be safer than setting up camp in Dallas. They covered a few more facets of the investigation before Matthew adjourned them all for dinner. James figured he would go with Wilson back to the boarding house to eat and then head to the saloon for the night. As they stepped out onto the front porch, however, going to the saloon immediately suddenly sounded like a much better choice. Emily and the young man from the sawmill climbed the porch steps to the cafe. His hand rested on her back, and she made no move to remove it. Before James did anything crazy like run across the street and chop the man's arm off, the young man saved himself by opening the door to the cafe for her. James watched them disappear through the door just as Robert came to stand beside him. You all right? He followed James's line of sight and nodded when he noticed the couple enter the restaurant. James was quiet for a moment, his heart racing at the thought of Emily with anyone else. All these years I've assumed she moved on, but I never allowed myself to picture it. I wanted to believe she was happy, but I just couldn't imagine her with anyone else. She is happy, Matthew said as he stepped out the door and to James's other side. She's been happy for a while, but she's never been in love with anyone but you. You may not be able to imagine her with anyone else, but it's not fair to not expect it. Pain slicing through his heart like the knife the attacker used that night on his face, James agreed. You're right, I know that. I just didn't realize how much it would hurt. Without another word, he stepped off the porch and headed to the saloon, his appetite suddenly gone. Steps behind him sounded, but it wasn't Matthew's voice he expected. Son, why don't you take a walk with me for a minute? Running to the saloon now is only going to have you looking for answers in the wrong places. James nodded, and the two of them silently kept walking through the rest of town and down the street. It was the path he'd taken over and over again as a child headed back to their homestead, but not one he preferred to remember. The sun still hadn't completely set, but it was on the verge of dipping behind the pine trees while a soft breeze made the air a little more comfortable than it had been earlier that day. Have I ever told you the story of why I left South Carolina? Matthew kept his face forward, his hands in his pockets as they walked. I don't think so, James answered. I knew you were in the army before you were a U.S. Marshal, but I don't know what happened in between. Matthew nodded, his gait still casual. I joined the Union Army during the war, something that had my paw madder than a hornet. He didn't own any slaves, but he felt like politicians in Washington, D.C., were sticking their noses where it didn't belong. I knew some of it was political, but I just couldn't get past the idea of owning another human. My conscience, and I suppose the Holy Spirit, wouldn't allow me to fight for the Confederacy even though my brother had already gone off to do just that. You have a brother? James hadn't ever heard Matthew or Emily mention him. I do, but he was killed during the war. When I went back after it was over, Pa wouldn't talk to me. He said he looked at me, and he saw the men who killed my brother. James couldn't imagine how painful that must have been. I'm so sorry. I was able to make peace with it, as I realized he was speaking from his own pain, and it really didn't have anything to do with me. Matthew sighed, then stopped and turned to James. There comes a time in a man's life when he has to make a decision about the person he wants to be. It doesn't matter where he came from or what choices he made before he got there. It's his choice to make. James, you know I've loved you like a son for a long time, but you also know you've made some mistakes. You can either choose to surrender your life to the Lord and allow Him to guide your steps, or you can continue to make your own choices and live with that pain I've seen in your eyes since you came home. Matthew went quiet, and James realized it was the first time in a long time he'd really considered his relationship with the Lord at all. He'd been living with his own bitterness over losing Emily, even though he'd been the one to make the decision to do so. He'd groused over the unfairness of his own family, but he couldn't see he had the choice to do something different with his own. His voice broke as he thought over the last 6 years of his life, how far he'd run from God. What if I'm not sure I can find my way back? Matthew placed a hand on James's shoulder and pinned him with a look full of compassion. You don't have to. You can never run far enough that he can't find you. A tear slipped down James's cheek, but he didn't speak as Matthew turned them back towards town. As you go into that saloon tonight with Wilson, I need you to remember you have a choice to make. You can drown your sorrows in a temporary solution, or you can give them over to the Lord. I know which route I'd choose, but I can't choose for you. With a wave, Matthew headed back towards his own house, leaving James to think about all he'd said. He was right, James had a choice to make. He could be the type of man his father never had been, or he'd turn into him. It didn't seem like he had a third choice. He could hide behind his vices, or he could be a man and walk toward the light. As he walked back towards the boarding house to fill his suddenly growling stomach, he thought of everything Matthew had said to him. Somehow, even though he'd made no decisions or changes other than not looking to the bottle for his answers, he felt lighter than he had in a while. He felt a little bit like he had when Emily first convinced him to join her family for church, curious but out of place. Perhaps, in time, he'd come to understand which direction he needed to go. For now, he had a job to do with Wilson, and he'd do it. If for no other reason, to keep Emily and those she cared about safe. I had a great time tonight, Harvey said as they approached her house. Night would fall completely before long, but they were still in the dusky time of the evening. As they reached the porch steps, Emily noticed how the heat appeared to be affecting some of her mother's plants. The rose bushes were happy, but some of the others appeared to be waving their white flag of surrender. I hope you'll consider going out with me again sometime soon. Emily forced herself to take her mind off Mama's flowers and focus on the incredibly kind man before her. She'd done the best she could throughout dinner, but she'd been so bored she could barely think straight. She smiled softly, genuine albeit a little guilty. May I think about it? Truly, you are a wonderful man, I'm just not certain I'm in a place to court anyone. I'm not sure it'd be fair to you. As she suspected he would, Harvey agreed. His face fell momentarily, but he masked it quickly and nodded. Of course, Emily. I did hear a little about your history with that young soldier in town. He snapped his mouth shut and shut his eyes. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned that. It's all right, Emily reassured him. I just want to be fair to you. Can you give me a week to think about it, or would you prefer we just decide we're better off as friends now? She didn't want to completely shut him off, but in her heart of hearts she knew he'd never be a great love for her. His features softened, and the compassion in his eyes nearly made her tear up. I think we both know what the answer will be. For the record, he said in a mock whisper, any man who'd leave you willingly is not all there in the head. He winked, and turned to go back down the porch steps. Thank you for a pleasant evening, Miss Emily. I hope you find what you're looking for. He walked away, the slight bounce in his step lightening her spirit. Of course, he barely knew her, so of course she hadn't broken his heart. Still, she hated to disappoint him. Her journal upstairs called her name, but a night like this one was one she'd always loved to walk in. She called inside to Mama so she wouldn't worry she hadn't arrived home, then set off down the street. The moon had appeared over the trees, lighting her way in a manner it didn't most evenings. There was still some light from the sun as well, that few minutes every evening when both would light one's way. Her dinner with Harvey had been lovely, but she knew she'd not see him as more than a friend. They'd laughed and joked at times, but mostly it was full of slightly awkward conversation that she struggled to find interest in. It was odd, really, as she was always incredibly interested in those around her. Had the pressure of it being a potential suitor been the problem, or had it simply been she'd turned into some horribly selfish shrew? Hopefully, the former. She didn't realize how far she'd walked until she reached the churchyard, the soft bubbling of the creek and cicadas her only companions. The air was humid as it always was this time of year, but it wasn't quite as oppressive as during the day. Not having intended to stay out too long, she turned back towards the house and began back down the road towards the center of town. Sounds rose up from the saloon as she passed by, the place lit up with lanterns from the inside. The Bible study Rose had started at the saloon was going well, and Emily planned to go with her that week. The last time they'd met, Emily had already agreed to help Edie in the clinic, so she'd been unable to go. Still, Rose assured her there'd be other opportunities. She'd debated going, afraid it would seem like she was gawking at the women whose lives had been so different from hers, but she'd met most all of them from time to time with Rose. Her sister-in-law had become close to them during a difficult time in her life in which she took in their laundry, and she'd been stirred to minister to them ever since. Lost in thought as she was, the sound of heavy footsteps and jagged breathing behind her startled her. She moved to turn when heavy arms grabbed her around the middle. Tight as they were, she could barely move her arms, but managed to get one free. "Help. Please help me." As soon as the words left her mouth, a hand clamped over her lips to keep her from speaking any further. An unfamiliar scent tore through the air, but one she assumed was some type of alcohol. The only experience she'd had with it was using it in a pinch to kill germs in the clinic, but this was unlike any she'd ever smelled. Whoever had her was strong, but he wasn't particularly agile. She managed to wrench her other arm free and elbow the man in his nose with a satisfying crack. Moving to run forward and as far away from him as her legs would carry her, her progress was brought to an abrupt stop as he grabbed hold of her skirts and pulled. They ripped, but didn't give way enough for her to escape. Instead, she tripped and fell face first into the dirt before her. Just as the man grabbed her foot to pull her back towards him, shouts from the saloon rose up and multiple pairs of boots sounded on the wood porch and then the dirt. She was still face down in the dirt, her eyes full of dust and grime, but she heard the sound of her attacker running away, his scent gone as he disappeared. "Emily?" James's mangled voice hitched as he knelt beside her. "Emily, is that you?" With some effort, she rolled over in the dirt and tried to slow the tears flowing from her eyes. She knew her eyes only watered to remove the dust, but she could already barely see as it was. James? He'd been the one to chase her attacker away. Suddenly, though the fear raged within her and her eyes burned with the dirt, she felt fully and completely safe. "Wilson," he said quickly, "run inside and ask Mr. Warden for some water and a clean rag. Then, go get Matthew." She heard Wilson leave, but the tears had mixed with the dirt to create some sort of paste. It burned, and it felt as gritty as she would expect, but thankfully she didn't seem to be further injured. Her knee hurt, and she realized she probably fell on it directly. Without warning, strong hands appeared under her and picked her up. The scent of her protector, a familiar one, was much more pleasant than the one of her attacker. James held her close to his chest, and she felt him press a kiss to her hair. "I'm so sorry," he choked out. "I will figure out who did this," he said in a low, threatening tone. "I promise." Her eyes still burned, her knee smarted, and the palms of her hands felt scratched, but for a moment Emily allowed herself to bask in James's embrace. She might regret it in the morning, but she'd let herself draw from his strength in that moment. He stood and carried her across the dirt to what she assumed was the saloon's front porch. Without letting go of her, he sat down and proceeded to clean up her face with a rag. Wilson must have returned with the water, as she felt gentle drips of water cleaning her eyes as well. As the water and dirt poured down her face, she blinked as much as she could. Soon, the grittiness subsided somewhat, though her eyes were still irritated. James spoke softly, but she could feel the tension in his body. "How does that feel?" "Better," she said as he moved his attention to the palms of her hands. With more softness than she would have thought possible with how tightly he held his jaw, he cleaned the palms of her hands as well. Mr. Warden rushed out of the saloon, his face pinched. "Miss Carmichael, I'm so sorry. What can I do to help?" Jenny and Lila, two of the saloon girls Emily had met through Rose, followed with a glass of yellow liquid and another clean, damp rag. Handing the glass to Emily, Lila began dabbing through some other spots on her arms. "It's just lemonade in the glass, darlin'. Don't you worry none." The women continued their care, but James never let go of her. His body still hadn't relaxed, and she realized the pieces of that evening clicked into place for her. "Were you at the saloon?" He nodded grimly, his grip tightening ever so slightly around her. Yes, he whispered softly. You can ask your papa about it later. Satisfied for the moment, Emily relaxed into James's hold and felt him release the tiniest bit of tension. Her knee still burned, but she'd let Edie tend to that. No doubt, Papa had sent someone for her. They stayed that way for a moment as she sipped her lemonade, Lila and Jenny done for the moment. She wasn't facing the direction of her parents' house, but she heard Papa's voice cut through the fray of the saloon noise. Emily. He reached her quickly from there and knelt down on the porch beside where she still sat with James. If he thought their position improper, he didn't say anything. Perhaps he sensed that she needed James's strength as much as he apparently needed to hold her. I'm all right, Papa. Mr. Warden held a lantern up to help them see better, and she took in her father's worried face. Your mother's on her way down, but she ran to send Robert for Edie. Emily nodded and realized it was probably time to remove herself from her sanctuary. Gingerly at first, she placed both feet on the ground and allowed James and her father to help her stand. I know you need to know everything that happened, but can I tell you at home? I just want to get the rest of me clean and change clothes. She didn't know how ripped the back of her skirts were, but as she stepped forward, James let out what could only be described as a growl. He tore your clothes. Papa shook his head. Later. Right now, I want to get her home and finish cleaning her up. I assume you're coming with us? His voice didn't hold any tension, only matter-of-fact honesty. Absolutely, James replied with a venom she knew wasn't directed at her father. Still, she didn't pity anyone who'd come up against him in that moment. They set off down the street slowly, with James on one side and Papa on the other. Both held on to her, despite her assurances she could walk just fine, and both stayed quiet through the entire walk. When they neared her home, Mama came flying down the street and stopped herself only in time to keep from crashing into Emily. Oh, my girl, she said as she pulled her into a hug. I'm so sorry. Pulling back, she dried the tears Emily didn't even realize flowed down her cheek and met her gaze. Are you all right? Emily nodded, and she let her mother guide her the rest of the way into their yard and up the porch steps. James and Papa followed closely behind, their expressions grim. By the time Edie arrived that evening, Emily had gotten mostly cleaned up with the help of Mama and Catherine. Her sister checked her over and declared all of her wounds superficial with the exception of her eyes. They'd likely heal on their own in a few days, but she recommended continuing to wash them out a few times a day. Once she was redressed and ready to talk about what happened, Emily made her way into the living room where Papa, Robert, and Jeremiah sat scattered around the room. Wilson stood at the window, leaned against it and studied the night outside, while James paced back and forth behind the sofa. As she entered the room, James reached her first and placed his hand gently on her arm, but the tension in his body had returned. He led her to the couch, his brown eyes burning with questions, but also with the familiar look she'd seen so many times before. She'd always told him his eyes held the window to his heart for her, his feelings, fears, and emotions clear as day to her. As he communicated in his gaze what he couldn't in words, she nodded slightly, unable to deny her own feelings either. Papa stood and offered her his chair. Are you ready to tell us what happened, Em? I hate to make you talk about it, but tonight is when your memory will be the freshest. He held a pen and notepad, his lawman countenance firmly in place. Once she sat, Edie and Mama knelt on either side of her and placed gentle hands on her arms. It bolstered her, the strength of these women, a different type that she could draw from just as readily as she had James. I was out for a walk after my dinner with Harvey. Chapter 11. James listened to Emily's description of the events with growing anger. It sounded like the same man who'd attempted to throw a brick through their window was the same man that attacked her. And you're sure you didn't get a look at his face? No, you probably got a better look at him than I did. He was behind me the whole time. Emily shrugged. If you could find him, I think I got his nose with my elbow, he'd probably have at least a bruise. Frustrated with himself for not managing to take the man down the first time he attacked, James ran a hand down his face. Emily continued to tell them what happened, but James was clearer and clearer they were dealing with the same man. It only drove his resolve further when she described the scent. Matthew took notes and glanced up at James as she described it. That sound like the same whiskey you smelled on the man outside our house? Afraid so, James said with a huff of frustration. It took everything he had not to go off on a wild goose chase after the man right then and there. That, or put his fist through a wall. I just wish we had something more specific to go on. I'm sorry, Emily said as a tear slid down her cheek. I wish I could help more. James rushed to kneel in front of her. It's not your fault. I'm sorry if I made it seem like it was. I don't know how to fight a ghost. After a few more minutes of clarifying details, Matthew told them all they were done for the evening. Anything else I need to ask Emily? I'll do it in the morning. Robert, would you escort Edie back home? I don't want her riding alone at night right now. Of course, Robert said as he stood and offered his oldest cousin his arm. Milady, your escort awaits. Edie rolled her eyes and appraised Emily one more time. I want you to get a good night's rest tonight and sleep as late as you need to tomorrow. You may be sore, and that's all right. I'll be back to check on you in the morning. As her sister and cousin left, Emily turned to look at James. Can I walk you out? He gazed at her for a moment before turning to her father. I'll have her back inside in just a minute, Matthew. Papa gestured towards the door, a sign she took as approval, and both Emily and James followed Wilson out the door. Where Wilson continued down the porch steps with a wave, James moved toward the porch swing they'd always swung in his youths. For years after he left, she'd not been able to bring herself to sit on it, choosing instead to occupy one of the rocking chairs near it. They sat together in silence for a moment, Wilson's fading footsteps the only sound. James took a deep breath and broke the silence. Are you sure you're all right? Not physically, I just need to know you're not going to be shaken awake with nightmare after nightmare tonight. His question sounded pained, as though the very thought of it shook him to his core. She placed a gentle hand on his arm, careful not to brush her palm. I'll be fine. Catherine's right next door. If I feel scared, I'll go to her room. I'm sorry I couldn't catch him. The catch in his voice was so heartbreaking that she almost forgot it was her who'd been attacked. He stared at her hand on his arm for a second, then moved his gaze to meet hers. I'm sorry about a lot of things. Tears filled her gritty eyes, and she wondered if he could see in the moonlight. Hearing him say he was sorry was more than she'd ever hoped for, and it soothed her spirit in a way she never imagined. Thank you. I've been waiting 6 years to hear you say that. They stared at each other a moment more until James brought his hand up to her chin. The other, he placed on her back and leaned in toward her. Emily, he whispered softly, if you don't want me to kiss you then you need to tell me now. More tears came, and she realized that she couldn't say no even if she'd wanted to. Kiss me, James. Kiss me like you've missed me as much as I've missed you. He closed the gap between them and pressed his lips to hers, the pull between them stronger than ever. With his gentle hand on her chin, he kissed her like a man in love. Emily's stomach felt like it was doing flips inside her, but it sunk with a thud the moment he jerked back. Emily, I'm sorry, I shouldn't. Don't you dare say you shouldn't have, James Blackburn. I've waited for that kiss as long as you have, and I won't regret it for a second. If you say you do, then I'll call you a liar. Every bit of fire she had in her raged at the idea he would feel guilt over something as wonderful as that kiss. He shook his head wildly. No, I have to go. Go back inside, please. He popped up from the swing and moved out into the streets like one of Nathan Archer's spooked fillies. He didn't look back as he disappeared into the darkness, and as much as Emily wanted to sit and stare into the night, she knew she had to go inside. She stood to her feet and all but stomped across the porch, slamming the front door shut behind her as she entered. Why can't men make up their minds? She spoke to no one in particular, but Mama and Catherine still sat at the kitchen table with steaming mugs of tea. She marched toward them and sank down into the seat next to Catherine, the lamplight giving them enough visibility to see. Mama raised her brow at Emily. I take it you and James had a disagreement? He kissed me, she said as she threw her hands up. And it was the most wonderful kiss I think I'll ever have. Catherine's brow furrowed. Then I'm confused. What's wrong? Well, he kissed me, and then he ran off like a scared jackrabbit. He apologized for kissing me, for leaving me, for everything. I just don't understand. Reaching across the table, Mama took Emily's hand in hers. Honey, James is running from a lot of things. You're just the tip of the iceberg. I know that feeling, Catherine said with a sigh. I don't pretend to know what all happened to drive James away the first time, but I do understand a little about running away. In my case, it worked out for the better, but that's only by the grace of God. The peace on her face was one Emily didn't think she'd grow tired of seeing on her friend. When Catherine had first arrived, she'd been frenzied, harried, and afraid. It wasn't all that different from the look she saw in James now and again. I do too, Mama agreed. Honey, as much as I want you to move on and never allow a man to hurt you like that again, I also love James like he's our own family. Growing up in a family like ours can blind you to some of the evils of the world, and I'm grateful for that, but James experienced them firsthand in his own home. That scars you in a way I'm not sure I can fully explain. They stayed up later than any of them planned, chatting and praying for the Lord to guide James back to him. By the time they actually went to bed, it was well past midnight and Emily knew she'd regret it in the morning. Her eyes still burned, but the tears she'd shed that night seemed to clear much of the grit away. Mama was right. She couldn't truly understand everything James had been through in his life, but she also wouldn't allow him to string her along and then leave again. It'd be up to him to decide what his future held, but she wasn't the same girl she'd been at 16. She held no assumptions this time, only hope for how things might work out. Until then, all she could do was trust that the Lord had his hand on the situation. Chapter 12. James trudged into the railroad camp the next day with a resolve unlike any he'd ever known. Hawthorne had allowed him to see if he could find out who'd attacked Emily, as it was still possible it was related to Marshall Davenport and the case. He'd been in railroad camps before as part of his duties with the Army, and they all looked fairly similar. Tents were set up along a tract of land going from east to west. Unlike other camps, they weren't scattered as wide as they typically would be, but James imagined that was out of respect to the ranchers. Men worked to dig, clear land, and lay tracks as far as he could see to the west, while others carried or repaired supplies. The flat land nearby meant that explosives weren't normally necessary, but he still had Mark Baker's statements in the back of his mind regarding the scent on the men who hired him. Spotting Mr. Tate over near a white tent with open flaps, he waved to get the railroad boss's attention. Tate looked up from the desk he worked beside and gestured James over. James followed him into the tent where another desk was set up, as well as a small bunk that he assumed belonged to the man himself. "Morning, James. Did I know you were coming by today?" He wiped his forehead with a handkerchief, his features pinched. "Sorry if I forgot, we've hit a snag with our route so I'm trying to work it out." "No, this is a surprise." "I'm sorry it's a bad time, but it's important." Mr. Tate had always been cooperative with them, and Matthew had told him he'd been so before they arrived. Mr. Tate gestured to a couple of chairs across from his desk and took a seat himself. "How can I help?" James glanced around and lowered his voice, not keen on being the one to spread the word about what had happened the night before. "Emily Carmichael was attacked outside the saloon last night." The words tasted sour on his tongue, and it took every bit of control he had not to stand up and start pacing like he did the night before. "Sheriff Carmichael is at the saloon this morning to question the staff about whether they saw anything, but I told him I'd come out here and see if you happen to know where the Dunlap brothers were last night." The man's eyes widened. "My goodness, is she all right?" "Yes, thankfully. We stopped the man before he got very far, but this is not the first attack that was perpetrated on the sheriff's family. It's important we narrow down the suspects." He shook his head and placed his hand over his chest. "As much as I hate for anyone connected to the railroad to be responsible, I'm sorry I can't help you. We worked late last night, and both the Dunlaps were on the crew that were on that shift." "What time did this happen?" "Around 8 in the evening." "That would count them out then." "I saw them both myself right after dinner, then again just before they got off at 9. If they even made it to the saloon last night, I doubt they'd have been able to get there before 10. As grateful as James was to have ruled out the Dunlap brothers, it just drove the frustration even further that they had no leads whatsoever. Well, I guess that answers my questions then. He stood, intent to let Mr. Tate get back to work. I appreciate your time, sir. I'm sorry I couldn't be more help. I sure do hope you catch him soon. Mr. Tate paused, glancing out the tent flaps. Do you know any more about the Marshall Davenport case? I don't mind keeping the Dunlaps on if it helps bring him down, but it makes me nervous having criminals on my line. That was understandable. I know, and I wish I could tell you more. My team is investigating, and I believe we're close, but they can't move in until they've got solid evidence. That makes sense, Mr. Tate said. Just keep me updated as you can. As James bid goodbye to Mr. Tate, he mounted his horse and rode out of the camp. It would take him a bit to get back into town, his mind no longer running through scenarios of the Dunlap brothers being involved like it had been on the way there. As much as he didn't want to, it gave him the opportunity to stew on the kiss he'd shared with Emily the night before. It had been just as perfect as he'd remembered, the kind of kiss that made everything in his past, present, and future clearer. Just like Emily said, he couldn't regret it. Still, it shouldn't have happened. He'd promised Matthew he'd stay away from her if he intended to leave, and he couldn't imagine anything different. In fact, he'd just signed his re-enlistment papers when he'd gotten orders to join the investigation. His mind assailed him with guilt the entire ride, but he was quickly distracted once he reached town. Multiple horses were tied up outside the sheriff's office, and a prisoner wagon was parked out front. He brought his own mount to a stop and quickly swung his leg over. After tying him to one of the posts on the porch, he covered the porch steps 2 at a time. The door creaked as he swung it open, and 10 pairs of eyes with U.S. Marshal stars on their chests swung his way. Lieutenant Hawthorne, Matthew, and a few of the men in his unit were there as well. Matthew gestured for him to come in. James, you're just in time. What's happened? Was it time for Mark Baker's trial already? He'd figured that would be a circuit judge who came to town, not a whole prisoner transfer. Marshall Davenport has been arrested, Matthew replied. The marshals are here to transport Mark Baker to trial in Dallas. He'll be one of the prosecution's witnesses. That would mean Jeremiah would be going as well. Will I be accompanying Jeremiah as part of his guard duty? It was probably better this way. He clearly couldn't control himself around Emily, and as much as it threatened to break him again to think about leaving her, it was best for her. At least, it would be if they knew who'd attacked her. Lieutenant Hawthorne took a sip of the coffee mug he held, his tone matter of fact. You'll be accompanying the entire witness transport coach. You, Wilson, Randolph, Sheriff Carmichael, and Mr. Jones will all be involved in ensuring their safety. Each of you will be assigned to one of the witnesses. 5 men? With all the marshals transporting Mark Baker, that seemed a bit overkill, but he'd do what he was told. How many witnesses will we be transporting? It was Matthew who spoke up this time, his lips pinched in a thin line as he answered. Jeremiah, Catherine, Mark, Mr. Warden from the saloon, and Emily will all be brought to Dallas. Emily? James didn't want her anywhere near the trial. Why is Emily named as a witness? One of the marshals left his chair and walked to the tray of baked goods on the table by the window. Apparently either Helen or Carissa had been in that morning. Miss Carmichael likely will not be called to the stand, but due to her proximity to the attempted murder by Mr. Baker, we'd like to have her available to call on just in case. We think it would be a good idea to have Mr. Tate as well. Matthew didn't look any happier about the situation than James did, but he didn't argue. His eyes met James's, and the unspoken question in them was clear. Can you put your feelings aside to help keep her safe? Of course he could, and James jerked his chin down and back up once to appease the man who'd been more a father figure to him than his own. Good, Matthew addressed the room. Then I guess all that's left to discuss are the logistics and specific routes we'll take to avoid detection. A few days later, Emily and Catherine climbed the steps to the Mercantile together. They'd more or less not been left alone since the word came about transporting them all to Dallas. They'd leave the following Monday, and it couldn't come soon enough for Emily. She was ready for it all to be over as quickly as possible, though it made her nervous that they still didn't know for certain whether her attack had anything to do with Marshall Davenport or not. In fact, it seemed everywhere she went, folks asked her about it. She wouldn't let it drive her into hiding, but it certainly grated on her nerves. The bell above the mercantile door jingled and Edie's best friend, Emma Archer, waved brightly from behind the counter. "Hi girls, give me 1 minute and I'll be right with you. While you're waiting, browse some of our new fabrics in the back. It's my favorite batch yet." They did as she suggested, and Emily spotted Simon's wife, Samantha, who they called Sam, in the back next to the fabric. She was in her usual trousers, but she thumbed through the thick bolts of soft white fabric. She wiped a tear from her eye just as she turned and spotted the two women. "Oh," she said with a forced smile, "hi ladies." Another tear slipped down her cheek, and Emily rushed forward. "Sam, what's wrong?" She'd never seen her cousin's strong and sassy wife cry in the year she'd been a part of the family. Sam smiled sadly as she sniffed loudly. "I've just been to see Edie. I lost a baby a few weeks ago, and she just wanted to make sure I was healing well." Her heart breaking at the news, Emily pulled Sam into a hug. "Oh, Sam, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. We didn't tell anyone but Beth and Jake," Sam said of her in-laws. "And of course, Edie, but that was more out of necessity. It's not the first time it's happened." Pulling back, Emily took in the pain on Sam's face. "You don't owe me any explanation, I just hate you've been going through this." Simon was always the upbeat and outgoing twin, while Nicholas tended to be a little more subdued. They were her cousins, but like Robert, they'd been raised more like siblings who just didn't live in the same house. "Is there anything I can do?" "No, but thank you for asking. I have to have faith it will happen in God's timing if He wills it. If not, then we will simply pray He will give us peace." Catherine placed her hand on Sam's arm, her expression full of compassion. "I'll join my prayers to yours." "I'm so sorry, Sam." As they said their goodbyes and watched Sam leave the mercantile, Emily couldn't help but tear up at how deeply heartbroken she'd looked. "I can't even imagine the pain she must feel. It just doesn't seem fair, does it?" Catherine watched the cowgirl move down the steps from the mercantile window as well. How can some folks who don't need to be parents have children so easily, but wonderful people like Sam and Simon struggle so? Emily couldn't help but think of Ralph Blackburn. James's father had never been any type of a good father. Of course, she was grateful James was born, but his rough childhood had scarred him. "I wish I knew the answers." They perused the fabrics a little more until Emma came back to help fill the order Mama had sent them with. As they talked for a moment, Emily's spirits lifted, and she decided to go take a look at some of the new soaps in the Grandma Ruth's soap section. It was mostly her Aunt Abigail making the goat's milk soap since Helen had been working at the bakery, named for the woman who'd been like a grandmother to both Helen and Robert. Just as she smelled one that held the scent of lavender and vanilla, she heard a woman's voice in the next aisle over. "I heard she'd been out with a young man earlier that day," she whispered. "I think it was one of the sawmill employees. Do you think that could be the one who attacked her?" Emily glanced over at Catherine down the aisle a bit and held her finger up to her lips. No one would tell her exactly what rumors had started going around regarding that night outside the saloon, so this would be her chance to find out. What was she doing outside the saloon at that hour, anyway? The other woman's voice was a little quieter than the first, but neither seemed to be good at whispering. "Haven't the foggiest, but she better thank the good Lord that that Blackburn boy was there that night. Who knows what would have happened otherwise?" The second woman hummed her affirmation. "But I will say, I thought he was different than his pa." "I suppose not." Emily's mouth dropped open as she heard the women's conjecture about James's reason for being there that evening. Catherine placed a hand on her arm and shook her head. She was right, Emily couldn't reveal the true reason James was at the saloon with Wilson, though Papa had explained it to her. She couldn't compromise their investigation that way. Still, as annoyed as she was with James for kissing her like he did and then running away, it wasn't fair to him to speak about him that way. Thankfully, Emma had no patience for their nonsense. Emily hadn't even realized she stood at the end of the aisle, but her arms crossed in a way highly reminiscent of her mother, Rachel. Rachel was Mama's best friend and had been longer than Emily had been alive. "Ladies," Emma said with one eyebrow raised. "First, the gossip isn't helpful. Second, before you talk about someone, you should probably make sure she's not standing one aisle over." Catherine bit her lip as her eyes widened. She hadn't witnessed this side of Emma before, the kind that was fiercely protective of a girl who'd been like a little sister to her. Emily had, though. In the weeks between the time James told her he was leaving to the time he actually did, Emma all but banned him from the mercantile out of solidarity. It wasn't necessary, especially since his brother, Justin, just went in for any supplies they needed, but she'd appreciated the gesture. The two women on the other side of the shelf sputtered for a moment before leaving. Emily couldn't tell who they were strictly from their whispered tones, and she was glad she hadn't actually laid eyes on them. Emma shook her head from the end of the aisle. "I'm sorry about that, Emily. It's all right, but you shouldn't throw out paying customers." Emily hated for her friend to lose business over her. Waving a hand in front of her face, Emma scoffed. "We're the only mercantile in town, where else are they going to go? Not to mention, I'd rather not have that kind of patronage anyway." With an expression that reminded Emily greatly of her older sister, Emma winked before heading back up to the front desk of the store like nothing had happened. Catherine stared after her. "I can see why she and Edie are such good friends. They're cut from the same cloth, those two." As they finished their shopping and left the mercantile that day, Emily couldn't help but think about what the two ladies had said. She'd never been the subject of town gossip, as most of that for her family had either been about Helen and her flirtatious youth or Callum and Rose during their time apart. For the most part, save a few weeks after James left town, she'd never had to worry about it. It felt odd, the fact that what they said about James irked her more than what they said about her. As though she could tell Emily was deep in her thoughts, Catherine spoke with compassion. "Emily, what those women said was wrong. Please don't let them affect how you see yourself or, for that matter, James." Catherine's growth in the few months she'd been there couldn't have been more clear. When she'd arrived, she'd been afraid and had a chip on her shoulder. She was also incredibly self-conscious about the way she'd raised Jeremiah once their parents passed in a fire. Now, the peace she'd received from the Lord and the gentle love of Emily's cousin, Robert, seemed to overflow from her. "I won't," Emily assured her. "I was just thinking I've never been the one in my family to be the subject of the town gossip mill. I wasn't sure how it would feel." Catherine quirked a brow upward. "And?" Shrugging her shoulders, Emily told the honest truth. "What they said about me doesn't really bother me, as I know it's not true. What they said about James is upsetting, but only because I hate that anyone would think that way about him." "Are you still angry with him for kissing you and running off the way he did?" They continued their walk down the street, waving at Emma's husband, Nathan, as he left the livery. "I am, but I think I'm more frustrated he hasn't sought me out to talk to me about it since. That was one thing about our relationship we were always able to do, even at such a young age. We were honest with each other. That's why I never understood when Rose wouldn't just tell Callum what was happening with her father. I hated to hear the stories, but James never kept those things from me. At least, not until he left and never told me why." Catherine nodded sympathetically. "I wish I could tell you what to do, but I can't. I know you're already praying about it, and I'm so new to any kind of relationship with a man as well." She straightened up, and her expression brightened. "I do know one thing that will make you feel better." "What's that?" Grinning mischievously, Catherine threaded her arm through Emily's and directed her past their house and further up the street. "It's cinnamon roll day at the bakery." Chapter 13. James felt a little uncomfortable the next night at the family dinner, the last before they'd leave for the trial. They met out at the Circle H ranch, and Emily's Aunt Beth had had tables moved outside like she always had when they were young. Being at her aunt and uncle's ranch brought back memories James had long buried, as the ranch had been a special place for them over the years. In fact, it was where he'd kissed her for the first time. James and Emily walked down the path from where the rest of the family had gathered and moved toward the low hilltop that looked out over the ranch. James had just graduated, and Emily's family had graciously included him in the celebration they threw for Robert, who'd also just finished his schooling. "I'm going to tell them myself," James began, "but I hope you know how much tonight meant to me." His father hadn't even come to the small ceremony they'd had at the school, much less threw him any sort of dinner. Justin had come though, so he did have some family there. Beaming, Emily took his hand. "I'm so glad. I hoped you wouldn't feel awkward." "Not at all." He glanced back to the tables, still well in sight so as to not worry her parents, but far enough away he felt he could speak his heart. "Emily, your family has been more of a real family to me than mine ever has been, you have too. I know we've talked about it in broad terms, but I just want you to know I plan to marry you one day." A pretty blush rose up in her cheeks, the color matching the pink hues of the sunset to the west. As they reached the top of the hill, it was a sight to behold. The sun had slowly begun its descent behind the trees, the full creek trickled down its path, the ranch's animals dotted the scenery below. Still, as beautiful as it wasn't nearly as captivating as the woman standing beside him. "Emily," he continued as his knees shook a little. "I love you." He'd never told her that before, but he hoped he'd shown her in all the ways he could. "If I could give you the world, I would, but I'm just a poor farm boy with a drunk for a pa. Still, you fell for me. Somehow, and I'll never understand it, you fell for me." He paused as Emily's eyes filled with tears. She smiled, though, so he kept going. "One day, I'm going to ask your pa for your hand, and I'll pray to God in heaven he says yes. Then, I'm gonna bring you right back here to ask you to be my wife." She wiped her cheek with her sleeve, but flashed the most breathtaking smile at him. "You promise?" Leaning forward slowly, lest she not feel comfortable, he pressed his forehead to hers. "I promise." Then, for only a breath, he pressed his lips to hers in a chaste kiss. They'd have plenty of time to kiss when he made her his bride, but until then, he'd protect her. When he pulled back, she giggled. The sound was like music to his ears. "I'm going to hold you to that, James Blackburn." As he rode into the Circle H behind the Carmichaels' wagon that afternoon, he wondered if the memories were as strong to Emily as they were to him. As she glanced back from the wagon where she sat with Jeremiah and Catherine, he could tell from the look in her eyes that it was. He tried not to think about their kiss earlier that week, spending any spare time he wasn't working down at the church rebuilding. They were almost finished, and he had to admit he'd appreciated the way Pastor Alex handled the whole thing. He'd managed to avoid any conversations of faith with the man, but he respected his humility and leadership. As they reached the end of the long drive to the ranch, it was clear the rest of the family had already arrived. They gathered around in small groups to chat while children chased each other through the yard at the ranch's main house. "Here we are, folks," Matthew said as he pulled the brake on the wagon. "James, you're welcome to hitch up to the wagon if you'd like." James did just that and finished up just as Emily slid to the end of the wagon bed to get down. Without even realizing he did so, he offered her his hand as she went to step down. She took it, and their eyes met for a moment. Her bright blue eyes, the color of so many in her family, had always been so expressive. That hadn't changed, both the hurt and hope there were clear. He was torn as to what he wanted to do once the trial was over. He didn't have a choice, of course, the army made sure of that. It was probably best for him to leave before he kissed Emily again and made everything worse than he already had, but a brick settled in his gut at the thought of leaving her before they knew who was after her family. "Good evening, all," Jake Carson said as he gestured them forward. "We've been fortunate to gather tonight as a family to fellowship, but also to discuss the plans for tomorrow. Matthew, before we get started on the food, I'll give you the floor." The grass. Everyone chuckled, and Matthew stepped forward. "Thanks, Jake. We're all family here, so I'll get right to it. Tomorrow morning, we leave for the trial, and a whole passel of y'all has decreed that you'll be going to Dallas to show your support." He smirked before continuing. "Now, I don't know why I thought any different would happen, but it's changed our plans some. You won't be allowed to attend the actual trial, but Catherine and Jeremiah have expressed their appreciation at having their family close by." Catherine stood next to Robert behind one of the tables. She held Robert's hand on one side and her brother's hand on the other. Abigail, Robert's mother, stood on the other side of Jeremiah with her hand on his shoulder. From what James knew, he imagined they'd appreciate the welcoming from this family as much as he always had growing up. Lucas has offered the use of the sawmills train, Matthew continued. And Simon, Nicholas, Sam, and Violet have offered to stay back and watch all the children who are old enough to be separated from their mothers. As he said that, James noticed Emily glance in Sam's direction where she leaned into Simon's side. He had his arm tightly around her, but both of their smiles were somewhat subdued. Matthew continued to explain how the day would work, and that Mark Baker would still be transported in the prisoner's wagon, but the rest would go on the train. Once he finished, they all sat down to eat the meal Beth and Sarah had prepared for them. As much as James would have liked to enjoy it himself, he couldn't help but be assaulted by all the memories he and Emily shared there, not to mention the pit in his stomach that made him feel like the trial wouldn't be as cut and dry as Matthew hoped. He couldn't put his finger on it, and they didn't have a choice, but he'd rather not have Emily anywhere near it. He knew if he mentioned it to Emily, she'd tell him they just have to trust the Lord, but he'd seen too many things in his life for that to be so simple. At least if he could warn her, convince her to stay close to him or her father, he might assuage some of the dread. On the way home from the Circle H that evening, Emily couldn't help but think of the sadness in Sam's eyes. She and Simon loved all their nieces and nephews so deeply, yet hadn't been able to maintain a pregnancy of their own. Just as Catherine had said at the mercantile, it all seemed so unfair. Why did the Lord allow such good things to happen to horrible people and hard things to happen to folks like Simon and Sam? She knew the answer she would give someone else. It was the fact that sin had entered the world, and it brought incredibly tough things with it. It wasn't what God had designed, but it was the world as it stood. A tear rolled down her cheek as she glanced back into the near darkness, James riding behind them. Just as she had at the mercantile, she thought of all the unfair things he'd been through as well. She was angry with him, that much she couldn't deny, but she also remembered the hurting and hungry boy she'd gotten to know at only 10 years old. Sometimes, when he didn't think anyone was watching, his shoulders would sag in the same way they used to. No one else would notice, but she did. Once they got home safely, James hesitated as he dismounted from his horse. "Emily? Can I speak to you for a minute?" Her curiosity piqued, she agreed. "All right. I'll just be a minute, Mama." She couldn't see her family's expressions, but that was probably a good thing. She followed James up the porch steps where the light from inside the house's lamps lit their way. He went back to the swing where they'd sat so many times, so she followed his lead. First, he started as he rubbed his hands on his trousers. "I wanted to apologize for the way I ran off the other night. I took the coward's way out, and I'm sorry." Emily nodded, but waited for him to say more. "Second, I wanted to ask you to please be as safe as you can in Dallas. I don't like the fact that you're going, but I understand. Even if you weren't a potential witness, I know you'd want to be there to offer support. Still, please just promise me you will stay close to your papa. I don't have a good feeling about this trial, and my job is to protect Jeremiah. I can't do that if I'm not confident you'll be safe as well." "I promise," she said quietly. "But I'd like to go back to your first statement. Why did you run away?" James let out a sigh. "You didn't do anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking." "I know I didn't," she said honestly. "So what happened?" He scuffed his boots along the floor plank for a bit before answering. "Nothing has changed for us, Emily. I will leave at the end of this trial once we're sure Davenport is behind bars for good. You'll stay here, and we'll be right back where we started." Heart sinking, Emily forced herself to speak. "So why did you kiss me in the first place?" "It was never about me not loving you, Emily." His simple statement hung in the air, but it calmed so many questions from all those years ago. "So then why did you leave 6 years ago?" He stood, his agitation clear. "I don't know that dash." "No," she said abruptly as she stood as well. "I deserve an answer. You left and you never told me why. You upended our entire future in one fell swoop, and I've been wondering why for all this time. Why did you leave?" She could barely make out his features in the low lighting, but there was enough to see the shame in his eyes. Because I could see the writing on the wall, he said in frustration. I was going to become just like my father, and I refused to do that to you. You deserve better, and you always have. James Blackburn, Emily nearly shouted, what in the world are you talking about? Nothing about you is like your father. She knew she was making a scene, but she didn't care. Besides, there was no one else out there anyway. James turned away from her and faced the street. The night before I told you I was leaving, I punched my father during an argument and drank myself into a stupor on some stolen whiskey. His head hung. Pa had made some offhand comment about you, and I broke his nose. Tobias Baker was there, and he said something on my way out the door that I'll never be able to forget. Tobias Baker wouldn't know the truth about you if it smacked him in the face, Emily said as she placed a hand on his shoulder. What did he say? He said my raisin would always win out. He said I wasn't good enough for you, and I never would be. Pa agreed with him and said you'd end up just like Ma if I married you. He sniffed loudly and lifted a hand to his face. I couldn't do that to you, but I knew I couldn't stay around here and see you with another man. It would kill me. I ran out the door and stole a bottle of whiskey on the way out, then I did my best to drown my anger in it. And did it work? Emily's voice was much softer now, her heart aching at his pain. He snorted. No. Did you ever do it again? She felt his shoulders relax before he spoke. No, I've never touched alcohol again. Then you're not like your father. Emily couldn't believe he didn't see in himself what she saw in him. Your father went to the bottle one time and never stopped. You're not him. His shoulders sagged as he continued to face away from her, his grip tight on the railing in front of him. My head knows you're right, but I don't know the rest of me will ever see that. Emily removed her hand from his shoulder and moved to stand beside him, her hands on the railing as well. You were there the night of the church fire. His head came up, confused eyes turned towards her. I was. You saw the way the flames consumed that old building in what felt like both minutes and hours at the same time. You saw folks fight with everything they had to stop it, and yet it still crumbled into ash. I don't know where you're going with this. Studying the dark street before her, so many questions she'd had recently swirled in Emily's head. You watched it break down due to an attack of the enemy, but look at the good that's come from it. Folks who never darkened the door of the church before started coming as we began meeting outside in the grass. They saw Alex's response to the fire as one of grace rather than anger, and it drew them in. We've gotten closer as a church, and we've come to cherish the time we have there. Realization dawned on her. Scripture talks about how God refines us through hardship, and the enemy might mean something for evil, but God can use it for good. You're not who you think you are, James. The things in your life that you think count you out of being the man you want to be pale in comparison to the power of God. James shut his eyes, the war inside him clear. And what if I'm fairly certain the power of God wants nothing to do with me? Letting out a breath, Emily placed her hand on his. Then your biggest problem isn't whether you stay in Pine Creek or leave at the end of this trial. It has nothing to do with me. It's about whether or not you're asking God to show himself to you and paying attention when he does. Can I just promise I'll try? James stared down at their hands, but he didn't make a move away from her. She shrugged. It's not me you need to promise anything. You won't ever find peace if you try to find it anywhere but in the Lord, James. I want that for you, no matter what your future holds. Even if that was a future far away from her. The idea of it felt like a vice within her chest, but his issues were much bigger than her. You've always had a way with words, he said with a sad smile. I hope you're still writing. She felt a blush rise up in her cheeks as she thought about how he'd been the subject of so many of her stories over the years. I am, but just for myself. That's a crime. The world needs your writing. He stood up straight and took slow steps toward the middle of the porch. Have a good night, Emily. I'll see you in the morning. She raised a hand in a wave. You too, James. As he left, she went up to her room and sat down with one of her journals. She continued to repeat their conversation in her head as her pen flowed across the paper, new realizations coming to her with each stroke. As much as she'd love to simply begin praying God would draw James back to him for her sake, that couldn't be his motivation. Nor could it be his motivation to bring him back to Pine Creek. No, she cared about James's soul more than she cared about his proximity to her. Besides, as her mother said many years before when Emily had asked if it was wrong to ask God to bring James back to Pine Creek, rather than asking for his will to be done, it wasn't what mattered most. If she wasn't fulfilled in the Lord on her own, she certainly wouldn't be if she tried to fill that spot with anyone else. Chapter 14. James glanced around the sawmill grounds as he boarded the train to Dallas. The entire family, minus the children and the couples staying back to watch them, had already boarded. Wilson and a few of the men in his unit would go along as well, while others would accompany the U.S. Marshals as they transported Mark Baker in the prisoner wagon. The only other passenger left outside the train was Matthew, and he studied the woods around them as well. "What's on your mind, James?" "I've just got a bad feeling about the trial," James replied. "I can't put my finger on it, but I'm afraid it's not going to go how we want." "I know what you mean," Matthew said as he stepped up behind him. "I know a lawman's intuition when I feel it, and my stomach hasn't settled for days. I'm glad the rest of the family isn't going to the trial, but I don't like that any of them will be there." James couldn't agree more. The idea of Emily being in the room if Marshall Davenport went free, being anywhere near the man who may well have orchestrated her attack, it almost made him sick. "At least we have a good number of men on board." "I wouldn't count the women out either." Matthew smirked. "Edie is a better shot than most of the men in your unit, I'd wager." "And Emily?" James realized he'd never known Emily to use a gun, and he had no idea if she could hold her own. Placing his hands in his pockets, Matthew shrugged. "I raised my girls to be able to defend themselves if they need to, but Emily never wanted to carry a gun the same way Edie does. Though, since her attack, that might have changed." Memories of that night rained down on James as he pictured her stricken face. The idea Emily would be afraid in the place that had always been such a sanctuary for her, it bubbled up a rage in him he couldn't explain. He and Matthew boarded the train, and James studied the passengers. Each of the men, regardless of their profession, was armed. Even Jeremiah wore a pistol on his hip, though James hoped the boy would have no need for it. He approached the seat next to Alex, the only seat open since Lily sat with Catherine and Jeremiah. "This seat taken?" "All yours," the pastor said as he patted the bench. "I believe my wife has abandoned me for more interesting company." He winked, and James could see a bit of the person Alex was beneath the role of pastor. "I haven't gotten to catch up with you since you left town. I won't pry where I'm not welcome, but I'd like to hear about your time in Cuba." As the engine rolled down the tracks toward Dallas, James told as much as he could from his time on the small Caribbean island with President Roosevelt's men. He told of how he and Wilson had provided both security and intelligence for many of the higher-ranking officials, but didn't talk about some of the memories that were harder to get over. "I'm thankful for the opportunities the Army has given me, but it's not without cost." Alex nodded in understanding. "I'm sure. Not to the same extent, but I know a little bit about what a career in opposition to an enemy does to a man." "Did he?" "I wouldn't think you'd come up against many enemies, Pastor." With a chuckle, Alex sat back and sighed. "Oh, not as a pastor. Before I came to know the Lord, I was knee-deep in the underground fighting rings in New York City. It wasn't by choice, but I had enough strength and motivation to win most of my matches. Seeing a man go down, his blood on your knuckles, it sticks with a man." "I had no idea. How'd you end up a pastor?" "I escaped from New York after I threw a match, and the man my father owed money to shot him. Ended up laying tracks on a rail line next to a man who loved the Lord, and he helped me see my lack of peace could only be filled with one thing. Peace." That was the thing Alex seemed to have James never could harness. "That's why you don't seem as angry as you ought to be about the fire?" Alex thought for a moment before answering. "I was angry at first. I'm only human after all. But I learned a long time ago that holding on to bitterness to those who hurt you doesn't do a thing to them. All it does is place shackles around your feet. Not to mention, I've gotten to see a verse from the book of Romans play out in a way I never imagined. What verse is that? And we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are called according to his purpose. It's chapter 8, verse 28. I knew how he'd done it in my own life, but I hadn't seen it on such a scale as I did after that night. When we realized the fire was set intentionally, I was tempted to be angry, but then I saw folks who never darken a church door coming to help rebuild. Men who've never wanted to speak to me have sought me out to ask how they can help. A few of them have even attended service since. James wondered if the pastor counted him among those men. He hadn't been to a church service in years until the congregation started meeting outside and he was on guard duty for Jeremiah. Some of the things Alex preached on, he remembered them from the years he'd sat next to Emily in her family's pew. You think it was worth it? Fire's a funny thing, Alex said as he gazed forward. It has the ability to destroy, but it also is necessary to refine. The role we allow it to play is up to us, and there's something in that choice that fascinates me. Take Carissa, Beth, and Cade for example. Their entire childhood was one of fire after fire, and yet here they've built an entirely different legacy to pass down to their children and grandchildren. What the enemy meant to destroy them, God used to draw them closer to himself and each other. The story of Emily's mother's childhood had always felt more like a novel than her true family origin. He'd told her more than once she needed to write it down to publish, but she'd always been hesitant for a number of reasons. They're pretty special people. If only he could be more like them, maybe the thought of his father wouldn't make him want to put his fist through a wall. See, I don't know that they are. They made their choices, absolutely, but I think all three of them would tell you it was the Lord guiding their steps. Left to their own devices, I think we'd have a much different story here. They chose not to give their raising the power over them it wanted, and the Lord did what he does best. Thoughts swirled in James's head. He'd never thought about it that way before. What's that? With a grin, Alex turned to study him. He rewrites stories. Before James could respond, he felt the train slowing down. With a glance out the window, it was clear they'd not reached their destination yet. He stood, meeting Emily's eyes as he passed the bench where she sat. He paused only long enough to place a hand on her shoulder. The look that passed between them spoke more than words could, and he made his way to the back of the passenger car. Lieutenant Hawthorne and Matthew already stood there, and the engine's abrupt stop brought both Wilson and Helen's husband, Jesse, to the front. Malachi wasn't far behind them, each with hands firmly on the holsters at their hips. The door burst open, and a host of men with bandanas pulled up over their faces poured into the car. Their eyes went wide at the sight of 12 armed men standing before them, but they continued to try and push their way inside. Get down. James heard Matthew yell at his family. The women hit the floor and slid under the benches, Helen's mother, Abigail, draping herself over her pregnant daughter. As James pulled his weapon, he spared one last glance at Emily where she and Edie did the same for Catherine and Jeremiah, the feeling of dread he'd had since they got on the train intensifying. Stay down, Jeremiah, Emily scolded as he attempted to see what was going on. Those men are armed, do you want to get your head blown off? The 15-year-old shook, his fear clear on more than just his face. But I'm armed too. I should be helping. Emily watched Robert throw a man clean through one of the train's windows as glass rained down below. They've got it covered, Jeremiah, and you're the one they're here for. Trying to fight would make you more vulnerable. Turning to her little brother, Catherine shifted to shield him as well. And if you even think about standing up right now, I'll knock you unconscious myself. Shots continued to fire in the passenger car though much of the fight had been taken outside. James had a man on the floor next to one of the benches, his arms twisted behind him in a way that looked unnatural. He tied the criminal's hands together, his feet as well, as he and Wilson carried the man quickly out the door. Only one outlaw still remained inside the passenger car, the men having managed to push the rest out. The tall, stocky man held a knife to Papa's throat, his eyes narrow with malice. Emily choked down her sob at the sight. It wouldn't help anything to distract him. Before she could even process the sight before her, Mama had stood to her feet with a rifle she produced from somewhere. Rather than fire, her mother swung the butt of the rifle up to connect soundly with the side of the man's head who held Papa, the thwack echoing off the walls. He went limp, and Papa managed to wrench the knife from his arm and slid it down the aisle. He nodded at Mama, his admiration clear. "Thank you. I don't plan to leave here a widow today," she said as she held the unconscious outlaw's feet together to tie. "Just tell me what to do." Emily could finally exhale knowing Papa was all right, though the battle outside raged on. Grunts, gunshots, and the sound of fists landing seemed to fill the field where they were, but she didn't dare look out the window. Papa ran outside, while both Mama and Edie held guns trained on the door of the passenger car. The personal threat to her calm for the moment, Emily began to pray like she'd never prayed before. She prayed the Lord would keep her family safe, prayed he'd do the same for James and his unit, and she prayed he'd give them victory over the men outside. Clutching Catherine's hand while her sister continued her vigil, she heard the murmured prayers of both of them. Chapter 15. Matthew helped James subdue the last of the would-be captors, the blood pounding through James's veins. As he stood and studied the scene around him, he could hardly believe his eyes. Somehow, in a manner only accomplished by a higher power, it appeared they'd taken down every one of the 7 masked men. More so, with the exception of Jesse, who sat on the ground with a handkerchief held to his cheek, everyone on their side stood of their own accord. 4 men lay on the ground with their arms and legs tied behind them while Robert and Malachi carried another out of the train car. He was tied in a similar manner. 2 of the men lay on the ground not moving, blood oozing from wounds in their torsos. "Lucas," Matthew said quickly, "go get Edie and ask her to come out." He walked over to Jesse and studied the cut on his cheek. "Tell her to bring her bag." Lucas went to get his wife while James's heart raced. He didn't think any of the women had been hurt, but it wouldn't slow until he saw Emily was safe. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait long, as she quickly surfaced from the passenger car and followed Edie down the steps. Helen rushed out after them, while the other women and Jeremiah filed out more slowly. Her gaze found his, and a silent question passed between them. Both nodded, both were all right. Over the next few minutes, Emily helped Edie as she stitched up the cut on Jesse's cheek, then followed to help treat any wounds other family members or soldiers had sustained. Together, they splinted Alex's wrist and cleaned a graze on Malachi's arm. Then, they moved to the masked men who had since had their bandanas removed. Under the watchful eyes of Matthew, Lucas, and James, the 2 made their way to each of the prisoners and checked them for injuries as well. "I think that's all," Edie said as she handed a pile of soiled bandages to her Uncle Jake to toss into the fire they'd made. Her face pulled tight as she studied the 2 of them who'd clearly passed. "These 2 are casualties, but the rest should make it, barring infection. I cleaned their wounds the best I could, but they'll need medical care in Dallas when you take them in." Emily placed a hand on her sister's shoulder, the gravity of declaring anyone deceased clear on her face. Matthew took charge then, assigning duties as needed. "Malachi, grab a few men and bury the dead. Search them first, to be sure there's nothing on them tying them to Davenport." One of the prisoners on the ground grunted. "Ain't no need to search 'em. I'll tell you whatever you need to know if you'll keep me from hanging." Matthew's eyes narrowed at the man on the ground. "We can talk about that once we get to Dallas. For now, you just keep your mouth shut." Lieutenant Hawthorne, Wilson, James, and the rest of their unit who'd come moved the remaining prisoners to one of the cargo cars that had room on the train. When they'd finished securing them inside, Hawthorne pulled James aside. "Son, this isn't a great time to ask you this, but I haven't had a chance until now. We greatly appreciate all the service you've given your country, and I won't tell you that I don't wish for 10 more like you under my command." What was he saying? "Thank you, sir." A twinkle flashed in Hawthorne's eye as he glanced up to where Emily stood with her brother, Callum. "I haven't filed your re-enlistment papers yet, but I plan to do it when we get to Dallas today. If you still want me to, I'll do it with no questions asked. But if you've changed your mind," he shrugged, his meaning clear. "They can be torn up and tossed in that fire right alongside everything else." Hope and dread and a dozen other things swirled in James's belly. He'd thought it a done deal that he'd be leaving at the end of the trial, but Hawthorne had just given him the opportunity to come home. Did he want to? James studied Emily, years of memories crashing over him one after the other. But had anything changed? Emily's words about choices making the man, not the background, came back to him. So did Alex's statement that God could rewrite stories. Can you give me a day or two to think on it? Hawthorne nodded, his eyes trained on James. I can do that. Just let me know before we leave Dallas. James, I don't make it a habit of getting in my soldier's business, but I've worked with you for a while now. When I first met you, you were running from something fierce. It was clear in your eyes, clear in your steps. It happens, and I've learned to recognize it in my career. But running, rather than dealing with the things that chase you, it's a coward's way out. You're no coward, Blackburn, so turn around and face your demons. That evening, after the men had returned from taking the prisoners in for questioning, Emily walked out onto the back porch of their hotel. It was in a less populated part of Dallas, but close enough to the courthouse that getting to the trial the next day wouldn't take too long. The day had felt longer than she knew a day ever could, a whole cluster of emotions fighting for their place. She carried her journal and pen in hand, feeling the urge to pour out the story of the day to the pages that had always been such faithful companions to her. But as she stepped out the door onto the clapboard porch, she spotted a figure as familiar to her as her own. James leaned against the corner post, striking in his military uniform. He hadn't always worn it in town, even when on guard duty, so she had only seen him in it a few times. He was striking, as he always had been, but the uniform made him even more so. Mind if I join you? She braced herself for a rejection from him, but as he turned towards her, his face spread into a small smile. Be my guest. He gestured to one of the rocking chairs that sat there overlooking the park behind the hotel. Couples walked hand in hand over the lush grass while children played and laughed. He pointed to the journal in her hand. I see some things haven't changed. And they never will, she replied as she took her seat. She paused, studying his profile as he turned back to face the park. But some things do, for the better and for the worse. His shoulders sunk. He took a deep breath before twisting to face her. I'm sorry I left the way I did, Emily. I don't expect you to ever be able to forgive me, but I needed to tell you that. I took the coward's way out, and I've regretted it every day since. Her breath caught, the words everything she'd wanted to hear for 6 years. But there was more keeping them apart now than had back then. James, I can forgive you, but can you forgive yourself? She placed her journal on the chair next to her and stood, crossing the distance between them slowly. You didn't just turn your back on me when you left, you turned your back on the Lord. His brown eyes misted over, and his whole body seemed to sag. I did. I guess I spent so long feeling guilty for what I'd done, it clouded over anything he was trying to tell me. I saw you talking to Alex today. It seemed like a lifetime ago, but she'd noticed them speaking just before the train was held up. We talked about the fire. I asked how he could view it as a good thing, and he said it had brought folks in town closer to the Lord. He talked about that verse in Romans where God works things together for good. One of her favorite verses, it had comforted her through some of her hardest nights. It's true, but it comes down to what choices we're willing to make. They stood a few feet apart, but their nearness had always affected her in a way no other did. Still, the flutterings in her stomach were not nearly as important as the state of his heart. What choices are you going to make, James? He reached out and ran the backs of his fingers gently down her face, the war in him clear as day. She may not know all the questions that plagued him, but she'd always been able to read him like a book. He closed his eyes, inhaling deep and long as he did so. I don't know yet. His hand still settled on her cheek, she lifted hers and covered it. Then I'll pray God makes your path as clear as it's ever been. As much as she'd have loved to lean in and kiss him, this was bigger than any relationship the two of them could ever have. A tear spilled over onto his cheek, but he let it fall. Without another word, James dropped his hand and slowly walked back inside the hotel. As he did so, Emily felt her heart break at his clear turmoil. He'd told her about the pain he carried, the misguided ideas he had about himself, but she couldn't fix it for him. She sat back down and studied the park before her, the sun setting in the distance over more of the city's buildings. She wrote until she couldn't see anymore, then put her journal aside and studied the stars. Lord, she prayed quietly. Whatever happens between the two of us, bring James back into fellowship with you. Don't let him leave Pine Creek as broken as he was when he arrived. Heal him, Lord. Make him whole again. Bring him home to you, and give him peace again. Chapter 16. James knocked on Alex's hotel room door, unaware of the time. He'd been up all night in his room thinking about everything the pastor and Emily had said, thinking about all he knew about the Bible from going to church with Emily as a young man. The lamps were lit in the hallway, but it wasn't until Alex opened the door in his pajamas that James realized it was nearly midnight. Oh, Alex, I'm so sorry. Embarrassment washed over him at having woken the man from a deep sleep. I didn't realize how late it was. He shook his head quickly. Go back to sleep. I apologize. Alex wiped one eye, then another. No apology needed. Part of a pastor's job is to be available when needed. Let me get dressed, and we can go talk. It was on the tip of his tongue to argue, but James didn't know how much longer he could go before crawling out of his own skin. It was clearer than ever what his real problem was, and Alex was the only one who could help him with it. Thank you, Pastor. Minutes later, though to James they felt more like years, he and Alex made their way down the stairs and out the back door onto the porch where he'd sat with Emily earlier that evening. Alex took a seat, his demeanor calm, but curious. How can I help you, James? He placed his hands behind his head and waited patiently for James to put his thoughts into words. You said God can rewrite stories. He didn't mean for it to spill out the way it did, but he couldn't have held back if he tried. Alex nodded, his features only somewhat clear due to the moonlight. I did. If my life is any indication, it seems to be something he's good at. But you had never really been to church before. What if someone spent years in church and claimed to know the Lord, then turned their back on it? What happens then? Alex sat forward in his seat, thoughtful in his response. Well, I suppose to find that answer, we need to turn to the parable of the prodigal son. Are you familiar with that one? Vaguely, he said as he continued to stand. I remember something about eating pig's feed. That had always struck him as funny as a teenage boy. That's right, but I think I'd like to start before that. For the next hour, James and Alex talked through the story of the prodigal son, from the moment the son thought he knew best, to the feast his father threw him at the end. I think that story might answer your question. The son was part of the family, but he decided to go off on his own. Still, when he returned, his father welcomed him back with open arms. Alex paused before continuing. James, I know you don't have much experience with a father like that. I don't either, but I hope you know that you're never too far gone for the Lord to welcome you back. James let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, but the release felt like 6 years in the making. So, if someone walks away, do you think it's possible they weren't really a Christian to begin with? I've pondered that question myself over the years, Alex replied. But I think I've come to the realization that it doesn't matter all that much from my end, all that matters is the person comes back. Scripture tells us the old is gone, so I reckon I'm more concerned about the future. They talked for almost another hour, ending in a prayer that James prayed from his heart. He asked the Lord to forgive him of all the wrongs he'd done, for walking away in the first place, and for letting anything define him other than what the Lord said of him. When they finished, he felt lighter than he had in years. What he'd always assumed was the heaviness of missing Emily seemed to have been more about his walking away from his faith. Not that he didn't still miss Emily. Not a day had gone by since he left town that he didn't wish things had been different. When he pictured his future, one thankfully no longer devoid of God, he still pictured her. But she had choices to make too. He'd hurt her. He knew she could forgive him, but it didn't mean she'd ever take him back. The thought of that settled in his stomach like a brick, but he wouldn't blame her. Emily followed her father, Catherine, Robert, Jeremiah, and Mr. Tate up the aisle in the courtroom, her heart beating wildly in her chest. It was a small courtroom, chosen to discourage folks who simply wanted to attend out of idle curiosity, but the place was still packed to the gills. She could see Catherine shaking in front of her, but Robert held her hand tightly. As they reached the front, he placed his arm around her shoulder and moved his broad body between the siblings and the defendant bench. Behind her, she knew James, Wilson, and 2 more men from their unit followed behind. Lieutenant Hawthorne already sat toward the front just behind the bench where the witnesses for the prosecution would sit. A bevy of U.S. Marshals sat in the wooden pew along with him, and Emily let out a shaky breath. They would be safe. Jeremiah would be safe. He was one of the key witnesses, along with whoever had infiltrated Davenport's inner circle. If anyone was in danger, it was those 2. Jeremiah's cheeks were bright red, and sweat beaded on his brow. As they moved into their pew, Emily spotted Catherine reach over and squeeze his hand. The jury hadn't arrived yet, neither had the judge, but Papa said they'd come in at the last moment. The federal prosecutor from Dallas, the one she'd only met that morning due to the delay in their arrival, stood from his seat in front and smiled kindly at them. "Thank you all for being here today," the prosecutor, named Mr. Williams, said. He placed his hands on the wooden rail that separated them from the prosecution bench and squeezed it tightly. "I believe this case is fairly open and shut, but you never quite know with these things." He turned to Papa. "The fact 2 of the men you subdued yesterday flipped will play heavily in our favor, as will the note found in the deceased criminal's pocket." Papa nodded, his expression stoic. "I hope you're right, Mr. Williams. We'd like this to be over and on our way home as quickly as possible." Mr. Williams, a short, broad man with a handlebar mustache, sighed. Here. I feel like all I've done is eat, sleep, and breathe this case since it came across my desk. I'll do my best to make y'all proud." Sitting back in the pew, Emily turned her concentration from the conversation ahead of her to the courtroom in which she sat. The likelihood of her actually getting called to the witness stand was low, especially after the events of yesterday. For that matter, as long as everyone stayed safe from Marshall Davenport and there was no unexpected excitement, the writer in her couldn't help but anticipate the trial with eagerness. It wasn't every day someone got the chance to witness what the papers were calling the trial of the century. James had settled in next to her, but he was fully in the role of protector. He glanced around, sitting in such a manner he could likely spring out of the bench at a moment's notice. Wilson had taken the seat on the other side of Jeremiah, adopting a similar position. Suddenly, his head whipped toward the back of the courtroom, and Emily followed his gaze. A short man with salt and pepper hair and a pair of spectacles walked up the aisle with handcuffs around his wrists. Guards stood on all 4 sides of him, his faded prison uniform a stark contrast to the air with which he held himself. Shoulders and chin high, the man's eyes were cold and calculating as they landed on Jeremiah. That must be Marshall Davenport, though his size surprised her. She'd heard stories over the years of her grandfather, Marcus Jones. Uncle Cade got his size from him, and his very presence was enough to intimidate even the strongest of men. In contrast, Davenport looked more like the prosecutor who stood in front of them than he did the men who held up their train. Then again, perhaps that's why he never got his hands dirty. She glanced at Jeremiah, his face drained of its earlier pink. He'd gone white as a sheet, sweat still dotting his forehead. Papa leaned over Wilson, his voice barely loud enough for Emily to hear. "Jeremiah, look at me." He did so, and Emily saw both compassion and resolve on her father's face. "He has no power here. No power over you. The Lord is with you. Don't be afraid." With a deep, shuddering breath, the young man Emily had come to see like a little brother nodded. "Can you pray for us?" "It would be my honor," Papa replied. Everyone on the bench save Wilson and James, soldiers continuing their watch, bowed their heads. "Father, we ask for the justice that only you can give. You tell us we do not have to fear, and we know you are stronger than any foe. No weapon the enemy forms against us will prosper. Give everyone who takes the witness stand the courage to tell the truth, and let the truth set us all free." He concluded just as the back door of the courtroom opened and the judge surfaced from his chambers. Apparently, the jury had taken their spots while Papa prayed. It surprised Emily, though it shouldn't have, how much peace came over her while he did so. It felt like yet another reminder that prayer wasn't a last resort, but the very first weapon. The trial went quicker than Mr. Williams said he ever imagined. By the time they took a break for dinner that evening, all that was left was the verdict. Of course, Davenport's lawyer had vehemently denied any wrongdoing, but the witness accounts from his hired hands for the train holdup, the U.S. Marshal who'd infiltrated his team, and Jeremiah more or less secured his fate. He'd planned to use the new railroad system to transport opium from the coast of California to other parts of the country. The Dunlap brothers, operating under fake names, were to study the track plans carefully to determine the best way to ensure all the drugs arrived safely to their destinations. There was a large web throughout the country of confirmed distributors ready to dispense the opium, but a list the marshal had managed to take meant that authorities moved in on them as they spoke. Jeremiah did them all proud, his nerves evident but his voice clear. Tears rolled down Catherine's cheeks as he spoke, but Emily had a feeling they were more about the glimpse of the young man he'd become rather than the mess he'd gotten himself into as a boy. Mark Baker was briefly called to the stand, as was Mr. Tate, but Catherine was never called. It didn't appear Davenport was behind the church fire or the attacks on their family, but that had been Papa's hunch the whole time. It didn't sit well with her that there was still someone in town who apparently hated their family so much they meant to harm them, but for the moment, she'd focus on gratitude for how well the day had gone. The rest of their family met them for dinner at a restaurant close by, and Emily ended up at a table with Lily, Edie, and Helen. After she filled them in on how the trial was going, Lily gave her a gentle smile. "We've not stopped praying all day that God would work and help the trial go as smoothly and quickly as possible. It appears our prayers are being answered." She paused for a moment as she spread her napkin in her lap. "Speaking of answered prayers." Helen and Edie's eyes went wide, apparently just as curious as Emily. "What do you mean?" Lily glanced over to where James sat with Jeremiah and grinned. "James came to our room late last night and asked for Alex to talk with him. I don't know what all was said, but Alex was gone for hours and came back with the kind of joy I only see when someone has a breakthrough with the Lord. He hasn't shared all the details with me, but it appears James has softened toward the Lord again." Tears sprang to Emily's eyes at the thought. Regardless of how things ended, James had been lacking the peace only the Lord could give for far too long. "Thank you for telling me." Helen placed her hands on her still small belly and sat back in her chair. "Well, who'd have thought? Emily and James might have their happy ending after all." With a shrug, Emily realized she didn't want to try and force something the Lord didn't mean to happen. "I don't know what will happen. He can seek me out if he wants to talk about the future, and I'm not even sure how I feel about it at this point." She'd always been honest, an open book, as her mother said. "But what matters is he's finally returned to faith." "You know," Edie said thoughtfully, "being the youngest of us can't have always been easy. It's easy to think of you as a baby, but you might have just been more mature than the rest of us all along." Emily thought of the days and nights she spent pining for James. "Maybe not always, but I'm glad someone finally noticed." She winked, and the women continued a light-hearted dinner. She appreciated the distraction from the trial, but all too soon it was time to return to the courtroom. As she stood to head back with the group, she locked eyes with James across the crowded restaurant. He smiled softly at her, perhaps more calm than she'd seen him since he came home. Whether that had to do with the trial nearly being over or his conversation with Alex the night before, she didn't know. Waiting for him to approach her seemed like the right decision, but as she turned her gaze away, she wondered whether the dreams she'd once held so tightly could be resurrected again. Chapter 17. The next morning, as they prepared to leave Dallas, Lieutenant Hawthorne approached James at breakfast. "Blackburn, you thought any more on what I need to do with those papers? We'll be leaving soon, so I'd like to get this tied up." James stood with a nod at Wilson where he finished his ham and eggs. "Yes, sir, I've decided. Can we talk out on the porch?" It wasn't that he didn't want anyone to hear the conversation, but there were some things better found out in person. His commanding officer followed James out the door and onto the porch. When they stepped outside, he crossed his arms over his chest and narrowed his eyes at James curiously. "Something's different in you today. You seem lighter. Was the investigation weighing that heavily on you?" "That was part of it," James admitted. "But I had some things to work out between me and the Almighty, which reminds a man just who is in control and who's not." Hawthorne grinned. "Glad to hear it, son. So," he said as he held up James's re-enlistment papers, "what are your next steps?" Studying the papers in the man's hand, James knew his path beyond any shadow of doubt. "Being in your unit has been an honor, sir, but I think it's time I go home." It wasn't even about Emily, though he'd be lying if he said the thought of rekindling what they'd had didn't make him hopeful. He didn't have the same ties to Pine Creek she did, not with his family situation, but it was home nonetheless. With a long sigh, Lieutenant Hawthorne nodded. "I figured that was what you'd say. I've got the paperwork for you to get out, too. I'll just let you sign it and file it before we leave. Blackburn, I appreciate the time you've given your country, but I'm mighty glad you've stopped running." Over the next hour, James signed his separation paperwork and told Wilson and the rest of his unit he'd be staying in Pine Creek. They ribbed him a little, mostly about Emily, but all understood. The train ride back felt much lighter than the one there had been. He didn't have the same feeling of dread in his gut the way he had on their trip there. While they still didn't know who was behind the attacks on the church and Emily's family, James was comforted that he'd be in town to help figure it out. When they arrived home, he helped load the wagons that would take each branch of the families from the sawmill to their homes, mounted his horse and followed the Carmichaels' rig along with all the other soldiers going to the boarding house. When he split off from Wilson when the family did, his friend nodded at him. With a Cheshire cat grin, he wiggled his eyebrows. "Go get your girl." Whether or not she'd be amenable was an entirely different question, but he'd give it the best go he had in him. "Emily," he called as her father parked their wagon in front of the house. "Would you take a walk with me?" Her brows rose, a pretty pink staining her cheeks as she studied him. "Yes, I will." Helping her down from the wagon, James noticed her mother give her a wink. Emily didn't return the gesture, heightening James's nerves as they approached the creek. It ran all the way from the ranches north of town to the farms at the south, and walking along it with her had been the setting for so many of the dreams they'd created together. If he was going to have this conversation, there was only one place it could be done. "Emily, I'm not quite sure where to begin." He didn't normally stumble for words, but he couldn't help feeling like he stood at a fork in the road of his future. "Why don't you just start at the beginning?" Emily's voice was soft, curious. With a deep breath, James did as she asked. He'd already told her what made him leave town, but as they walked along the trickling creek under the sunny September sky, he shared more about how he'd walked away from the Lord. "I was so ashamed of myself for leaving and for running out on our future. I couldn't bring myself to pray, and after a while, God felt like some sort of distant being at best." He told her about the nights he'd sat in his tent in Cuba, wondering what she was doing and whether she'd ever moved on with someone else. "Part of me hoped you had. All I wanted was for you to be happy. But if I'd come back to town and you were married, I know it would have broken me. I tried," Emily said. "I felt like I deserved to move on." Her words hurt, but they were true. "You did, and you do. At some point, I just realized that regardless of what choices you'd made, you were the only woman I wanted in my future. If it wasn't you, I'd rather be alone. And now." The conversation with Alex poured into his memory, and he paused while they stopped at the edge of the creek. Water lapped over rocks while frogs jumped in for a reprieve from the heat. "I've given my life back to the Lord, and no matter what happens, that's not changing." A rabbit hopped through the field on the other side of the creek, brushing the tall grass as it went. Emily watched it for a moment before she responded, and James didn't know if he'd ever been so nervous in his life. "You have no idea how happy I am to hear that, James, but I don't know what the future holds either. We're different people than we were back then. Am I supposed to follow you when you leave town with your unit?" "I'm not leaving town," he said quickly as he realized he should have started with that. "I didn't re-enlist." Her jaw dropped open as a sheen of tears filled her eyes. "You're staying." What will you do? Raising his hand to smooth back a stray lock of hair that had fallen in her beautiful face, James smiled. Whatever I need to do. My first stop is to see if the town could use another deputy. I heard your papa's had a hard time finding one since the railroad came to town. When she continued to stare at him in disbelief, he charged on. And I don't mean for us to start back where we were, that's impossible. All I'm asking is the chance to try. If you say no, it won't change anything. I'm not leaving again. But you're it for me, Emily Carmichael. The only future I can see is one with you by my side. Tears sprang to her eyes. What if you have another argument with your pa? What happens then? I'm here, Emily. Pa doesn't hold the power over me he once did, and he doesn't define me anymore. That won't change no matter what happens between us. The tears continued to flow down her cheeks, but Emily didn't move to stem the flow. I am scared, James. You broke my heart, and I don't know if I can forget it. Seeing her cry shattered him all over again, and his own tears spilled over his cheeks. He took her hands in his, thankful she didn't pull away. I'm not asking you to. I can't undo the past, but I'd like the chance to let the Lord rewrite the future. I don't want to put undue pressure on you, and if you need time to decide then you can take it. I'll be here. Slowly, after what felt like an entire lifetime, Emily's lips spread into a soft smile. Her icy blue eyes sparkled for the first time since he'd returned to town, and he realized how much he'd missed it. We can try, James. I can't promise anything, but we can try. Hope sprang up in his heart at her words, and he leaned forward to press a gentle kiss to her cheek. Her cheeks still wet from her tears, and his lips were salty as he pulled back. Raising one of his hands to dry her tears with his thumb, he relished the feeling of her soft skin. We will try, but before we do, there's something I need to do. Confusion marred her features. What's that? Well, I need to talk to your father. But first, I need to talk to mine. Chapter 18. James approached the door of his childhood home with beads of sweat pooling on his forehead. The wheat field to the right was almost ready for harvest, while the corn to the left still had a little longer to go. The rain they'd had recently had apparently done Pa's crops good, and that fact pleased James in a way he couldn't quite explain. The front of the clapboard house was as run down as it always had been, but the curtains Ma made when he was just a child still hung in the windows. Despite the broken glass in one of them, the faded green fabric with now dingy white flowers reminded him of the few happy times he'd had in that house. As he knocked on the door, James couldn't decide if he hoped Pa answered or hoped he didn't. Before he could decide, the knotted door swung open with a creak, and Pa stood on the other side of the threshold. He was sober at the moment, that much was clear. His eyes were clearer than they had been that night at the saloon, though they were still tinged with yellow. His teeth had yellowed as well, while his skin held the gray pallor of one who'd lived a hard life. Morning, Pa. Can I come in? Pa eyed him up and down, brows furrowed as he did so. What do you want? I just want to talk, James replied. He kept his calm more easily than he might have in the weeks before. Pa, for all his faults, was a broken man. He'd had no business raising children, but there was no helping that. The only thing James could do is try and make peace with the man who'd brought him so much turmoil. I promise, I'm not here to fight. With a sigh, Pa stepped back and gestured for James to come inside. I got some cornbread on the table if you're hungry. James debated whether or not to take it, but decided a small piece might give Pa some shred of his dignity in the moment. Thanks. I'll just serve myself. Seated at the table, one broken leg held up with an old book, James took a bite of the stale bread. Wanted to let you know I've separated from the army and moved back. I didn't want you to find out from anyone but me. Pa stared at his plate as he chewed, but didn't speak. I also wanted to let you know that I'm hoping to join on with Matthew Carmichael to train as a deputy. He'll be retiring before too long, and Malachi Carson will be taking his place as sheriff. More silence, save for his father's chewing. Might as well charge in the rest of the way. I'm going to help Sheriff Carmichael find out who is behind the church fire and the attacks on his family as well. Pa's head popped up. Attacks on his family? What do you mean? His voice was gruff, but James could see earnestness in his eyes. Emily Carmichael was attacked outside the saloon not too long ago, he said quickly. The words still tasted sour in his mouth. Since the investigation into Marshall Davenport is concluded, we can focus on finding out who was responsible for that, as well as the person who attempted to vandalize their home on a night I had guard duty. It had occurred to him that Pa might know something about what happened, but it hadn't been him who James had fought outside the Carmichaels' house. That much, he knew for certain. Pa let out a grunt. That no-good lion dash. Who? Sheriff Carmichael. He might be there to make peace with Pa, but he'd not let any man disparage Matthew. No, Pa growled. Tobias. The pieces fell together, but James still had to clarify what his father meant. What does Tobias have to do with this? Pa paused for a moment, and James feared he wouldn't continue, but he tossed his cornbread back in the tin and stood to his feet. Tobias is responsible for the church fire, and he said something about scaring the sheriff a little. I didn't know he'd attacked the man's daughter. Is she all right? It was interesting, the things that would set a man of Pa's particular morals off, but James would use it to his advantage. She's fine. Wilson and I stopped the assault before it went very far. Why would Tobias have it out for the Carmichaels unless realization struck him? He was angry Mark had been arrested. His hand itched to plant itself right into Tobias Baker's jaw, but that wouldn't accomplish anything. Rolling his eyes, Pa paced back and forth across the tiny, dirty living room. I told him not to set fire to that church, that more people used it than just the Carmichaels, but he seemed to think that would send a clear message. When it didn't, I guess he took it further. I'm sorry, James. I know how you always felt about the Carmichael girl. If I'd have known he'd hurt her, I don't know what I'd have done. His head fell and his shoulders slumped. I'm sorry. James stood from his own chair and crossed the room to his father. Placing a hand on his shoulder, James ducked so Pa could see his face. She's all right, Pa. But if you're willing to talk to the sheriff, to testify, Tobias won't be able to do it again. Pa let out a long breath. I ain't ever done right by you boys, but I can do this. I'll do it. I'll give a statement to the sheriff. Thank you, Pa. I'll send him out today, if that's all right. The less time Pa had to think about where his loyalties lay, the better. After a moment, Pa nodded. Was that all you came to say? One more thing. I'm going to be baptized in the creek beside the churchyard tomorrow morning. There's always a picnic lunch after church as well. If you'd like to come, you'd be welcome. Not wanting to put too much pressure on Pa, James didn't say anything after that. Pa stared out the open door, indecision clear on his face. I'll have to see what the morning holds. It was more than James expected. That's fine, the service begins at 9. He stepped towards the door, pleased the conversation had gone better than he could have hoped. Thanks for the cornbread. As he left that day, James could feel the weight of his anger toward Pa lift even further. The man who stood in the door and watched him leave was one who'd lost everyone in his life due to choices he'd made. The guilt and regret was plain as day on his face. That afternoon, after James sent Matthew out to his father's homestead, Tobias Baker was arrested. James hadn't gone to help bring him in, both because he hadn't officially taken a job as deputy yet and because he didn't think knocking the suspect unconscious would be at all helpful. The next day, as he and Emily walked to church with hands held, he told her about the conversation he'd had with his father. I doubt he'll come, but I felt like I needed to invite him. I'm proud of you for doing that, she said as she squeezed his hand. I know that wasn't easy. The feel of her hand in his felt more natural than anything he'd held since he left town 6 years ago. It wasn't, but it's up to him now. They approached the churchyard where many folks in her family had already gathered. Alex walked toward them, a wide grin on his face. You ready for today? I am, James said as he lifted the bag he'd brought with a change of clothes. Thank you for agreeing to do this. The pleasure is all mine. This is my favorite part of being a pastor, seeing folks come to know the Lord, or return to Him, and follow through with a public declaration of their faith. He clapped James on the back. Emily, if I might steal your beau for a bit, I'd like to pray with him before we get started. Emily stood on her tiptoes and bussed his cheek. He's all yours. With the smile that had always made James a little weak at the knees, Emily walked off toward the blankets where her family gathered. Watching her move away, James nearly forgot Alex stood beside him until he spoke. Should I be preparing for a wedding soon? Chuckling, James shrugged. I imagine you'll have one for Robert and Catherine before you will for us, but I'm praying the Lord moves things in that direction. They went off to pray, and a few minutes later, Alex stood with James on the banks of the creek as church folk gathered around. Today, as a church family, Alex began, we have the immense honor of witnessing the baptism of James Blackburn. His eyes misted as he squeezed James's shoulder. I hope, no matter what your life has looked like, James's story has reminded you that no one is ever too far gone for the Lord to welcome them home with open arms. Both men stepped into the water, its deepest spot only up to their waists. As Alex praised the Lord for James's decision, he glanced up and spotted a familiar figure behind the large oak tree on the other side of the churchyard. There, as though he didn't want to be seen, Pa stood with his hands in his pockets, and his gaze trained on James. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Alex said as he dunked James under the water. When he surfaced, his eyes found Emily's, where tears streamed down her cheeks. She cheered along with the rest of the church family, and James felt the familiar swell of love he had for her well up in him. Only now, as he dripped with the water from his baptism, it was accompanied by gratitude as well. He glanced back toward the oak tree, where Pa still stood. Their eyes met, and both men nodded at the other. Then, as inconspicuous as he'd come, Pa turned and walked back toward the road that led to their homestead south of town. Emily had apparently noticed the direction of his attention, as her head turned back toward him after witnessing his father leave. Following Alex out of the water, James intercepted Emily's hug. I'm soaking wet. He patted her back awkwardly, doing his best not to get her any wetter than she already was. I don't care, she replied with a shaky laugh as tears continued to flow down her face. You're home, and he came. Overcome with the truth of both of those things, as well as how his returning home meant so much more than just moving back to Pine Creek, James held her close as those around them continued to cheer. Matthew stood next to Robert and Catherine, his smile as broad as his daughter's. James pulled back from Emily, reluctant but knowing it was appropriate for the moment, and kept her hand in his. His own cheeks had grown sore from his inability to quit smiling himself, a piece he hadn't known for years, now his consistent companion. He'd done what he needed to do for himself, getting right with the Lord and making peace with his father. Now, he and Matthew needed to talk. Emily, Helen said with a chuckle, you're going to pace a hole through the floor. Emily shot her a look. Papa and James were outside talking, and they'd been there for what felt like hours. Every so often, probably more like once a minute, Emily would peek through the curtains that looked out from the kitchen into their backyard garden. The two men stood down at the creek, the spot that had become so special to Emily and James over the years. Lily, Edie, Helen, and Catherine had all gathered in the kitchen while the babies were upstairs napping. The intent was to gather for tea, but mostly they just ended up spying out the window. Thankfully, Edie chided Helen before she got the chance. Helen, you have no room to tease. You were just as nervous when your papa and Jessie had a very similar conversation. She paused with a wink at Emily. Now, the question will be whether you two or Catherine and Robert get engaged first. From her spot at the kitchen table, Catherine's eyes widened. We've only just entered a courtship, and we haven't known each other nearly as long as Emily and James. This is no race as far as I'm concerned. Helen crossed her arms over her chest and smirked. If Robert's feelings for you are any indication, I'd say it might be sooner than you think. The clock on the wall chimed 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the front door opened and closed. Robert and Jeremiah found them in the kitchen. Their attention also pulled to the window at which Helen stood, and Emily sent frequent glances. What's going on? Jeremiah asked. A wide grin spread over Helen's face. James and Matthew are talking. Robert crossed the kitchen to stand behind Catherine. He placed his hands on her shoulders and chuckled at his sister who still stood by the window. And you thought leaving nose prints on Aunt Carissa's window would help the process along? Hey, Jeremiah said as he continued to watch the two men as well. This is important, or so you keep telling me. He and Helen stood side by side to the point Emily could barely see out the window anymore. Oh look, they're shaking hands. Edie approached with Lily, her expression one of amusement. What are they doing, trading Emily for a cow? They ducked between Helen and Jeremiah, further blocking Emily's view. A man's handshake is more than a business deal, Robert said as he moved back to the window as well. Catherine followed, and Emily's nerves continued to rise. It's his word, a promise he'll do as he says. Emily couldn't take it anymore. Everyone else in the kitchen could see out the window but her. Elbowing her way between her sister and Helen, she finally caught a glimpse just as Papa and James turned their direction. By the looks on their faces, both had been well aware of the growing audience they had, as the 7 pairs of eyes blinking back at them didn't seem to faze them one bit. James doesn't look angry, Helen said matter-of-factly. Obviously, it went well. Jeremiah chuckled. Did you expect it to go poorly? Before she could answer, Mama's voice sounded from behind them. What in the world are all of you doing? Just as they turned to face her, the back door opened, and James came in with Papa. Papa raised a brow at the group. Did everyone get the show they were hoping for? No, Jeremiah feigned a huff. After all this build-up, I was hoping for him to have to work a little harder. Maybe let you land a lick or two for leaving. Catherine smacked her brother on the back of his head. You hush. What? Jeremiah shrugged his shoulders as he strode over to the muffin basket on the table. He grabbed one and took a bite. Things are a little boring now that we're not fearing for our lives anymore. Maybe I just wanted a little excitement. Mama placed a tight arm around the 15-year-old's shoulders. I'm so glad you think so, Jeremiah. You can help me weed the garden then. There's nothing more exciting than seeing how God brings bounty from the soil. She grinned at him, leaving no room for argument. And don't talk with your mouth full. Pushing Jeremiah out the back door, Mama turned a mock-stern glance on the rest of them. And the rest of you, save Emily, better make yourselves scarce before I put you all to work. Wasting the day in idleness never got a thing accomplished. She followed Jeremiah into the backyard just as James turned his gaze on Emily. His eyes held both hope and hesitance as he held out a hand. Would you like to take a walk with me? Of course. She took it and waved to the rest of her family. Besides, I don't want Mama to put me to work. They stepped out the back door and through the garden where Mama had already pointed out a patch of weeds to Jeremiah. As much as the boy might pretend to complain about the chore, it was clear he'd become very close to Mama in the time he'd been there. They moved through the back gate and down toward the creek, walking the familiar path they'd walked so many times before. James still held her hand, and she relished how good it felt there after all this time. They walked in silence for a few moments, the September heat dulled a bit by clouds overhead and the trees beside the creek. James broke the silence first. So, I had a good talk with your father. I saw. The creek trickled over the rocks, frogs jumping from one to the other. I saw no bloodshed, so I hoped it went well. He chuckled, his hand tightening on hers for a breath. I told him I'd regretted leaving since the day I enlisted, but I no longer wanted to run from my mistakes. I want to start over with you, to build something new with the only woman I've ever loved and ever desired to. Warmth filled Emily at his words, and she stopped their walking. Kneeling down to the ground, she found what she was looking for quickly. Placing the small, smooth stone in James's hand, her eyes misted. A skipping stone was the start of our first chapter, it might as well be the start of this one too. James stared at the stone in his hand, a tear overflowing his brown eyes to trickle down his cheek. I didn't realize you remembered. Of course I remember, Emily said as she placed a gentle hand on his cheek. I just hoped you did, too. Holding the stone in one hand, he used the other to reach into the pocket of his trousers. From it, he produced another skipping stone, one she recognized immediately. Emily's mouth fell open, his long track of tears paling in comparison to the ones flowing down her face. "You kept it all these years?" Her hand dropped from his face to lay on his hand that held the stone from so long ago. "It was the only thing that made me feel close to you. At night when we camped out in the army, I'd pull it out and run it over and over in my hands. Sometimes, when everything I'd ever known felt so far away, it brought me back to some place that felt familiar." He closed his eyes for a breath before opening them again, his gaze fixed on her tear-filled eyes. "Emily Carmichael, except for my faith, you are the best decision I've ever made. You are the best part of me, and no one else on this earth will ever mean what you do to me. I tried to forget you, tried to run away, tried to hide from how I felt about you. It didn't work. I could run for another 100 years, and my feelings wouldn't diminish a bit." Her tears fell unbidden, but she didn't care. These were even better than the words she'd conjured up in her dreams over the years, the whispered affection that had her sobbing upon waking and realizing it was all a dream. "Your papa said it was up to you, but that I could state my intentions. I intend to make our dreams come true, Emily. We can take as long as you need, as slow as you want, but I'd marry you tomorrow. I'll spend this time, whether it's a month or a year, working for your father and building the house we always talked about." Centering herself on the feel of the stones in each of his palms, Emily took a deep breath as her emotions swirled within her. "That sounds perfect to me." Chapter 19. 4 months later. James held Emily's hand in his as they walked along the creek once again. He could hardly believe how far they'd come in the short time they'd been officially courting, but the thought of the lifetime ahead of them felt better every day. "Did you finish the story you were working on?" A blush rose to her cheeks, the same way it did every time he asked her about her writing. Why she was timid about it, he'd never know. He'd be the first to admit reading was never his favorite hobby, but Emily wove a story in a way that kept him hooked from the beginning to end. "I did, but I'm having a little trouble getting started on the new ones." He hadn't realized she was working on something new. "Oh really? What are these about?" "They're the story of my family," she said hesitantly. "I'd like to start all the way back with how Mama and Aunt Beth ran away from their father to start new lives here, but I don't know some of the finer details of their story. I want to do it justice, to honor their past, but I also don't want to cause them more pain if they don't want to think about it." He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, the cool air of January brisk around them. Fog still floated along the field behind the creek, clearing as the morning wore on. "Have you asked them about it?" "No, I haven't known how." She shrugged. "Most of my family doesn't even know I write, so I guess I'd have to start with that." She sighed, her nerves clear. James chuckled, intent to lift her spirits. "If you wrote all the way down the line, would you include our story?" "I suppose I'd have to," she said with a wink. "But for that, you'd have to tell me exactly what you and Papa talked about that day at my house." She'd been asking for months for a summary of that conversation, but he'd yet to tell her everything. "Well, one of the important parts was I agreed to let him know before I asked you to marry me." Her eyes went wide. "He said you're his baby, the last of your generation, and he doesn't want to be surprised. I have a feeling he might shed a tear or two." The idea of the stoic, calm sheriff being overcome with emotion felt odd, but she was his youngest. "He said if he does that, your Uncle Jake would never let him hear the end of it, so he wants to be prepared." Emily leaned her head against his shoulder. "I'm sure that's true. Thank you for taking things slow with me, James. I can't tell you how much it means to me. Once Robert and Catherine got engaged at Christmas, I wondered if you might follow suit." Anxiety rose up in him at the direction of the conversation. Not that she'd been considering marriage, but that it might not be as welcome to her as it was to him. "And what were your feelings about that?" He'd wait as long as he needed to spend his life with her, but he didn't know what he'd do if she'd changed her mind about the direction they were headed. "It didn't scare me nearly as much as I thought it might," she said. "I don't think I'm ready just yet, but I will be soon." Pure joy rose in him at the thought, the ring his father gave him burning a hole in his pocket. He'd had no idea his mother had a wedding band that had been in her family for generations. Since he'd been going out to the homestead between shifts as deputy to help his father with some repairs, they'd finally talked about her for the first time since she passed so many years before. Pa had even been coming to church with him, and he wrote Justin a letter of apology for all the things he'd done wrong as a father. He still drank, but he'd cut back since Tobias Baker had been arrested for arson and assault on Emily. "Whenever you're ready, I'll be here." They stood like that for a bit longer, watching as the fog started to fade and the morning dew glistening on the grass. Her cloak was heavy, as were her boots, but he still kept an arm around her in case she grew chilled. Not to mention, the feel of her there felt like a dream he'd feared was gone forever. "Emily," he said after a while, "I think you need to tell your family about your writing. I know you never planned to send it off to be published, but you're so talented. If they knew, I know they'd say the same thing." She took a deep breath, the white cloud of her exhale clear in the cold air. "I've been so close so many times, but there's just something holding me back. Fear, I guess. Fear that I'm not good enough, and that as long as my writing stays just for me, I can always dream about what could be. But what if this is the plan God has for you? He's clearly given you a gift, and to hide it from the world seems like an injustice. I won't push you, it's your decision, but I believe the world needs your stories. Don't let fear rob them from us. You had the courage to give me a second chance despite your fear, you can do this too." Emily wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead as she sent a sideways glance at James. Her family had gathered for family dinner at her house, and she'd finally decided to tell them about her writing and the stories she hoped to write about the family. Looking around, the family gathered around a roast, potatoes, beans Mama had canned from their summer harvest, and loaves of bread. She couldn't say why she was so nervous. With a quick squeeze to her hand, James raised a brow in question. "Are you ready?" She nodded, and he cleared his throat to get her family's attention. They were loud, and she was grateful for his support. "Everyone," he said clearly, "Emily has something that she'd like to share." Heads from each end of the table, plus the extra spots that had been set up throughout the entryway and parlor, swiveled in her direction. Even the children quieted down, something that rarely happened. She took a slow and shuddering breath before training her sights on Mama. Her parents knew she wrote in her journals, but the rest of the family didn't even know that. "Well," Helen said with wide eyes and a hand resting on her growing belly, "what do you have to tell us?" She grinned as her gaze darted back and forth between Emily and James. With a quick shake of her head, Emily dispelled her assumption. "It's not what you think. This isn't about James and me. It's just about me." Mama grinned, her smile soft and encouraging. "Then do go on, my love. For years, I've been filling journal after journal with thoughts, prayers, musings, and at times, stories. I could fill a bookshelf and then some with the contents of those books, but to now, they've always been just for me." A few of her family members showed their surprise, but most just continued to listen intently. "And as y'all know, I've always enjoyed helping out at our family businesses whenever needed. I've just never quite found something that I felt was my calling." Edie chuckled. "No matter how hard I've tried to convince you that it's nursing." The family joined in, each offering a word of praise for how well she'd done helping them over the years. "I have always loved helping everyone out, and I'd love to continue to do so for the foreseeable future, but writing is something that brings me great joy. Not to mention," James said with another soft squeeze to her hand, "she's incredibly talented." Confidence bolstered, Emily surged on. "If you'd all permit me, I'd like to write the story of our family and send it to publishing houses in New York. Nothing may come of it, but either way we'll have a record to keep for generations, of God's faithfulness to us and our love for one another." She paused, unsure whether to go on or allow them to process for a moment. Before she continued, she turned her attention to her Uncle Cade. He'd been forced into her grandfather's outlaw gang at 15 to protect Mama and Aunt Beth. He'd spent 5 years in prison as well, coming to Pine Creek with a broken and hurting heart. As she looked around, she was struck yet again by the depth of hurt those in her family had experienced, but also the incredible healing God had given. I won't share anything that makes anyone uncomfortable. They're your stories to tell. But if you'll permit me, I'd love to hear your stories from your own points of view. I believe testimony is one of the most powerful tools to show God's love to the world, and I'd be honored to share yours. Uncle Cade's eyes misted over, and anxiety rose up in her at the sight. The last thing she wanted to do was upset anyone in her family. "Sweet Emily," he said as he placed his arm around Aunt Abigail, "I'd be just as honored to have you share it. I don't know that I can remember every detail. There is no condemnation in Christ, and I have no shame about all he has done." One by one, the rest of her family assured her they would be happy to share the details of their stories with her. She didn't realize Mama had stepped away from the table until she came back with a stack of leather-bound journals Emily didn't recognize. They were old and worn. Emily's eyes widened at the sight of them. Mama handed them to her, the gentle lines around her eyes wrinkled in pride. "These are my journals from the time I was a young woman. I tell the story of our childhood, our mother passing, and our journey to Pine Creek. I talk about your Aunt Beth falling on her backside off an old buckboard and a handsome blonde cowboy coming to her aid, as well as the first time I ever met your father. I poured my heart out in prayer for Cade, for Abigail, and for you as children." She paused, reaching down to hold Emily's hand. "I got out of the habit of journaling regularly when you three were little, but I think you'll find plenty of details here for the time they cover. They should be able to get you started. You have a gift for story, my girl. I've tried to respect your privacy over the years, but some of the pages you've left out on your desk have leapt out at me. Your pen and paper supply hasn't just magically replenished all this time, you know." She winked, and Emily felt her tears spill over at the resounding affirmations from all those she loved. "Thank you, Mama. Thank you, everyone." Turning teary eyes on her family, she felt a surge of gratitude at their overwhelming support. Always one to break in with a joke, Simon cleared his throat. "Now, the only question is whether you'll include yours and your soldier boy's story in there." He gestured toward James with a grin, and Emily turned to the man beside her. "I'm sure he'll make an appearance," she said as she pressed a light kiss to his cheek. "Well," Simon continued as he hugged his wife Sam close to his side, "we'll have another character for you in a few more months, it seems." His lips spread into a wide smile, though his eyes still told the story of all he and Sam had been through to have a child. After much heartbreak and loss, Edie tells us that we should have a baby arriving in April. With a squeal, Emily placed her mother's journals on the table and nearly knocked over her chair, as she and everyone else moved in to embrace the couple who'd prayed so faithfully to become parents. Sam's father, a seasoned cowboy with leathery skin and an attitude to match, held Sam's hand in his as he sniffed loudly. Pressing a kiss to his daughter's forehead, "Seeing you be a mother will be the joy of my life." The rest of the evening was filled with love and congratulations for the happy couple, and such kind words of support for Emily as she planned to tell the stories of the incredible people around her. Once everyone started to head home, she stepped out onto the front porch with James into the cold January night. He pulled her close, and the cold no longer seemed quite so biting. "I'm so proud of you," he whispered in her ear. "I know the Lord is going to use your gift, and I can't tell you how grateful I am to get to share in it." He pressed a kiss to her hair, and she closed her eyes to breathe in the scent that was so uniquely him. She pulled back to gaze into his beautiful brown eyes, the eyes she felt she'd been able to read like a book since they were children. "I can't wait to see what all the rest of our chapters hold." He reached into his pocket and produced 2 small skipping stones. "I don't know, but I'm ready to find out." Epilogue. May 1904. Pine Creek, Texas. "Dearly beloved," Alex said as he gestured past James and Emily to those gathered on the small hill overlooking the Circle H, the one where Emily and James had shared their first kiss all those years ago. "We are gathered to celebrate the wedding of Emily Carmichael and James Blackburn." From his spot holding their brand new baby, Simon raised his free hand in a fist. "Finally." All chuckled, and Emily gazed around fondly at those they loved so deeply. The bluebonnets had started to bloom in the fields to the east, while other wildflowers dotted those to the north and west. It was as though the ranch had exploded in a sea of color just for them, and the crown of wildflowers she wore in her hair matched perfectly. Mama and Papa stood next to Ralph Blackburn, all three wearing expressions of great joy on their faces. Ralph had become a regular at church, and while he hadn't yet given his life to the Lord, James and Emily prayed daily to that end. Edie and Lucas stood next to Lily. All of their children gathered around them with smudges of dirt on their faces and clothes from playing before the ceremony. Malachi and Sarah's daughter, Eliza, stood with them, while their youngest had become fussy until Sarah had taken her back to pick some wildflowers of her own. Helen held her new baby, only a month older than Simon and Sam's, his red hair as fiery as his mother's. If his loud but adorable protests were any indication, his hair wasn't the only thing he inherited from her. Violet and Rose stood in the shade of a newly bloomed crepe myrtle as both women had only recently found out they were expecting. Both waved fans in front of their faces, but the joy there was unmistakable. As though hearing her thoughts, a breeze kicked up at that moment and rustled through the fields down below. Robert and Catherine, married only 2 months before, were positioned beside Robert's parents, as well as Uncle Jake and Aunt Beth. Other friends from town had gathered as well, including some of the women from the saloon that Emily had gotten to know through Rose's Bible study. Eddie Baker and his brother, Mark, recently released from custody for shooting at Jeremiah, had come as well. Their father was put away for a long time, and both young men had become regulars at church in his absence. Mark had also begun working for Nathan Archer in the horse training barn until he finished school in exchange for room and board at the ranch. The view of their guests warmed her heart, but it was nothing compared to the face before her. James gazed at her with such love she couldn't imagine how they'd been apart for so long. Their souls felt knit together in a way she couldn't quite explain, but it felt like home. "I love you," she mouthed to him as Alex continued to discuss the biblical covenant of marriage and the honor of serving God together as a couple. A grin spread over his face as he returned the sentiment, their hands joined between them. Emily wore Edie's wedding dress, and Aunt Beth had added a little extra lace to it at Emily's request. She could hardly believe how seamlessly the day had fallen together, even down to the beautiful blue skies and fluffy white clouds that dotted them. It seemed the heavens themselves were rejoicing along with her. Exchanging their vows felt like the most natural thing in the world, and Emily couldn't wait until the small surprise she had for James before they shared their first kiss as man and wife. The time came, and Alex gestured to Emily. "Before I pronounce them man and wife, Emily has something special she'd like to give James. She says it will always be a symbol of this new chapter for them, one filled with love." James's brows furrowed in confusion until Edie handed Emily the small stone she'd painted white to mark the occasion. It was a skipping stone, not unlike the 2 she knew he already carried in his pocket. "I think we're going to need to find you a box for these, or they'll start weighing you down," she said with a wink. "But let this stone, just like those before it, represent the fact we were always meant to be." She didn't know what their next chapters would hold, but just like those in the manuscript she'd recently sent to an editor in New York, they'd be a testament to the goodness, the grace, and the power of God. Thank you for listening. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel so you never miss an upload. This is the last of the Waymaker series, but stay tuned for more videos very soon.